Welcome to Road to Blake Street. And this is an amazing one. This is the one every single year that we count down to. The MLB Draft live coverage. We have Isaac here. Say what's up.
How are we doing, Lewis?
Good. And then, of course, we have Tyler, who's going to be here any minute now. We have that extra space reserved for him. Isaac, I got to ask. I saw videos of you pitching. Is the ringer on tonight? Or are we getting a call tonight?
You know, I checked the draft tracker, and it showed like all the eligible guys for the draft. I looked up my name, and it wasn't there. So I don't know if that's my fault. If
Someone's
that's my
getting
high school
fired.
coach's
Whoever put
fault.
that together is getting fired.
Right? So I was expecting like a round 2 or 3 call, but I don't know what the odds are of that happening anymore.
Well, today I think it's rounds 1 and 2 today, so we'll have a lot of fun. I think the Rockies have a couple picks today, but the biggest one is pick 4. And Isaac, right off the jump, who do you want the Rockies to select?
Gosh, I'm getting really excited by all of these Ethan Holiday predictions to the Rockies. I don't know, like I don't know, but it seems as if there's a pretty good shot that it's gonna happen, and I am just so intrigued.
Yeah, there seems to be almost like in the industry, a lot of people are saying the Rockies will go over slot. I know probably I'll ask Tyler, he'll probably know more about that. Yeah. And like going back to December when we didn't win the lottery, that was like, oh, we lost Ethan Holiday. We don't get Ethan Holiday. But now if you look at the betting odds, look at what all the experts are saying. They're saying Ethan Holiday to number 4 to the Rockies. And it kind of just feels like I have more energy now than I've ever covering the Rockies. Because I was expecting to get a college pitcher. No offense to Stephen Cross and his Jamie Arnold pick, but getting a high school bat is just so fun. And you can't go wrong with a Holiday. Matt Holiday was MVP of the NLCS when we made that run. So this is a pick 1. I think it's really easy to make for the GM because no one's going to be mad if he sucks because it's a Holiday. You know, you have to select him, right?
Right.
And 2, I don't think he's going to be bad.
No. See, the Angels and Mariners, like they're reported to not be after Holiday. Like it's really either between the Nationals, who have the number 1 pick, and the Rockies. But like again, like reports are also saying that the Nationals don't want to. Is it they want to go under slot for the first overall pick? Do you know?
Yeah, they're probably going to go under slot almost, I think, regardless. But they definitely want a guy that isn't going to take a couple years. The Nationals, they want Cade Anderson is the rumor. Yeah. I'll take a look at the betting odds. Tyler just joined, so get his ideas on the number 1 pick. We even talk about a little later into the draft on who we could take. And you good, Tyler? Perfect. What's up, Tyler?
I'm as good as I'll ever be. It's been a crazy day. Fortunately, timing has worked out.
There you go. Are you excited for tonight?
I don't know. Yeah, no. This is. It's been a wild time, but I've been getting myself by realizing this is tonight. So, you know, Aaron will always say this is like Christmas for me. I would agree.
Is it more exciting that the Ethan Holiday thing is like legit and it's not just us being really hopeful?
Yeah, I mean that gives us something to look forward to tonight. Like it's not just we pick a guy. It's where there's a storyline that we're bought into. You know, we'll get into Ethan Holiday if circumstances dictate that we should talk about him. We'll talk about him more, but yeah, that's super exciting.
So, do you want to just hop into your mock draft, and then we'll?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, you had one final mock draft. I'm gonna pull it up here very quickly. Maybe I can share it.
Yeah, the graphic. I have not been on Twitter in like 2 hours. I got the email that my thing went live on the website, but have not seen Twitter. So let's see.
So there you go. We have Ethan Holiday at number 4, which is kind of the hopeful pick, right? That's your 1-1 in terms of big board.
It's close. I think there's a few guys like this draft is. There's a lot of guys that are tight, and you have to do that like weighing of pros and cons. He's either 1A or 1B, pretty much. Though I would say so. Yeah, Yeah, he is. He's the number one target. I'll say that. I think that can be said for sure.
Yeah, the storyline's elite. I was telling before you joined, Matt Holliday, NLCS MVP. So he kind of probably the happiest moments of Rockies Nation is hand in hand with Holidays. So pick 45 though is where I think it gets really interesting. That's going to be tonight too. You originally had Cade Obermuller from Iowa. You quickly pivot to Riley Quick. What made you make that decision to change?
I mean, it's funny that Aaron brought him up on our little data dump pod the other day, and I don't think he did it with it like any info in mind, but it sounds like the Rockies have been linked to him, and in looking at the numbers, like what he brings to the table, he's kind of a Rockies pitcher through and through, like a big frame, like what they've been targeting at least lately, big frame. A lot of power, and he's going after ground balls. I think he had a 55% ground ball rate this past season. He's up to 100. So, I mean, that seems like a guy the Rockies want in their system. The question will be is if he makes it that far. I think he's the Brody Brecht of this year's draft. And in some ways, Brody was a little bit higher profile, but I think Riley Quick, there's a lot of similarities between the two pitchers. He'll also have suitors going, in the top 30 and certainly within the top 40. So we'll see what happens with Riley Quick, but I think that's going to be a target of the Rockies at 45.
Was Cade at Iowa last year with Brecht?
Yeah, they were teammates. Yeah. And so I think the Rockies also, we talk about Tennessee a lot. I think the Rockies also, they're going to, a lot of teams are going to like Iowa because they do pitching kind of like Wake Forest a little bit. They're deep in the weeds on improving and developing players. So Iowa, I think that's a team the Rockies will be keeping their eyes on. So Cade Obermuller, could be another guy in that spot.
And I think we've seen us dip into the same colleges. I know we have the Tennessee's an obvious one, but even like South Carolina, I feel like we've done a lot of players from there. He's like at Spokane, there's a bunch of them there. Your 74th overall pick, Charles Davelin. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, this is the guy with the unfortunate play to end the College World Series, or one of the plays. I love his attitude. If you look him up, he just seems to play with good energy. Is that what kind of you're going for?
Yeah, I mean, this is you think, and this will make people be like, oh, I don't know if I want that. You think of like the Garrett Hampson type of prospects that at the time they're actually drafted in the minor leagues, you're looking at such a good hit tool. And that's something we heard from Mark Gustafson, that the Rockies are actually trying to get players like that this go around. They know they've been a little bit too in on the lanky power hitting guys. I think all of us are critics of that approach. I think they now themselves are a little bit aware that it's not always the best way to go. So Davelin, I mean, he hit 14 homers this year. Not a ton, but not nothing. But really, it's about the hit tool. It could potentially be a 60 grade hit tool. Probably a little bit more like 55, but great hitter. He's going to give you a lot every at bat, pretty much.
And it's kind of, I think it's almost interesting because we saw this with Harold Castro a couple years ago, where it's like the idea was there. Get a guy that has a good hit tool at Coors, and you spray it around the yard. And we're really seeing it with Tyler Freeman this year, where it's like I see that idea develop into, there was a theory, and now it's really starting to become a real thing. I almost wonder if Charles Davelin can almost do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them pick up some more of these contact-oriented guys. Yeah, like you mentioned. So the success of Tyler Freeman is going to weigh a little bit even more towards making a decision like this to get a hitter, your second hitter in the draft. Like Ethan Holliday, you almost put him on a pedestal in his own camp. Then you're thinking beyond that, like how are the Rockies building this draft out? I would expect there to be a couple more of these contact guys than usual. They're getting a lot of big time power hitter types, but I think this will be a year that they kind of change things up.
Yeah, and that's why I think after pick 1, the first pick in the draft or the first round, it gets really interesting because we get to see what organizations really value, because the board is wide open once you get to pick 45. And 74 is the same thing. You can really see what type of player they're going after. And then pick 77, not only 3 picks after 74, Ryan Prager is a guy that you've mocked to us a lot. You really must like him.
It's a really interesting profile. I don't know if you guys remember last year, like he was picked, I think, around 100th overall, maybe a little bit earlier than that by the Los Angeles Angels. And the slot bonus on that was about $1 million. and he clearly was not satisfied with that. He goes back to A&M. Actually has a bad year. Like his fastball velocity dropped about 2 miles per hour on average. The numbers across the board drop. But it's a guy who knows how to pitch. And what we saw from him last year is that very likely fifth starter swingman type of pitcher, which doesn't sound appealing, but it certainly will be, when you're trying to build out the depth of a team. And a guy who you can get cheaply. That's really that's sort of the pick there is if Ethan Holiday comes up, and we'll have to do a little bit of a roundtable on this, talk about the strategy. If you take Ethan Holiday, you are sacrificing money later on because Ethan Holiday is not coming cheap. The reason the Rockies may and likely will get Ethan Holiday is because they're going to pay him the dollar amount that he's actually seeking. And so you need a guy like Ryan Prager, who you're going to sign for $200,000 to $400,000 under slot. That's money that you can give to Ethan Holiday to make that deal happen. So it's sort of like Holiday and Prager are a bit linked there. So that's the reasoning there. I think a lot of teams are going to be interested in him for the exact same reason. So tricky to project him with the Rockies, but I think it could be a good value meets sort of the need of the draft.
Yeah, we look at. I was trying to pull up the betting odds this whole time. The betting odds here keep looking more and more like Holiday's going to be the pick. Last year, we saw it with Condon. Slowly throughout the day, the draft day, Condon got more and more likely to be the pick. And it gets really interesting. Look at pick 1 here. They like Cade Anderson for pick 1 pretty heavily. It's either him or Ethan Holiday or any other player, which I don't really know what that means because there's a bunch of players here. And then pick 2 is kind of wide open. Pick 2 and 3 are still very wide open. So, but pick 4, it is the heaviest likely so far. Granted, 30 minutes away, anything can really happen. This looks like it's the most likely it's been in a very long time to have Ethan Holiday.
No, I agree, and we'll see what happens. We're on a two win streak if you're coming to predicting the Rockies' first round pick. Like as BSB, we got Chase Dollander, we got Charlie Condon. Not that those were like super bold, but I think reading into the tea leaves, I think we're gonna go 3 for 3 here with Ethan Holiday. But this is one that I feel less confident than I did Charlie Condon, Chase Dollander. This is the one that the Nationals hold a lot of power. No one really knows what they're going to do. 2 and 3, I'm a lot less worried about. I'm just interested to see who the Angels and the Mariners take because they could go in so many different directions. But I can say, I think this needs to be said because we've seen people on Twitter being like, how is Holiday going to get to pick 4? Really, he's going 1 or 4, with some certainty. Like he's not going to go to the Angels. He's not going to go to the Mariners. The Angels, I wouldn't say there's a 0% chance, but I don't think that's being talked about as a landing spot for him. So we're looking at pick 1 tonight. If you're really watching like the Rockies, what's going on? 2 and 3, yeah. We'll have to play some bets here in a sec, not real ones, but we'll have to play some bets as to who's going 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. It's less of we're passing on him and more of he's not going to be there. If he's there at 4, he's probably the selection more than likely. But like you said, it's really interesting. Look at the Angels, who historically are almost like a joke the way they draft in the first round. They go with the college guy, then immediately throw him into the MLB. So I don't think it's going to be the Angels. And then I think the Mariners they see a window opening, so they don't want to get a project. They want someone that can help them win now or win them in 2026, 2027. So it is really just the Nationals, who I know a lot of their fans are super divided. I was on Nationals Twitter yesterday just seeing what they were saying because I know Rockies Twitter, they really want Ethan Holiday. So Nationals Twitter seem pretty divided. Some want a project, some don't want. Like they have Elijah Green, and they saw how that went. So maybe they're burned by that. But nonetheless, this could be a monumental day in Rockies history because if we look at the last couple of drafts, Dollander looks like a great selection. I know he's going through a little bit of a rough time. And then Condon was a home run selection last year, one of the best players we've seen in college baseball history. So to just be able to go 3 for 3, if we get Ethan Holiday, this could be a good run of first-round picks.
Yeah, you look at some of the better teams in recent years, and it's built on the back of first-round picks like that. And the Rockies haven't done a good job with that historically. So nailing 3 in a row, which saying nail is a little bit early, but I think we're confident, like you said. So if we can get 3 for 3, I would feel a little bit better about the Rockies having a chance to to sort of bounce back. And also something to mention on Angels and Mariners. I think they're also looking to spread their money out. Like the Rockies, if they take Ethan Holiday, they're doing the opposite, and they're kind of compressing it into that first pick. The Angels and the Mariners, especially the Mariners, they're very like strategic and like to play around with the draft. I bet they take someone under slot, and then their next pick is going to be a high-profile high school player. So that's that. The Rockies are a little bit lucky to be at pick 4. Like you don't get as much money as picks 2 and 3, but in terms of getting a player you want, I think you're going to be happy as the Rockies.
Yeah, and I talk about this a lot. I think our Latin America development gives our farm system a lot of depth. So I don't necessarily think we need to spread the money around. We look at the top 100. We don't have many top 100 prospects anymore, especially with Dollander graduating. I think we need a top of the echelon guy. We got that with Condon last year. We went over slot. That's still the record signing. Which, do you think Holiday will be the new record signing?
I do. I think by a little bit. And I think he's gonna sign for the most this year. And I think it'll be like $9.3 million. Okay. Condon was like 9.25. So I think he's gonna slightly go above it. I mean, maybe it might even be a little bit more, but we'll have to kind of see. The Rockies don't have close to that as their slot value. I think they're at like 8.8 or 8.6.
I know, what's it called? I think that's crazy because the Yankees have like $5 million in total. So they'll go $9 million on one player, but it's gonna be worth it with Ethan Holiday.
Rockies at 8.8. So what's tricky is the Nationals. Their slot is at almost 11.1 million. They could give Ethan Holiday $9 million, like 9.3 million, and still save a lot of money. So. I'm feeling good about Holiday. I think the Nationals, you kind of mentioned it, playing it a little bit safer also. New GM, probably doesn't want to be – I mean, I don't know if it's a new GM or just an interim still, but I don't think they're looking to, roll all the dice right now. That might be the Rockies' saving grace, is that the Nationals, playing it a little bit safer because they definitely have the money to go and play and grab themselves Ethan Holiday. But I am curious – Isaac, we've put you in the background for too long. What are your thoughts? Like, if the Rockies land Ethan Holiday, are you kind of floating around thinking about other guys as potential number 4 overall picks?
I really, for a while now, you've heard about Jamie Arnold. He is just a super enticing pitcher to me. All these left-handed guys who's excelled in the system the last couple of years, and I don't know. I cannot confidently say that Arnold is a similar mold to those guys like Sean Sullivan or Carson Palmquist. But I think what the Rockies have done well is these left-handed pitchers out of the draft. And I don't know. That's a really exciting thought to me right away. But I agree that the Rockies do need a big name Lewis, somebody to put an oomph and to be that guy, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I completely agree with you on Arnold. I think if Holiday does end up going first overall, I think the Rockies will take a long look at Jamie Arnold because, to your point, he fits what they like, and he also fits what they've just done well developing. So I would think Jamie Arnold might be that guy if it's not Ethan Holiday.
Yeah, Tyler, when I saw your Cade Obermuller prediction, I feel like he's another one of those Carson Palmquist, Sean Sullivan guys. Do you think if the Rockies did draft Obermuller with the 44th pick, do you think they'd have him be a starter right away?
I mean, that's a good question, and that's sort of why in the end I pivoted to Riley Quick, because Cade Obermuller right now, he really throws 2 pitches, and it's crazy to think of a guy who might go top 50 who's also 5'11". He's a smaller guy, doesn't throw with a ton of power. He's, I think, 93 to 95, and he only throws 2 pitches. So you kind of think that's an unorthodox profile. I mean, he has one of the best breaking balls in the draft. So I think he would get a chance to start, but he'd probably end up in the bullpen just unless his changeup can really come along, or there's a development of a second fastball or a curveball type of pitch. I mean, he can spin the baseball, and that's something ultimately in the draft. I think teams are really looking for that type of talent. They don't necessarily need, okay, this guy can already throw 4 pitches. Outside the first round, I think they want guys this guy can rip the baseball, and we could try to mold his arsenal the way we want it. But I do think Obermuller has like the most relief risk of a guy who probably goes in the top 100.
Okay.
That's yeah, and I know he's another Iowa kid. You're not that close to the University of Iowa, or are you?
They're like 30 minutes south of me, so
Okay.
I'm close. His brother, I played against him this year, and Cade went to the same school, so I don't know. I have like a closer connection with the Obermuller than anybody else in the draft.
That kind of stuff is fun. All right, Lewis. There's a guy this year that went to like your rival high school, right?
Yeah, he's like rated 50. He's at a Sickles High School.
Okay. I remember.
Gordon Yost.
Okay. Yeah. This is going to be an interesting draft for the high school guys because there's, I think, becoming less. There's NIL, but I think a lot of these high schoolers are realizing they want to get their career started, and like that ends up working out better for a lot of guys. So someone like him, you wonder, like, is he going to go to college? Is he going to be in the pros? There's been some like rumblings that this will be a year. There's a lot more guys signing at a high school for like $250,000, which isn't a ton of money to forego going to college and all your college eligibility. But sounds like that might happen a little bit more this year.
I gotta ask Tyler. Oh, my bad. You got it, Isaac. All you.
Okay. I have a name for you, Tyler. What is it? 92nd overall prospect for MLB.com or MLB Pipeline. Tayton Gray. He's another Iowan high schooler.
Oh,
he's the catcher, power profile. Do you think he could be somebody that is like a Drew Romo, what we expected at first with the kind of raw power? If you don't know who Tayton Gray is, that is.
I've been across his profile a little bit, but I haven't gotten to dive too deep into his whole profile. But I mean, at least with what's like present on the surface is pretty enticing. Like, it doesn't seem like a lower floor guy. Like, he doesn't seem like someone he probably will be like a first base or an outfield type of guy. But kind of Hunter Goodman gives a lot of hope, I think, now to like guys being drafted as catcher / whatever. That it's like you can work through some of those things. But I mean, he does seem like a really good bat that's kind of hidden in this draft a little bit. That second tier, third tier of high school guys really gets overlooked. So, we'll have to we have to keep some of our names on the bulletin to like track where they end up going. It's fun to have a few guys like that. So,
right.
We'll follow.
Isaac has a prospect he likes that he sent me earlier, but we'll get to that in day 2.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that later. Right?
I'm forgetting who your guy was from last year, Lewis.
Dude, he didn't get drafted.
Funny name, Pendergrass.
I have his jersey. That's why.
That's
one other rap when I got his like summer league jersey. He didn't get drafted.
What was his name?
Darian Pendergrass. He went back to school. I don't think he's gonna be drafted though. His stats are. He didn't improve. I gotta ask though, Tyler, about I know this is kind of a weird question. The third base shortstop thing. Are you worried that Ethan Holiday is kind of already being thrown off the shortstop thing?
That's a good question. I've seen people, everyone's like going around being like, what about, he's a shortstop, what about Tovar? And this and that. And I think, you don't worry about Tovar right now. Like Tovar and Holiday coexisting. I haven't thought through this whole process that Holiday will play shortstop, but he's not a bad athlete for sure. I mean, for his size, I think he moves a little bit better than you expect. So I think he'll get a chance to start at shortstop, but probably is a third baseman long term. I mean, if you can hit for a ton of power, you're totally fine with that. So, but I think probably ends up at third base within like the next year or so, maybe 2-3 years.
And that's not the end of the world. We have Tovar, who defensively, like, you're not going to get better than Tovar. So it's perfect.
No, people talk about we can't draft a shortstop. We have Tovar. It's like, as long as Tovar is a good defender, like, you're not moving him off the position. But like, you want athletes that can play potentially other spots. And we talk about it sometimes when we do like draft stuff and whatnot. They're like, the guys who play, we've all played baseball, like, at some point. Like, the guy who plays shortstop on a team is usually the best player, and not just defensively, like, just the athleticism translates to the plate. Like, the shortstop guys are great, and a lot of them aren't going to end up playing shortstop. So it's okay that they have the shortstop tag on them for now. Probably going to change positions, most of them.
I mean, I think most second basemen and third basemen in the MLB currently had a shortstop tag before they went pro.
Yeah, I think every infielder left of first base, was a shortstop probably, at least in high school and probably a little bit in college if they played. Yeah, that's a good point. So,
question in the chat by Wild the Innocent. Dolander got 5.7, so roughly $4 million off of, or 3.5 of what we think he'll get.
Yeah, I mean, a lot has changed in draft times based on like the quantity of dollars available. Like that would you said 5.7, right?
Yeah, 5.7.
Yeah, like that's the equivalent of the 12th pick this year. And the Rockies were picking 9th that year, and I think they gave him like completely full slot. So
yeah, full slot. Yeah. No, that is definitely. If you look at the draft, it's slowly getting outrageous, the prices. And last year we saw every year the record gets broken, and I'm sure it's gonna be like that until we hit like a down year money wise. But it doesn't look like we're on that. Last year it was Chase Burns and Charlie Condon tied for the highest ever. This year it looks like, I'm sure the Nationals will probably break it if they get Kate Anderson, I'm sure. But I mean, the money nowadays is pretty ridiculous. But it also gives teams more flexibility in the draft. The Nationals, like, winning the lottery was so good for them because of what they can do in rounds 2 through 10. And they can really spread out that money. It's an extra $2 million basically they have on us.
Yeah.
Which $2 million is basically a top 50 pick they have, an extra top 50 pick.
No, I mean that's the big thing is you look at like how many actual picks the team has, but I mean the 20th pick you might as well not even make the 20th pick. But you're gonna pick that many guys, and you can boost the value of any pick at any point through the draft, and just raise your stock that much more. Like it's less about the number of picks you have or what the pick number is. It is all about that money. And something interesting, the Nationals, they're required to offer Kate Anderson. Well, if they were to select him, they would have to offer Kate Anderson $8.3 million. They probably go. They could easily do like $9 million for him. Like that's still a pretty good amount of money. That's almost that almost will be the most in this class. I think that'd be why they take Kate Anderson over Ethan Holiday is like the difference of a few $100,000. And it sounds kind of stupid, but it does make it like 300,000 even is a huge difference later in the draft. If you have a couple prep guys that you think are really good, it's the difference between getting them and not,
A few $100,000, that's like if you like a guy in the 4th round, that's the difference between drafting a guy that doesn't really stick on and then like a Kyle Karros who got around $400,000. So if you really like a guy, Karros wasn't over slot, but if you like a guy, you can go over slot and select them way later than you're supposed to. I know the 11th round, some teams like to save money for that round and go high schooler in the 11th round. Do you know why that is?
It's going to be weird now. Actually, no, it's not. It's still the same. It's because after round 10, nothing over 125,000 counts against the bonus pool. So you have this floor of 125,000 already to offer to the player. So then you could offer them, 300,000, and it makes it a little bit easier to spend that money versus taking them in like what would be 300,000. That would be like a round 6 pick, 7. So instead of taking them in round 6 or 7, you price them down to round 11. You get to take your guys maybe a little bit earlier. So it's always at like top of like round 11. The Rockies probably won't do it. They usually don't do that. It'd be fun if they did. Yeah, round 11 things get a little bit. I mean, it can happen all through day 2 because of that. Built-in 125K makes things just a little bit easier. But I mean, on that topic of a few $100,000, I was like, pick 100, which seems like a pretty high pick. The Phillies hold it. 765,000. If you add 400,000 onto that and go to about 1.15 million, that bumps you up to pick 72. Like up, it basically boosts you around. Like that's what 400K can do. That can make a huge difference at some point in the draft. I mean, it's probably hard for some people to like grasp it because it's so different from other drafts. But the dollar amounts really that's what matters at the end of the day with this draft. There's some when it comes to these college guys that aren't going to be able to say no to a team that picks them. It's a little bit less important, but ultimately it's like a whole political game of this is my amount. If you don't hit it, don't draft me. That kind of stuff is happening. It's not just taking the best player available. There has to be kind of a meeting of the minds before the selection is made. So, I mean, that's the reason you see guys slip in the draft. Even though it's clearly one of the best talents, it's like the money hasn't been made quite there for that player.
So there was a strategy last year the Rockies did in the draft, and it was the Blake Wright in the 4th round. They had him. It was over $400,000 under slot. Charlie Condon was over slot. Brody Brecht was over slot. Jared Thomas was slightly under slot, but not enough to make up for it. Cole Messina was slot value. So they gained the money that they spent the first 2 rounds up in the 4th round by essentially offering Blake Wright like a 9th round money instead of $600K basically. So it saves $400,000. Do you think the Rockies go down that route to just get their guys in the first couple of rounds?
I would hope so. I mean, I threw Ryan Prager in the mock draft. He would be similar to a Blake Wright. I think he gets a little bit more. I mean, in some ways, it's not really like leverage, but he's a guy who passed up $1 million last year. Like, he's not going to be eager to accept a whole lot less than that. But I think you can easily shave off a good bit off of like a 4th round, like mid-3rd, early 4th round bonus for a guy like Ryan Prager. But yeah, I definitely think the Rockies will do that again. They show that they're willing to. I think every team is going to. Maybe like 1 or 2 teams don't do that within the first like 6 rounds, but generally teams are going to do that, especially now. Like, I know the Rockies, they've been a little bit slower to come around to some of the draft strategy stuff, but I think they're going to do the same exact thing. At least save like $200K on a guy. Like Blake Wright was a huge underslot deal. I mean, that, yeah, like you mentioned, that gave them the ability to get Charlie Condon and Brody Brecht, who Condon and Brecht was preseason a top 10 pick. So, yeah, that opens a lot of doors.
And then I might be wrong, wasn't Carrick under slot as well?
I think he might have been about slot. And I remember when he was
a little over.
I thought he should have been a big underslot at the time, but I mean, obviously now it seems like there was they knew what they were doing with that. Let me see though.
There's a little over slot, but
oh really? Oh yeah, I forgot that. I remember being like, I thought they were going to underslot him, and they went slightly over. Like, what is going on?
That's a great draft class.
Who was the guy? I mean, I guess they saved some money with Halverson, Wimmer. I guess that was really it. They didn't really go over slot too much. So I'm trying to think of a year that they did go. They usually have stuck around slot value for a lot of their picks. So that things have been changing a little bit more in the last couple of years. I guess Gabe Hughes was the guy that they went under slot, but that's kind of the reverse of what we're talking about.
Which is a Hughes pick. I when we did the interview with Hughes, I asked him if he knew, like, before the draft, if he knew the Rockies, if they had like the deal already in place, and he said no. He said, granted, I don't know if that was him just like saying it or if there actually wasn't a deal in place. I thought that was really interesting because we did sign him for about $1 million under slot, and he thought he'd go later, is what he said, later in the first round, which the money would suggest that. But then I think in that draft class we got Jackson Cox over slot. That's a high schooler, so of course. And then that's about it. Jordan Beck a little bit over slot. But so that we really stuck to our guns there. And then Ritter with $8,000 over slot. Money well spent.
The big 8. And yeah, I'm guessing with Hughes, like you mentioned, because he probably was expecting to go in the 20s. So he knew the Rockies were interested, I'm sure. But maybe that was the Rockies knew they were going to be able to get a nice discount because and they probably did talk to his agent and kind of knew his price point. Like that was probably – and in some ways, yeah, it might not be like an actual agreement, but teams are going to know what it's going to take to sign a guy. And that's always going to kind of play into signing the name on the card and sending it in. It's like, you know, that dollar amount is going to be attainable for you as a team.
So I'm going to just go over the NL West and see.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
The draft pool slot allotments. So we are the highest in the NL West with $15.7 million. Huge amount. Orioles are actually the highest with $19 million. Mariners are second with $17 million, so they can spread that money out. Let's see here. I'm trying to scroll and find. The Diamondbacks have $10.9 million. That's second in the division. So we do have a pretty hefty gap between if we really want to. I think currently the farm system looks a little worse than probably the worst in the NL West, so we can really make a lot of ground up here tonight. Dodgers have $9 million. Giants with 8.4.
And the Pods.
The Padres, I might have actually skipped them. I don't even see that. Oh,
they're at 6.5. Like they're down there. They usually like to play with the. I mean, they're going to have to because they don't have that much money. They usually have like a normal bonus pool, and they manipulate that money a lot and spread it around. So they're going to be a weird team to watch tonight.
That's so to put that into perspective, $6.5 million. What is that, like the 10th overall pick in terms of slot, or probably like 7th overall pick? So if you're looking at this from, you said 8th?
Yeah,
so that's pretty crazy.
7 or 8 or 8 or 9. I mean,
which I think they do really well. The Padres normally taking high schoolers and usually trading them, but we also see this is the first year where as draft starts in 4 minutes. Wow, it's come up on us quick.
Yeah.
This is the first year we've seen really picks being traded. I know last year we had a couple of the comp picks traded, but this year we saw I think the Red Sox picked up one for Quinn Priester. And then I think there was a trade earlier this week for another one. But
yeah, it was the Orioles traded for one. That's why their bonus pool jumped up even higher. They traded Brian Baker, former Rockies legend, for the 37th pick in the draft. So they gave themselves the ability to run the show at the beginning of this draft.
Let's see. Yeah, Brian Baker with – I wouldn't think he'd be worth 37th overall pick. No offense to Brian Baker, Rockies legend.
I think it's a high price. I agree with that. Like, I could see – I mean, it's tough because there's only so many of those tradable picks. And it comes not only, again, with the ability to select a player highly, but $2.6 million into your pool. That is extra to play with. Like, you could take like go way under slot with pick 37. But then it turns. What do they pick in the first round? Like, how do they have the highest bonus pool and they pick 19th? That's crazy.
They must have so many comp picks. Yeah,
they basically get to turn pick 19 into whatever they want now. Like, they could raise the value of that pick a couple $1 million and become basically picking in the top 10. And I would expect them to be taking a guy like Billy Carlson, JoJo Parker, like a prep guy. I think that's what they're going to do in the first round. Get to play around with extra money. I'd love to see the Rockies acquire a comp pick. Like, that would have, I think I forget who it was, said that could have been Jake Bird for that 37th pick. And it probably could have been, I don't know, Brian Baker. I think when the Rays trade for a guy, they trade for a guy because they see like certain things specifically in that player. So I bet they're going to turn Brian Baker into like a closer now, but still, that could have been the Rockies.
I mean, yeah. Well, Bird probably has Bird is 3 more years of control, so we definitely could have gotten that from Jake Bird. To go back to your couple points here, I would just look back at the betting odds. Ironically, they just went down. It was at minus 900 10 seconds ago. It's now down at 750. So still pretty hefty. Ava Arquette is the second favorite. We haven't really touched on him yet. I know he's Aaron's boy. Aaron wants us to draft him. What are your thoughts on Ava Arquette?
I mean, I think it'd be fun. Like, getting college bats, you give yourself a chance to really ramp your lineup up really quickly. But personally, not my favorite prospect at the top of this draft. That there's some hit tool concerns to me. Like, nothing from his hit tool like stands out enough to justify the 4th pick. I mean, you would probably mean you get some savings there, and you do all the things we've been talking about, like playing around with money, making your other picks a little bit more interesting. But I don't think the hit tool is quite good enough. He's not like a super athletic. Like, I was going to contribute a ton with his athleticism, like on the base paths. He's not an elite defender. I think he's going to be good at shortstop. But personally, if they're not getting Ethan Holiday, I think they should be all in on a Jamie Arnold, possibly even I don't think Liam Doyle will be available, but I'd really be like Jamie Arnold. Kyson Witherspoon from Oklahoma has been floated around a good bit. I'd almost prefer him to Ava Arquette. So we'll see. Hopefully those are kind of whispers that are not very well founded, but I do think they're probably a little bit interested in Arquette.
Yeah, I think we look at the state of the team. You definitely want to get someone that could play in 2026, 2027. I've always said it's kind of embarrassing where we're at right now. Like, you don't want to be losing as much as we are, even if you're rooting for a good pick, even though next year that's impossible. So Avar Arquette, I know Aaron likes him, but not my cup of tea is what I'll say. Then I'll just quickly run over who they think ranked. Kyson Witherspoon and Jamie Arnold are plus 1,000. You just went over them. Liam Doyle plus 1,300. A real huge riser this year, a guy who I've kept an eye on just because I have him in one of my baseball games. And then Seth Hernandez might be the most fun player in this whole draft, Tyler. If we got him, like, how excited would you be with a high school arm?
I mean, it's crazy because it is a high school arm, and I think we'd all be skeptical about the development of Seth Hernandez with the Rockies, but it's like it's the best prep arm really since Hunter Green or Mackenzie Gore. Like those are the two guys that come to mind when you're thinking about how good Seth Hernandez is. And Hunter Green, when he's healthy, is a top 15, maybe even top 10 pitcher in baseball, and Mackenzie Gore's kind of risen into that category too. So I think you see a talent like that, and it's not like Riley Pint where it's a wild kind. It's like a live wire pretty much. He's a guy who can pitch, like just straight up pitch, and he can touch 100 as a high school. He might be able to go a little bit higher than that in the future. So that'd be awesome. I think he's pick 3 to the Mariners. And I think with that, let's like, what are your guys' predictions for these first 3 picks? We're about to jump into them. I think technically the Nationals are like on the clock now, or about to be. But what do you guys think? First 3 picks.
I'm gonna let Isaac go here. I gotta do some typing up.
Okay. I have a hunch. First overall Nationals, I feel like they're gonna go with Kate Anderson. It's kind of just like a hunch thing. I don't know, but I don't know. Then second, I feel like second overall is probably where I'm most unsure about. Do you have a solid idea, Tyler?
I mean, it seems like Liam Doyle's become very popular there. And it kind of makes sense that like people have floated he could be in a bullpen right now. That seems very Angels-esque. Yeah. So I could see them getting a little bit creative though and going after someone else that maybe they save even more money. But I think I feel like Liam Doyle's probably like 75% odds to go to the Angels, maybe even a little bit higher.
Okay. How much under slot do you think would he be under slot?
I think a good bit, yeah. Because I don't think I could see it's possible maybe someone signs in this class for like $10 million. I don't think maybe, but I don't think we're gonna see anyone above $10 million, and Angels at 10.2. I think Doyle will be priced around 9. I think him and Anderson probably priced around like high 8s, low 9s. Like I don't think they're gonna approach Chase Burns signing bonus. Maybe Kate Anderson at 1 does, but I think Doyle probably around 9. That gives the Angels an extra $1 million to mess around with later.
Okay, and then I agree. I think Seth Hernandez.
No, you're good.
Hernandez is gonna.
Got a long night, Isaac. So.
Yeah, it has it. I was doing that for like 10 or 15 minutes. I bet I was doing nothing, and I couldn't connect to this whatsoever.
That adds. I know how it is when you're fumbling to get back on the stream, so it kind of takes your focus out a little bit. I definitely get that. But Seth Hernandez at 3. He seems like a Mariners type of pick, and I mean I think the Mariners should invest a little bit more into the offensive side. But at the same time, right? Yeah. Other than the dumper, like, and I mean Julio Rodriguez is Julio Rodriguez, but he also hasn't really played that well this year, so.
I must say, I saw ESPN had Jamie Arnold to the Pirates, and I was just like, that is the most fun rotation ever. Like, if they can, and they can't score, but it's still be fun.
Yeah, they also are another. I mean, they'll probably be in on pitching, I think, too. But yeah, that's crazy seeing Rob Manfred on the stage. Don't love him, but he means good things. It's kind of like Roger Goodell. Like, I mean, Roger Goodell's. I don't mind him, but you see him on the stage, and you're like, at peace. So
yeah, it's a good night ahead if you see that. Do they boo Rob Manfred like they do Goodell?
I didn't get to hear. I feel like they probably don't because he's not as like controversial, and it's baseball. I feel like most people don't even know who he is that are like moderate baseball fans.
Okay, so real quick, more of like the logistics of how we're doing this. Are you doing the write-ups again this year, Tyler?
Yeah, I will, especially for like college guys. If there's kind of a sneaky high schooler, then maybe we can tag team if anyone wants to. But I'll try to have. I probably won't have them live tonight, but they'll be out. At least tonight's ones will be out tonight, and then tomorrow's I'll probably try to keep up pick by pick, and keep those live too. So yeah, I mean that's a good plug. Get a little bit of extra information in the written side of things, so easier to just pack info. Like when we're doing this, we got to rapid fire it a little bit.
Yeah, because I got to make the graphics. So when the pick is in, I'm going to be a little silent. So I'm going to need Isaac kind of fill my void, which is fine because I don't really
time for the Isaac filibuster.
That's what I do for Road to Blake Street. So I'm pretty experienced here.
I mean, yeah, me and Isaac will hold it down in those moments. I'll probably be like fumbling for data also, so it'll really be the Isaac show for a moment.
Perfect.
Have some fun trivia. No.
I was thinking like tomorrow we can do like a Kahoot when we have Aaron in.
Is Aaron going to be on the entire pod tomorrow?
I think we're only going to do a couple hours.
Okay.
Once you get to pick 15, man, or even like pick 11, it just gets.
I think we might maybe we'll do like through 11 or something like that because that can be a fun round. But beyond that, we'll just like keep up like on maybe a little bit with tweets and stuff like that.
Okay. Is round 12 not fun, Tyler?
What?
Is round 12 not fun?
No.
That's
where it all ends. Yeah, it is kind of fun. Like, I mean, this year I don't know nearly as many guys as I did last year. It's fun though, like in the later rounds to be like spotting people you do actually know. It's kind of fun that way. But I mean, yeah, round 11, like I guess you might have been. I don't think you were back in yet. That's usually like the round that a lot of teams will go for an overslot, like high school guy. Because it's the beginning of the part of the draft where you have 125,000 already like baked in to your draft pool. Like that first 125,000 doesn't count against it. So round 11 teams are like, it's almost like a new beginning of the draft. Like that teams get to approach it with a different strategy. So usually those, though, like of the top 10 picks in round 11, like 5 or 6 of them will be high school guys. So it can get a little bit fun.
How often do those high school guys sign in like the 11th round?
I think probably with like 90+% success.
Yeah.
Because I think that's where teams build their strategy a little bit around saving some money for that spot. And I think, this year, I think we'll probably see more high schoolers than usual sign, like the signing rate, at least for high schoolers. There's probably going to be always the guys in around 19 and 20 that teams kind of like just throw that pick around for fun. And maybe if someone, up above doesn't sign, then they have a backup plan. But I think generally we'll see fewer guys fall through the cracks.
Okay. Tyler, I want to go back to Seth Hernandez for a second.
Yeah.
Do you think that there is like anything that is to be concerned, like mechanically, like is there like a pitch he throws a lot that you think has a poor shape? Is there just like anything wrong with Seth Hernandez? Because I feel like he's a really sound and just ideal pitcher. I think that's why he's getting so much hype.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see it seems like the changeup has really risen in as the second best pitch.
Yeah.
And it originally was sort of like this guy can also really just spin a breaking ball. And I think that's still good. I'd like to see that next step with the breaking ball. But that's sort of, if it does take that next step, I think he becomes a potential top 2, top 3 pitching prospect in the sport. But he also seems to have really good body control and athleticism for someone throwing as hard as he does. So he is really clean. He might be even more clean. Like we said, Hunter Green and Mackenzie Gore, he might be even cleaner than those guys as prospects. Especially Hunter Green. Hunter Green was sort of like, this guy is a elite athlete, but we have to mold him as a pitcher. I feel like Hernandez is a little bit more ready already for the pros.
Yeah, college pitchers or high school pitchers are kind of like the wild west. Not many people like to touch them in terms of that player group. No one really likes to draft them high. It's really rare to see them drafted super high.
Okay.
Yeah, like maybe one in the top 10. This year definitely is a down year for high school pitching. So I think that almost puts more of a premium on Hernandez.
Who has the draft on?
I have it. Is it coming through audio-wise on my mind?
No, I was just wondering because I don't have it on. I'm looking at the tracker. So if you do if the pick pops up, just like I don't know, let me know somehow. I don't know.
No, you want spoilers. You want spoilers.
Yeah, I just saw a spoiler from Jeff Paston.
Oh,
yeah, I looked at my phone. Let's see.
Bless up.
It's happening right now.
Well, Isaac, you can spoil it for me.
Can I spoil it?
Let me just say, it starts with an E. It starts with an E.
It does start with an E.
I heard the E and was like, they got us. They got us.
You guys really got me.
Wow. So Eli Willett's 1 overall. I think that was talked about as like sort of the backup plan if they wanted. I mean, no one really knew what was going on in their front office because they just fired their GM like a week ago. So they definitely pivoted a lot, I think, in these last couple of weeks. Get a ton of upside. I think they also save a ton of money there. Like you get maybe the second best prep shortstop in the class, and you're not going to have to spend nearly as much as you would to get Holiday. So there was like to me like a 10-20% chance that Ethan Holiday was the pick there. So that
you guys said E, my heart dropped.
Yeah, I heard an E, and I'm like, I didn't even think of Eli Willis at first when I heard the E. I was like, they just took Ethan Holiday. It's over.
It should have been like his name starts with an E, and he's a infielder from high school.
From Oklahoma, no less. Like they're basically the same, except for their like Willett's like reclassified, so he's 17 years old. But yeah, prep shortstop. His name starts with E. Son of a big leaguer from Oklahoma.
Is that the biggest under slot in MLB history? Well, outside of like the round threes, that get literally nothing. Although that probably isn't even.
Wait, who's this?
Eli Willits.
I mean, I think he'll probably still get around $8.5 to $9 million. So I'd have to look if teams have saved over $2 million before. I would think he's getting around $9 million though. Like if you're taking first overall, at some point you also have some leverage to be like, I still want to get paid. Like I'm the number one pick. So, but I think that'll be a pretty big saving opportunity for them.
And they still get a project.
Yeah, a little bit. I think he's a bit more polished. Really, what's the deal with him is he just doesn't have any power right now. Like probably not the game power to hit 10 home runs in a pro season right now, but he's 17, so he doesn't turn 18 until December. So he's got a good chance to continue developing that way. I think he's one of the better pure hitters in the draft, and there's less questions about his fit defensively. So in some ways, they mitigated some risk here over Ethan Holiday, in my opinion. And, not as much upside, but that is interesting, though. Off to a spicy start.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't expected at all. Trying to get more. I think the draft, I don't want to jinx it, but I think that does kind of give us Ethan Holiday. At least, like, the Rockies will have that chance to say yes to it.
Check those odds. I'm betting it's like minus 2,000 now.
I don't even think they're up anymore. Let me check.
Oh, they might. You're right. They might tuck him or stop updating him.
If you were a Nationals fan, would you be happy with Willett's number one overall?
I would be, honestly, because I mean they'll see like later in the draft they're going to take another prep guy and really build their system up. I think they wanted to take advantage of winning the lottery and add as many top 10 prospects to their system as they can. Willits might be their new, let me look at their system. Like, where is he going to, he might be their new number one, probably their number two, though. Travis Sikora is pretty ascendant as a pitching prospect. But he's probably their new number two. So
a Sean Gamble in, even maybe like a Gavin Fiend. That's 2 top 5s, probably. Maybe not top 5s, 2 top 10s at least.
I mean, probably with I'd say with Gavin Fiend, definitely another top 5. gamble maybe just outside of that for them. So I mean, they're going to eye someone like that. There's like Josh Hammond, Xavier Nyans. Like there's a bunch of these other prep bats that I think they'll go that direction. They also need pitching too. Again, it's not the best class for high school pitching, but they've given themselves a ton of options now. They've given themselves the most flexibility in the draft. They have an extra probably $2 million to spend. So, and I mean, they're picking high in every round also. So, yeah, their next pick is 49th. So they could make the 49th pick about $4 million, which would be the value of the 21st pick in the draft. So they basically just gave themselves an extra first rounder. I would be if I was a fan, I would definitely be happy about that.
And where were they last year in terms of selection in the lottery? Do you remember where they were before they won the lottery?
I think they were the team they were one of the first teams to get bumped out of it. They had to pick 10th or 11th, whichever it is. Yeah, that is an exciting way to start this. And yeah, I'm not looking at Jeff passing tonight.
I will. I gotta make the graphics.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. I'm gonna bet it's Liam Doyle here, though. We'll see how many we can go and we missed the first one already. No one was expecting that, but
this one's probably wilder. I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Oh my gosh, dude! This draft is nuts.
What?
That's your boy. That's a West Coast guy, right?
Yeah, he was my favorite pitching prospect coming into the year. I knew it. He was going to be the first pitcher off the board. I told you all. No.
They must have read your write-up on him.
That makes things very interesting. I think again we're seeing these teams all want to push the money down the board. They probably gave him like $7 million or a little bit more than 7. I mean, yeah, they have to give him like 7.6. I bet that's he's getting the minimum that you can get at this pick.
What I will say to that is, if every team in front of you wants to push money down, you should go ahead and just go and take the best player available, which Ethan Holiday would be on my board number 1.
Yeah,
I think if everybody pushes money down, then
everyone's pushing money down. It's not as valuable later.
No. So Tyler Bremer was MLB Pipeline's number 18th ranked prospect. Right-handed pitcher, Santa Barbara, so West Coast guy. Yeah, that's
the top.
I mean, coming into the season, I've wanted
on
him.
The board.
Yeah, I mean, here's becoming an interesting situation. I've heard the Rockies do like Cade Anderson. I don't think they were expecting him to be on the board, and I don't think Seattle is taking Cade Anderson. So,
hold up, I gotta make the Cade Anderson graphic then.
I would say, yeah, have Ethan and Cade. I can't imagine the Rockies are gonna, like you said, I don't think they're gonna join the tandem of going under slot. I think they're gonna pick chalk. I mean, at some point, someone has to take those guys. They're good value.
So, what do you think the odds are of the Rockies selecting Ethan Holiday now that Cade Anderson and Seth Hernandez are still on the table? One of the two are going to be on the table for us.
I mean, it does lower the odds of Ethan Holiday, in my opinion. Like, at least from post Willett's pick, I think it lowers the odds a little bit. I thought that would be Cade Anderson, the Angels. Yes, that's an interesting pick for the Angels. I think Bremner's really good, but I don't think he's going to be the first guy to the big leagues. So that was a little bit of an interesting change of pace for them. But, I mean, it gives the Rockies more options, and options they probably didn't necessarily expect.
But is that good for the Rockies?
Like, looking back,
we want our front office to have this.
In some ways, it's probably good to be able to lean on the cop out of it was the best decision at the time. Now it's like you actually have to walk through a tough decision. But I think it's still I do still think it'll be the same result, unless Seattle goes crazy and takes Ethan.
Which this is the team that we saw with Brian Wu. They're like Brian Wu was 1-1 on our board or something like that. Which I don't really believe that, but they are usually a quirky team when it comes to drafting. And I don't think you can out-court these top 2 picks, though. At least the second pick.
Yeah, that second pick. I mean, that was like a Gabriel Hughes type of pick where you take a guy about 10 picks before their expected range. And you probably, I mean, it's fun to save that kind of money. I don't think the Rockies maximized that savings as much as they could have or should have. The Angels are going to go crazy now, too. They're going to probably have an extra $2.5 million to mess
Is
around.
Tyler Bremer going to be a top 100 prospect, or is he going to be not?
At some point, I think he will be, but I don't think post draft he immediately will be. I mean, sometimes though these like the outlets, they kind of like do stuff with their like MLB had him what did you say his ranking is in here?
18th.
Yeah, it's like they can't have him in the top 100 if they're holding true to their evaluation. Like at most, I think they'll have 8, maybe 9 in their top 100, and yeah, Bremner's a bit of ways down there. Personally, though, I think he's better than the 18th best.
I guess if you're the Angels, you're trying to bolster the whole farm system.
And I mean, I still think he is the upside to be a number 2, like in pretty decent odds of getting there. I think he got a little bit underrated because there's some fatigue with him, Tyler Bremner. Like he was really good last year, and didn't take a step forward this year, but he's still the same guy that was really consistent. 2 really good pitches, good command, projection. Like I do like that pick for the Angels, but it was at the same time unexpected. They probably could have gotten, but yeah, like you said, they're trying to maximize this and bolster their farm system overall. Yes, what is Seattle going to do? I don't think he did. I think he pitched 3 years straight.
Okay.
All right, Seattle, what are we doing?
Wasted my time.
All right. Yeah, Kate Anderson graphic to the trash. All right, so then I think at this point we will be shocked now if this is not Ethan Holiday. And Skylar in the chat mentioned Liam Doyle. I think Liam Doyle was probably expected to go number 2. So Liam Doyle being on the board, I just don't think he's the Rockies type of pitcher necessarily. I think he's a good candidate to go to the Pirates, Liam Doyle.
I'm nervous.
Ethan Holiday, guys. Let's manifest.
Yeah.
Drum roll, please. That's a good pick, though, for Seattle. I mean, I don't think that was like in their cards necessarily, but it's like the least risky pick. I don't think Anderson's ever gonna be like a great MLB pitcher, but I think he can be a number 3 that gives you like 3.5 ERA most seasons. So,
which in Seattle, that's going to be a 3 ERA.
Yeah, that is very true.
Is he like a Tyler Anderson?
Like honestly, it's not a terrible thought. I think Anderson, was the guy who was like struggling to throw 92, 93. Like Anderson can touch 96, 97. So in some ways, it's like a slightly more souped up Tyler Anderson. Like good pitchability, doesn't have that like weird leg delivery thing. Yeah. But in terms of getting some floor, I feel like that's a decent name to think about.
I just want to
take Seth Hernandez. Do you have a Seth Hernandez graphic ready, Lewis?
I do have that one ready.
Oh. I would be shocked if we do not see Ethan Holiday here. It was written
Irish graphic.
Wait, do I have what?
An Ike Irish graphic.
I do not have an Ike.
Okay.
I can make that.
I've heard that they actually they're interested in Ike Irish. Like from Baseball America said that today. Actually, they said Ike Irish is like a guy they're interested in. Probably in the event that like Ethan Holiday was taken and Kate Anderson maybe, but
ESPN guy said Ethan Holiday's the pick, and all the rumblings of it not being the pick was false information, deliberate false information is what.
I mean, maybe that report's deliberate false information.
True, you never know. Never know. Because Tyler Bremner, no one thought that would be there. So
I would be shocked. They are a team. They don't play around necessarily. Like either you know what they're doing or you don't. That's kind of the thing. They're not going to give you the idea that you do know it's coming.
Who's the worst player that could possibly be drafted by the Rockies right now? Like that's.
I mean, I want to just piss off Aaron, but also like be real. I think it's Ivar Cat. I'd prefer Ike Irish over Ivar Cat.
All right, yeah, that makes okay. I like that.
It was funny when Aaron misspelled his name, Lewis.
Yeah, you don't even know his name.
Yeah, I was surprised that he became a big Ivarcat guy in about 24 hours.
Dude, Passon keeps updating the same post. He keeps like correcting
Yes,
it, and it
I
keeps
got-
popping up as 1 second
Gosh.
ago.
I was so excited to.
Dude, I haven't been on like I'm curious what the Rockies people are saying on Twitter.
I want to know what the Angels people are saying on Twitter.
Yeah, no, they probably are pissed, but like if I was an Angels fan or a Nationals fan, I'd be patient with that. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've ever seen a draft though that the first 2 picks were like completely. I mean, Willits was the third guy. Like everyone thought it was Holiday, Anderson, or like possibly Willits. Pick 2, I don't think anyone was floating Bremner. So you had an unlikely number 1, and then you had like the most improbable number 2. Number 3 made sense. Did the Rockies, just decide to blow this up?
Well, number 3 made sense, but it didn't make sense because we all thought that'd be number 1.
Yeah, it wasn't expected, but it made sense.
I almost wonder, like, even like number 1, like, Willits is a great prospect. Like, number 1 is not terrible for Willits at all. But it's like if you were to say high schooler to the Nationals, everybody would have been like, "Oh, Ethan Holiday."
Yeah,
which that does kind of. I will say this essentially shows how useless betting odds are because the first 2 picks were not even on the betting odds radar.
Willits, I feel like should have been like top 4 at least.
Yeah,
but Bremner was like he was on there actually. He was any other player.
Any other player. He was actually high value, so maybe they were about that.
All right, here we go. Here comes Rob. Don't fail me now.
You will not be failed.
Yeah, that's cool. That's very fun.
Dude, I'm hyped.
Yeah, I mean,
you sound
dude has the upside to be like one of the best players hitters in the league, I should say. I don't know that he'll get there, but the upside it's sort of like that once in a couple years type of upside where it's just such an easy swing, so much power. Like that is the most fun addition possible.
Where was Charlie Condon ranked by MLB Pipeline last year?
I think he was either 1 or 2 gone. Let's see.
Because have we ever picked somebody that was ranked number 1?
Maybe. I probably not actually. I was thinking like possibly John Gray, but like that was the Chris Bryant year.
Right. No, that's really. This is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, this is something I kind of came around to later. Like I was a little bit like, okay, there's some risk with Holiday, but ultimately it's like just go for a player with elite upside like this. It's something that they haven't done a good job of like measuring those risks that they're going to take. Like the Benny Montgomery and the Riley Pint picks were like at the time it was like, okay, they're taking a ton of risk on. That's like there's a normal amount of risk, but like the upside is likely to be reached in some way at least. So,
and like the biggest concern is like the swing and miss, right?
What was that, Isaac?
His biggest concern is like his swing and miss.
Yeah.
Is that Ethan Holiday? And I feel like he has a good swing. He has really solid tools. Like it's not like a Benny Montgomery where there was a hitch in his swing from the get-go.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. This is big.
I mean, I think there's a chance that he's not like an elite hitter at the major league level. Like that he's like a 230 hitter, 320 on base. Like also, I think I said this to someone recently, like that I think his floor is like Ryan McMahon at the plate, which that doesn't sound great, but that's like a floor. That's not a bad floor to carry.
Right.
Because I think, because of that swing, he's going to be able to play into the power like immediately in the pros.
Do you have a ceiling comparison?
That's a tough one.
Barry Bonds?
I'm trying to think of left-handed. Yeah, I mean Barry Bonds, left-handed. I'm trying to think of some like left-handed infielders. I mean, in some ways, I don't think this is like a very good like comp necessarily, but ceiling-wise, I feel like a Corey. No, I wouldn't say Corey Seager because his like pure hit tool is a little bit more polished. I mean, in some ways, though, it's not the worst idea of a ceiling. No, is Corey Seager.
What about like a Carlos Gonzalez, right?
In some ways, yeah. I mean, the swing is definitely a little bit more similar, and the like actual underlying peripheral numbers might be a little bit more similar. Total output, though, I guess I get in thinking of position. I feel like Seager's a decent idea, but it's sort of like a combo of Cargo and Seager, like position. Yeah, I think those are two decent names to think about, though. But the hope is that he can keep that strikeout rate under like 25%. If that's the case, I don't think you're worried about anything that's really happening.
At the MLB level or like right out of the gate in pro ball?
I would say probably out of the gate because I think he's gonna get better, and that rate will kind of hold static like as he rises. I mean, it'd be great if he was lower 20s, but I think if he can sit around like 22 to 24 right out of the gate, I think that's a very good sign. And I don't think that's the highest bar to hit. So
outside of strikeouts, are there any other like results that you're looking for? Like, are you looking for home runs right away in like the Arizona Complex League or in Fresno when he eventually gets that call up? What is it that you're going to be looking for?
I would be. It's tough because we probably won't be able to get that information. I would just like to see how like the quality of contact. Which I guess is something you'll just have to actually see. But it'd really be that like if he's consistently getting like good wood on the ball, might not be like he's going to elevate the baseball at some point. So I want to see hard contact and like a decent amount of contact. That would be like, all right, the bat's going to translate. We don't have to worry about all these risks, all these extra things that are going on. I would say, but we won't be able to track that. So in some ways, it probably will be like, I mean, I'd like to see a couple home runs in his pro debut. That'd definitely be nice. Some guys, like, we saw with Charlie Condon, didn't come right away, the home runs. Even now, we've only seen a couple pro home runs from Charlie Condon. The Cardinals are making a pick right now.
I feel super relaxed now that we're off the clock.
Yeah. Liam Doyle to the Cardinals. That makes a lot of sense. I think that's a great pick for them. Nolan Arenado. I mean, Nolan probably won't be in St. Louis much longer. But that gives St. Louis a chance for like a rotation resurgence. Yeah, I wish with Holiday, there's like, I mean, all the data that you could possibly find on Holiday is like kind of out there. So I'm going to do a tweet storm.
Yeah, I mean, this Holiday thing has been like a year in the making, so it's not in terms of like number one prospect. Everybody knows the name Ethan Holiday.
Yeah. Oh, it's also the third round as well today.
Yeah, we don't long.
Yeah, going through. Yeah, I think it's like pick 10 something, like early 100s. They're going to go through.
Okay.
And I think we're going to have. I'm not positive. I think we're going to have a guest joining us in a sec.
Ethan Holiday? No.
Yeah. So we will see on that. I mean, now's the point in the draft. We kind of get to just kick back a little bit.
It's awesome.
It's a good time to catch up on some things. Like I guess the gear graphics were already pre-ready.
Well, I'm making the tool graphic right now.
Oh yeah, okay.
Should have been ready, but
I mean,
so
like, Oh, he's going to Pittsburgh?
Oh, I don't know, but that'd be a really fun.
He fits there. He does fit there. Like like Paul Skeens, Bubba Chandler, just the super high profile athletes. Like that's their whole. And Connor Griffin last year. Like that's what they go after. So
like Jared Jones as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Like they're gonna chase that kind of upside. So I think
they would pick.
I think Hernandez makes the most sense unless they want to go for like a Jamie Arnold. We talked about that at the very beginning. If they want to go a little bit under slot or stick closer to slot, I feel like now we're in the Seth Hernandez is going to require your full slot, maybe even like a couple percent above that. So it's a little bit tricky with high schoolers like that when their range starts to kind of go down a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be the smartest pick for them now. All right.
Tyler, how many times have you had to bail on plans because of the MLB draft?
Fortunately, this year I don't think I really had to because I was like moving today, so it was like moving was what I was doing today. But in reality, MLB draft. So
are you ever not
a couple
moving?
times?
I feel like every time you're on a pod, you're moving.
This week I've been moving for the last like 4 days. I decided to not pay movers, and that was kind of regrettable. But otherwise, I had been in place for 2 years before this, so that was kind of nice. Because moving sucks, and I never want to do it again. Except I inevitably will at some point soon. So. Oh yeah, we should check the waiting room.
Gotcha. I don't see anyone in there.
Okay, it'll probably pop in soon. I'm gonna try to knock out this holiday write up a little bit. Hey, yeah, that's 3 years in a row that the final mock draft has been right. Not it's really like I think everyone would have said Ethan Holiday this year, so can't take much credit in expecting that.
Perfect.
But we're gonna go 4 for 4 next year.
Who's I don't want to look too far into the future, but who you got on the board next year?
I mean, unfortunately, we don't get to really think about too many of the top guys because we're picking 10th or 11th, whatever. But next year's class is kind of nutty, frankly.
That you know what that means, Tyler? Pick 10, we have to be locked in because the board is wide open. We have to cover so many more players.
No, it's true. And there goes Seth Hernandez to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
But no, we're gonna be like heads on a swivel next year. But yeah, wow, that is the most Pirates pick ever. It's crazy to think what they could be in a couple years, like Paul Skeens, Bubba Chandler, Connor Griffin, Seth Hernandez, Jared Jones also. I mean, they're just loaded with athleticism.
It's so fun to think about.
Yeah, it's crazy because I feel like their process generally is so good, but they have not stumbled into results. I think a lot of people feel like they're doing the right things, but it just is not. It's not clicking.
All right. And a lot of people talk about trading those top end guys like Paul Skeens, but I don't know if you're the Pirates and you have that much depth and have that much quality in your system still. I just don't know why you'd want to get rid of that core group of pitchers, right? That's a completely different conversation, but if I'm a Pirates fan, I don't want Paul Skeens or Bubba Chandler, whoever else, to be moved or to be out of the system.
Yeah, I mean, you get a chance in 2 years to have the best rotation in baseball. You have probably the best pitcher in baseball in 2 years in Paul Skeens, if he's not already there. And Bubba Chandler has some things to iron out, but I think he'll be a very good pitcher within the next 2 years. So you throw in Seth Hernandez, he's probably like 3 years away. But yeah, that's I kind of wish the Rockies were in a position. I mean, everyone wishes they had Paul Skeens, but even Bubba Chandler and Seth Hernandez, I would love
Jacob Mizorowski.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fun too. he could have been had at some point. I forget who we took over. I think we picked someone like 2 spots before the Brewers took him in 2022. I think he was drafted.
What's up, Patrick?
What's up, y'all? How we doing today? Feeling good about Ethan Holiday or what?
We're doing really good.
Yeah, that put us all at ease. We were going into that a little bit, like starting to panic after seeing those first 3 picks. Kate Anderson made sense there after seeing what happened, but those first 2 picks, I don't think anyone was expecting that, especially the Angels going way down the board. It had us panicking a little bit that things were not as the Rockies had planned, but we're at ease now.
Yeah, I think a couple hours before the Nationals were on the clock, it sounded like Eli Willits was going to be that guy. I don't know that this morning that was necessarily the case, but I heard some of you guys talking about lowest under slot deals last year. Travis Bazzana, first overall to Cleveland. He was about $1.6 million under the slot value for that. You had a couple years ago, Kumar Rocker, which was somewhat of a surprise pick against for the Rangers. That was $2 million under. So Willits will still get more money than what Ethan Holiday has gotten. Tyler Bremner, that one is really the one of like, okay, like if you were holding this draft on January 1st versus even July 1st, that would have made a little bit more sense. But that's the Angels for you, I guess. And so my question to you guys would be, what's more exciting? And maybe it is pretty lopsided, but they might be closer than they should be. What's more exciting? Just having a player of his pedigree and arguably, and a lot of people would take this argument, that he was the best player in this draft. Is it just better to have that, or is it better to have the sustenance that comes with the storyline of Ethan Holiday, son of Matt Holiday, getting taken by the Rockies 4th overall right now in this, not just the worst season in Rockies history, but in the worst season for a fan in the history of being a baseball fan? Which one has more meat on the bones? Which one are you maybe more happier about today, at least?
Lewis,
I said to them before, I said, taking Ethan Holiday, you kind of win regardless, because if Ethan Holiday doesn't work out, then you can just say, oh, well, that's Matt Holliday's boy. We have, we cherish Matt Holiday. We have so many good memories of Matt Holiday. So there's already an excuse for the front office if this doesn't work out. And plus, he's the number 1 player on a lot of people's boards. So it's just great to have that last name back. We joked about it with Jackson Holiday. We didn't get him. But it does kind of feel surreal that we lost the lottery and still got our guy.
And I mean, I kind of agree in that the namesake there is huge, and the excitement that'll come with a player like that. I mean, that's what was needed right now, beyond anything else. And we were talking like Holiday is a great prospect, and we're stoked about that. But there definitely is a little bit more risk there than you might like in some of these first round guys. Like I was saying, Eli Willits, I think a lot less risk, a lot less upside too. But so there's something there with Holiday where you're like, okay, the player is fantastic, but there's also some risk, and to take comfort in that risk, it's Ethan Holiday. So I think you're fine taking off that gamble, knowing you get the super fun storyline to follow, hopefully for a long time, and not just kind of this flash in the pan situation. Like hopefully he's a long time notable player for the Rockies, but that story is going to be fantastic for a long time. And there goes potential Rockies target we talked about. See, I think he was rising in the betting odds, which I don't think hold a ton of value, but second in the odds before the draft started, Ivar Arquette goes to the Marlins at 7. So Aaron's guy right there, and someone that I said was my least desirable player at pick 4 if we were not to take Ethan Holiday. So Marlins are taking that on.
The positive headlines that come from Ethan Holiday, one could surmise or dream upon and say, well, how much is this going to help Bill Schmidt, Dick Monfort, the Rockies front office in going out and and doing what they need to do, which is just selling off the parts that need to be sold off and trying to get something for it. It might not really be that much given the fact that the upside for a lot of their players that are on the trading block, so to speak, really aren't going to bring back a ton. So if you do turn around and you trade more on the high end of like 4 and 5 guys, like we saw in 2023, they might at least think that, well, we're still getting a ton of great Ethan Holiday headlines right now. So that's good. Whereas if this doesn't work out and they go with somebody else that they're going to be excited about, still the 4th overall pick, even if it's Seth Hernandez, you got a bunch of wonderful headlines. But now are you going to err on that side of we're just going to maybe make 2 smaller trades so that we check off that box at the trade deadline? I'm wondering if that's part of the rationale that sometimes the Rockies front office can have about thinking about those optics more than they should, because when they think about the optics, they end up being worse for the wear in the long run of like, oh, we've got this really bad Chris Bryant contract because we were focused maybe on something we shouldn't have been in the first place and doing the little things well. So I'm curious if this gives them that boost and the pat on the back of like, hey, you know what? Maybe we can do a little bit more. Maybe we're capable of doing a little bit more without getting as much criticism. And maybe we should shoot for the moon and really try to trade off all of these expiring assets.
Yeah, and I think it does provide some comfort, like a blanket almost for what's going to happen. Whatever does happen, it might not reach the expectations or the standards that should be set out for this front office. But like you said, they get to go behind this curtain. Ethan Holiday gives them a little bit more leeway, perhaps. So at least from an optical perspective, maybe things have been set in motion already, that like a directive, kind of how things are supposed to go, that can't be changed at this point. But I think you do raise a good point though, of like what does this mean for? I mean, if they took anyone other than Ethan Holiday there, it would be all hell has broken loose. And to think that things could get worse for Rockies fans, that could have happened. They kind of corked that, at least for a little bit. So we'll see kind of how that does play out now.
Are we ready to sell off our firstborn child for pick 44 yet, or is it a little early for that, Tyler?
I mean, I would love to see pick 44 right now, but yeah. Last year, it's crazy to think. Yeah, last year, had a different feel to it. I was ready to do that last year, but not quite feeling that selling off the name rights right now.
It's a little early, yeah, for sure. It's interesting. There was a graphic that Baseball America put out about their top ranked player going into each year's draft, and dating back to 2013 with John Gray. So I think that. I forget what the number was, maybe 13 years, perhaps, like if you include this year. And now that Ethan Holiday is a Rocky, 4 of the last 13 drafts, according to Baseball America, their number 1 ranked player landed with the Rockies. John Gray in 2013, Brendan Rodgers in 2015, and then the last 2 years, Charlie Condon and Ethan Holiday.
I thought, and not because like based on the draft, obviously, I thought you might have been including a Mickey Moniak in there, but I don't think he was considered by really anyone to be the best player in. That was the 2016 draft. I don't quite remember that, but I thought maybe you were going to include a Mickey Moniak in there as someone who's ended up with the Rockies since.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys discussed it, but I'd floated this idea to you, Tyler, and I'm curious, Lewis and Isaac, what do you guys have to say about it? I'm wondering if, the powers that be that were in that room, in the war room, had a conversation, and maybe it wasn't very long, but do the Rockies essentially punt on their pick this year? Do they draft a player that they know they can't sign, or draft a player that they know wants a certain dollar amount, so that when they hit him with something under slot saying, hey, our goal is to sign you under slot, maybe something got lost in translation, those things would never even come out. I don't even know how you would effectively do that. But if you could, all on the up and up, legally, draft someone at number 4, not sign this player, you still have to offer them something. You still have to put out an offer. You can't just get the pick. But you draft someone that you are not going to sign in 2025 in order to get the 5th overall pick next year, coupled with the 10th overall pick, coupled with a competitive balance round A pick that you're also going to get next year. And maybe after seeing what the Orioles were able to do with a former Rockies relief pitching prospect and acquire a draft pick in the competitive balance round, which you can go out there and trade. And maybe we've got a new GM at this point next year. Was there any curious if there was that conversation, if anyone had that idea, or if that conversation even occurred at all? I would just be curious, because that wouldn't be great for this year, but it's a little par for the course in a year in which, there wasn't a clear-cut number one player. So you're kicking the can down the road, but maybe you like next year's draft class a little bit better, and you like the fact that you could have guaranteed 3 picks in the top 35, maybe even 4 in the top 35, 2 in the top 10, and all the bonus pool money that comes with that. You might be able to kick off your next GM regime with a real bang, but that's another year that you have to wait. What are your thoughts on a concept like that? Do you think they discussed it? And would that be almost tanking 2.0? Like you can't necessarily do that now, but maybe that's the next iteration of trying to game the system.
Yeah, I brought that up to Tyler during our draft pod. I kind of jokingly said, if we can't get Holiday, I threw it out there. Then, of course, Tyler came with some smart guy stuff. Like the Players Association would probably be against that. And I'm sure there's a whole bunch of stuff getting in the way of that. But I did say, if we didn't get our guy, and we're looking at the board, and we don't think anyone's worth this draft pick. Why not stack up next year? And like you said, just give maybe a new GM, give them a bunch of assets to go out there and really change the future of this team. Granted, we got Ethan Holiday, so that conversation isn't being had, but it is definitely something that, we saw, I think the Angels have like a 2nd round pick this year because of the comp pick they got from last year. So it is something that I wonder if a team will do once or twice.
And something interesting with, I shouldn't even put this out there, but you still have to sign Ethan Holiday. And we expect that to be an overslot selection at this point. And so that's where I'm sure that the dollar figures were known, and I'm sure they're going to be met. But you do have to hit that. And I think Ethan Holiday, unless he's probably going to have the new signing bonus record for the MLB Draft, which would require him to eclipse Charlie Condon from last year. I would imagine Eli Willits not hitting $9.25 million. I think that's a big reason the Nationals took him. The Rockies do have to figure that out. So, hey, that 5th pick next year is not out of the question yet until Ethan Holiday signs. So,
yeah, the value is 8.77 million. So you'd have to go up by a full million to make up. And because their next pick is so far down at 44, I don't know how you're going to do that. Maybe if you shave basically $500,000 off of, 2 of the next 3 picks coming up here on day 1, you could do that. But that's also a strategy that the Rockies don't typically employ. They prefer quantity more so over quality, right? That's why they've never really been major players on the international free agent market for like the top players, because they'd rather spread that around and get a few guys for $1 million, $2 million, whatever it may be, versus going out there and getting a Vlad Guerrero Jr. and saying, hey, here's our entire international signing bonus pool. Like, here's all of it, but we know we're going to be getting a future all-star and MVP. And the Blue Jays, put their money where their mouth is, and that ended up paying off. Whereas the Rockies are more about quantity than quality. So that would be a different approach. I'm certainly not opposed to it. And maybe this is one of those years where, because you've got, those 2 picks clustered together, what is it, 44, then 47, something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe you can get away with that a little bit, because once you are now off of the true top of the class, now they're all very closely related, and you make 4 phone calls and say, we'll take you at this price point that, you were expected to go maybe 65. We're going to take you at 44 or 47 if you sign at this value, which is pretty much what you would have gotten anyway. And, they end up winning. They're getting the 65th maybe best prospect versus the 44th, but overall they feel good about it. So that would be that would show some creativity on their part, and it's not that much of a stretch to think that they would do something different that way. So it very well could be possible in order to get Ethan Holiday potentially $9.7 million in a signing bonus.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting because last year we saw 2 overslots, Charlie Condon and Brody Brecht. And then I talked about it earlier with Blake Wright, got $400,000 underslot in the 4th round, which kind of made that back up. We also went underslot with a couple other guys. And then one thing I also point out, we all kind of hear the rumblings with Bill Schmidt. Like, it also seems like, firings are happening around the team. If you're Bill Schmidt, you're looking at Ethan Holiday as kind of like almost like a golden ticket, right? Like, if you get Ethan Holiday, fan morale goes up. Everybody looks at this way differently now, this farm system. This is the number 1 prospect in Baseball America. I don't know where he's going to be in the top 100, but he's definitely going to be in the top half. If I'm Bill Schmidt, I'm looking at Ethan Holiday as almost like I have to get this guy if I want to keep my job, because I just think the energy around the Rockies right now is a lot higher now that we got Ethan Holiday versus, granted, there's other really talented players. The last name Holiday, though, I think carries a lot of weight.
Yeah. Again, like, I don't know. I'm younger than a lot of Rockies fans. I saw Matt Holliday in 2018. Like, I wasn't there for his regime with the Rockies. So the last name doesn't have as much impact for me. But again, as you were saying, Patrick, about the number 1 overall prospect, I think for me that holds a lot more weight than the name alone, because he's a quality guy and quality plus kind of guy. Like, he is definitely there. I don't know what question I'm even answering right now, but in that ballpark, Patrick, I think Ethan is a good baseball player.
That's podcasting 101. Yes, and yeah, and what I was thinking was, and then you go with it, and no one really even knows if you answered the question, if you ignored the question, if you totally botched the question. It's podcasting 101. Just go with it. Isaac, great, and then we can also edit this down, and chop it up. Yeah. Great point, Isaac. Bottom line is the player that they got was the number 1 prep high school shortstop in this draft class. The fact that his last name is Holiday is only a bonus, right? Is only for someone like me in the media of oh, all right, there's extra meat on this bone. Whereas, the remaining 1.1 million that come through the gates for the final 2.5 months of the season at Coors Field, they probably don't care about that all that much, and they're looking at the win-loss record, they're looking at the box score, and it's like, okay, this guy is on the way. Hey, that's a cool story, but they're not really thinking about Ethan Holiday for a while. Hopefully this week, because the Rockies will be back with 3 games starting next Friday against Minnesota. Then you got Nolan Arenado coming. So, are they going to wait to do that for the St. Louis series, or are they going to want to kick things off with a bang immediately on Friday, have Ethan Holiday show up? He'll talk with us a little bit tonight on Zoom, and we'll get to pick his brain just a little bit. Do any of y'all think that with Ethan Holiday coming to the Colorado Rockies and presumably signing, we don't see it very often that a player this high does not sign? That's part of the conversation. There's no, for lack of the term, dicking around when it comes to getting drafted and then, no, I am going to go to college instead and not sign. But does anyone think that a guy with a really good coaching pedigree and who was already signed to be a bench coach with the St. Louis Cardinals, does anybody think that we could see Matt Holliday on the Rockies coaching staff as soon as next season?
I mean, that is, a very interesting possibility, and something I think we've all been waiting to find that next generation of Rockies coaches, and we're seeing some guys this year. Jordan Pacheco seems to be making an impact of some kind. I think it's Nick Wilson is the assistant hitting coach right now. I mean, who knows exactly where the credit lies for taking a all-time bad offense and making it slightly less all-time bad. Those guys have certainly improved their stock just across the league of, okay, this guy belongs, on a coaching staff of some kind. Warren Schaefer has made a name for himself. You'd hope there's a lot more change though to come, regardless of what happens. And so, yeah, Matt Holliday, I bet he'll get a call. and I bet he's been involved in this process pretty extensively with Jackson. Going to the Orioles and now Ethan going to Colorado. I'm sure he's talked to those teams quite a bit as a bit of a pseudo representative. So I'm sure he's been in touch with the Rockies a lot and now has reason to kind of want to go back. So that's fun to think about.
Is he getting a phone call from the Rockies, or is he just getting a handover? All right, Ethan, have a good one. All right, we'll see you soon. Oh, before you go, can you just put your pops on? Is it a handover, or is it a proper individual phone call just to him?
It's funny that I do wonder, like, if you're Matt Holliday, how like involved are you in this process? Like, your kids have agents too, but you almost wonder, like, is Matt the one kind of orchestrating some of this behind the scenes, or is he like, these kids, I raised them, that's all I'm gonna do, and then get the handover.
Hey, Patrick or Tyler, can I sell you guys on another Rockies legend son, class of 2032, Taz Tulowitzki?
I think the Rockies have a huge scouting presence at the Taz games already. They've got a lot of resources to go around to scout 7 years out. So I think he's top of their 2032 board.
Gotta look that far.
A lot of people will knock the Rockies for having the smallest analytics department and maybe not investing as much as they should behind the scenes. But what most people don't know is that their elementary school scouting department is actually the largest in MLB. Not this. I'm joking. I need to say this sometimes. I don't know when I'm being sarcastic. But yeah, why not make that one happen?
Yeah, someone's gonna put this they're gonna quote you on Twitter and be like, "I heard Patrick said that elementary scouting department."
And they're just gonna do ... It's like, no, the ... was the just kidding part. Don't quote me on that. I'll just say it's gonna be AI. My account got hacked. It's AI. Whatever the excuses that you want, that's it. I was on a lot of NyQuil. There you go. Let's do that one. Oh man, I just been under the weather. Some kind of summer flu.
Tyler,
what I hear though is the elementary scouting is coming along well though. Patrick has reported here now. Frankly though, their scouting department, I will give some. They have some good people in the scouting department, so I'm sure they're out at Taz games, spending their time very effectively.
Patrick Saunders tweeted, Ethan Holliday born in 2007, same year of October, which I don't know if it makes. I wasn't there for October. I was live, but I wasn't there. So
same year that Matt Holliday was voted second overall in MVP voting. And if you go back and look and you see who was on the Rockies that year, and you look at who was on the Phillies that year, and you say, I think Matt Holliday was way more valuable or more important to the Rockies than Jimmy Rollins was. Again, that's MVP DNA, quite literally streaming and coursing through your system right there with Ethan Holliday, a guy who's a lot bigger, a lot physical. We'll find out. And I'm sure you guys will talk plenty more about it. Is this a player that's going to move off of shortstop over to third base? We'll find out. He's going to have plenty of opportunity to stick there at shortstop. Cal Ripken was a guy that at the time, just shortstops were never that big. Corey Seager coming out of the draft out of high school, that was the conversation that he would eventually have to move over to third base. Look at Ellie De La Cruz. He's too tall to even be a first baseman. Also a joke, but that lets you know how tall and lanky he is, and yet he's still playing shortstop. So, I think it'll be fun to see him out there defensively. Is it? I don't know if I'm getting too far ahead, but is he going to go out to Fresno at some point by the end of this year? Is it going to be more Arizona Complex League? That's what I think it'll be. But even still, there's a lot of meat on the bone for what are the next steps and stages. And I think the fact that his last name is Holiday, I think just gives it a little bit more weight, especially for a couple of the casual Rockies fans who will just be almost inundated with the fact that this isn't Ethan that got selected 4th overall. It's a Holiday that got selected 4th overall. It's really both of those things. But still, I think that again, that is something in the headlines that's going to have a lot of value for the Rockies going forward and help them through this struggling period, at least for right now. He's going to go away. He's going to play in the minors. He's going to struggle like all minor leaguers do. And then he's going to be great. And, it's going to take time for it to really come to fruition. But for right now, this was a nice thing where, you have the Rockies losing on Sunday, their 74th loss of the season, more losses in the history of baseball before the All-Star break. All-Star game didn't start until 1933, but let's forget about that. Most losses ever before the All-Star break. 52 games under 500 already, but the day ends with the fact that Ethan Holiday is going to be a member of the Colorado Rockies. And for the next 4 days, this is the only time I think anybody can say this definitively. The next 4 days, I and everybody in here is confident the Rockies will not lose a game.
I don't know. That's a little bold.
Are you predicting a Goodman injury? How are the Rockies going to lose? How are the Rockies going to have to take an L in the next 4 days? Tyler,
Holiday is to go to Stillwater and play for Oklahoma State.
I mean, I feel like they unironically are taking losses every day in some way. So every day you might be getting a little bit further behind the gun.
And then I'm going to talk about Patrick's point. If we see him in Fresno at the end of this year, last year Connor Smith and Bryce Rayner were the first two position high schoolers off the board. High schoolers in general, both of them did not play the rest of the year, and then they started 2025 in single A. So I wonder if it's going to be the same slate for Ethan Holiday.
Were they? I can't remember. Did they go to the Complex League at all?
No, the Complex League ends here soon, right?
Yeah, that I guess is the crazy thing is that they
don't have very
changed the timing of the Complex League. So I think maybe guys get to play the last week or so of the Complex, because I mean I know Charlie Condon played a little bit there last year. I think a lot of guys will make it, but if you're on the high school learning curve, it might take you an extra couple of weeks for the team to be, okay with you getting in game before, they've really evaluated you in there. I mean, I'm sure he's going to go to Arizona regardless, whether that lines up with getting game time or not. Because, I think to your point, Lewis, a lot of guys that get drafted out of high school don't end up playing full season affiliated ball. So until the year after the draft. So we might have to wait in Fresno till next season, but hopefully we get a couple ACL. I mean, that would not be fun to have to wait now, 8 months on an Ethan Holiday debut. That's not what the people want.
And I think with Matt being there as his father, it's like, hey, let's get this thing started. If it's 3 games, it's 3 games. And if he goes 0 for 9, he goes 0 for 9. Who cares? It's 3 games. Like, let's get this thing started. If it is right. I mean, they very well may want to shut things down. And then that's that. And then more likely than not does start next year at Fresno. Maybe he starts the year in the Arizona Complex League. And then maybe by May, like we've got a long way to go until, we see that come to fruition, because that can be hard. That jump from high school ball to then totally shut down. So you're not even getting, the feeling of a long year. Because even if you shut down the high school games or the amateur circuit that can continue into late June, you're getting a little bit of a break. And then if you say play Arizona Complex League in years past, that's still a long season. You got a nice break in the middle, but it's still a long year to go from, shutting it all down virtually and competitive games in the beginning of July, and then having to then go out for 6 months starting in April. That could be a lot, but it is Ethan Holiday. These guys are ready for pro ball. I think a lot quicker. High school players make that jump to the majors, a lot quicker than ever before in the past. So my money would probably be on Fresno to start the beginning of next year versus something like High A Spokane, which we saw Charlie Condon, who, as Lewis pointed out, was a Division I guy more than a high school player. So I don't think it's as reasonable to have him skip a level as soon as he begins next year.
It's also easier if you were to put him in single A this year. It's much easier for a position player than a pitcher. You almost always want to sit the pitcher for the rest of the season just to make sure. I'm sure he's going to be in the ACL. I know after the ACL ends, they still do like scrimmages with other teams. So he's almost certainly going to get game time there, and maybe Winter League. I don't know if there's age restrictions in the Winter League, but maybe there.
Yeah, he'll play somewhere behind the scenes, and whether it's Winter League or like he'll be getting reps constantly. So just hopefully that's sooner than later, though. I would love to just – I think they will give him some time in the ACL this year. Like they'll give him kind of that faster track maybe that you give on a high school guy to get him into the ACL, get his feet wet. That seems – the Rockies seem to be about symbolism in a lot of ways, and I feel like it'd be symbolic to let the guy play a couple of games, even if it doesn't really, make an impact on his development as a player. So kind of feels like that might be the way things turn out. But I think they kind of need a good storyline here as well. When you think about Charlie Condon last year and that momentum hit a wall, that you drafted him, home run king, struggling right out of the gate with a thumb kind of hand injury, goes into spring training, breaks his wrist. Some Rockies fans, I'm sure, forgot about Charlie Condon. And he hasn't exactly blown the doors off since coming back. Healthy, he's been good, but kind of want a first round pick to just carry some momentum, and that's something. Again, optics are going to play a factor in what the Rockies are doing this year. So it might get Ethan Holiday in some ACL games.
I got to ask you guys a question real quick, kind of a what if, or what happens first? Do we see Tyler Brumner get an MLB strikeout, or do we see Ethan Holiday with a home run in Fresno? Which one happens first?
That's pretty funny. I mean, it's just weird because Tyler Bremner does not feel like the bullpen guy. Like I think everyone thought they were going to take Liam Doyle because he has shades of like Garrett Crochet to him, who was in an MLB bullpen like a couple months after being drafted. They take a guy who his whole pedigree is that he's got control and command of his arsenal. He's got 3 quality pitches. It's not, I mean, Liam Doyle has a big arsenal too, but Tyler Bremner doesn't seem like the guy you want to shove in a bullpen right now. So I think that makes that a toss-up, truly.
Yeah, on the surface, hitting a home run in low A versus a pitcher making his major league debut when they're from the same draft class, feel like they're miles and miles apart. So Ethan Holiday would be the easy guess, but Lewis, what I think you're going for here is the fact that he's taken by the Angels, who are only 2 games under 500, and we know that they quickly promote their guys that they draft. And so if Ethan Holiday is not going to Fresno until the beginning of next year, I mean, Bremner's got 2.5 months to maybe make an impact, and maybe he is better suited.
I mean, plus you have a couple weeks in the beginning of the season next year too to get that going.
Yeah.
Well, and here's something interesting. They had a player from their draft class last year make his pro debut in the majors, and Ryan Johnson. He didn't pitch in the minors until after his debut in the major leagues. So the Angels do angel in some pretty peculiar ways. Start a guy on the major league roster and then send him to high A. I wonder how many times that's ever happened.
I would I'll take Tyler Bremner on that one. I will. After looking at all the details, that's a not necessarily a pro Angels pick. That's just the reality of how they operate and how they might use to or choose to utilize him sooner than later. So that would be wild to think about, but yeah, I mean that's a reality of playing the what if game. And will we see Ethan Holiday next year in Philadelphia at the 2026 Futures game? Is that that might be too quick? Because again, we're talking about Charlie Condon doing it, batting cleanup on Saturday for the National League, but and he just got to Double A, but still a Double A player. And even if he was still in High A Spokane, and they waited to promote him after the Futures game, like they did last year with Chase Dollander, you could understand that. That's fine. This is a Division I bat that's there. He's putting up big numbers in High A. He's going to be fine against those, best of the best prospects around Major League Baseball. A little bit different when it comes to a high school pick. I think more reasonable would be spring breakout, which we know is a prospect game, but that's exciting to think about too. Ethan Holiday playing shortstop,
in the Rockies uniform.
And wearing the Rockies uniform. That's right.
And not to interrupt and sidetrack, we got an NL West draft pick just now. The San Francisco Giants take Gavin Keelan from Tennessee, who some people we're very high on him, and his numbers this year were fantastic. So that is a potential Rockies killer in the future. Gavin Keelan, shortstop, probably play second base at the MLB level, but he had an 1,100 OPS this year with 30 walks to 27 strikeouts. That is your new guy to watch in the division. And
through 13 picks in this year's draft, everyone is either a pitcher or a shortstop.
Wait, that's crazy, actually.
2 straight Gavins as well.
Yeah, like a huge prep shortstop class.
Breaking news, according to Lewis: 2 straight Gavins.
2 straight Gavins.
That's your Jeff Passan tweet. For the first time in MLB draft history, we have back-to-back Gavins.
I mean, I'm sure in like the 44th round back in the day, there was back-to-back Gavins.
In the 44th round back in the day, people weren't named Gavin. So
that's true.
Are we thinking Gavin Turley goes number 14 now?
Maybe.
Make it 3 straight.
Surprise underslot for the Rays. Is that the next best Gavin? I feel like there might be more Gavins.
There's only 3 in the pipelines draft board. So
it's actually funny that also they're
if you're
back
looking for
to
the
back.
community, Next Best Gavin would be a fantastic spin-off podcast where you are highlighting the most obscure draft prospects and minor leaguers around. And Lewis, you could lean into that too, because I can imagine with graphics and posts of like Kyson Witherspoon is the highest drafted Kyson in MLB draft history, dating back to 1965. Like, oh, that's true. I mean, it's a slightly less enjoyable Jay Kuda, but it's still like, hey, that's your niche. That would be great.
There's only one Jay Kuda though, so
you'd be Jay Kuda MILB.
Yeah.
So to speak. I mean, lean into it. Why not? We've got back-to-back Gavins, folks, like position player pitching. As soon as there's back-to-back Gavins, everyone's going to immediately think about you, Lewis, and that's going to be your brand. Like that.
I want to be the name guy.
You're the name guy. Yes.
There are some fun names coming up. Slater DeBrune is my favorite name in this draft. Fun to say. Feels a little French.
Well, Lewis, here's a good piece of information for you. He's actually a musical artist. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Slater DeBrune. I'm blanking on what his artist name is, but he makes music.
No way.
You might be. Yeah, you might have found your new favorite artist. Pretty interesting to be I think he hasn't released in a while because he decided to focus on baseball.
That's what you want out of a prospect, though.
Well, he just picked up one new subscriber on his SoundCloud.
Dude, it's Lil Slay.
Multi-talented. Yeah, that's right. I guess, I think that's what his actual nickname is as well.
Is that actually what it is?
Lil Slay.
Yeah, it's Lil Slay.
Slater DeBrune.
What's Jose Iglesias' performing name?
Oh, I forgot.
Is it just Jose Iglesias?
It might just. Is it just Jose Iglesias?
Candelita was like, I think, the name of his album. That was also his nickname too. Which I can't remember what that represents. If that that's where he was from, or it's like little. I think it means little, and then his dad was something.
Lil Slay.
Yeah, then how many former Rockies have had a musical career? I mean, to my knowledge, it might only be Jose Iglesias, right?
We've also got Jose Reyes. Jose Reyes. It goes by La Lame Laza.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Music guy?
I don't know if he has recently, but I think that explains a bit of his Rockies tenure as he was starting to transition into the music game a little bit more. And
how's that transition been going? He's had a decade to transition.
I mean, I know he's had a couple of songs I think that actually did okay. So I would make a joke about his baseball career not being as good as his music, but his baseball career was good. He has 200,000 subscribers on YouTube on his music page, Jose Reyes. So pretty
2001, am I right, Lewis?
I'm on Lil Slay right now with 245 monthly listeners. So I'm sure that will go up tremendously by the end of tonight.
At least 256.
So here, Jose Reyes has a song with 8.4 million views on YouTube. Big time. He's big time.
Can you pull up the lyrics and read every single one for us, Tyler?
Let's see if I can.
Can you just karaoke it? Actually,
Yeah. That'll be very, very seamless.
I heard Patrick's really good at beatboxing, so he might have a beat for you.
All right. Well, I got a trivia question for you. What former Rocky was referenced? Could there be more than one? Maybe, but I only know of one former Rocky that was referenced in a Jay-Z song. Name that Rocky.
That's
James Pazos.
Tulowitzki, because it can
You
rhyme.
got the
with
right
words.
initials, Isaac. You got the right initials.
wow.
Like both?
Yeah, JP.
What?
Juan Pierre.
Lewis.
Nice.
That's right.
That does make sense. He is a
Do I
he's
get
a
the
cultural.
assist for
Well, he's a
that?
Marlin too. That's why I won a World Series. So
He's got that
I think maybe
swagger.
it's not.
That's it. Yeah, that is a good call out. Both the trivia and the answer. That's
Yes.
I don't.
James Pazos poll.
Not bad. He's the one guy that never gave me an interview when I wanted to. And it was like, James, I'm going to write something nice. You're pitching well. You're a reliever. Not a ton of people are really invested in you, but you're playing well. And nope, he just was not having it. The only guy that just essentially refused. Nice, in a nice way, but did not want to talk to me whatsoever. So
Was that his
Well-
2019 season?
whenever he was with the Rockies, I don't know if it was 19 or it would have been. Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah.
It would have been 19.
I mean, here's
a
the
really-
thing, and I don't want to throw him under the bus. That you may have been the last person to ask him for an interview while he was at the major league level. So he didn't realize that might have been the case.
That was his shot.
He had
How
a
he's
crazy
stuck with guys like
10
me
games.
asking for interviews.
If you're not good to a person like me, I mean, the powers that be will see that and notice and say, this is not a guy we want in our clubhouse. Come on.
Ooh.
Triple A.
It's the Patrick Lyons test.
I think we might need to start placing bets when we're going to see a non-pitcher or shortstop taken. Or we got another one.
We got another one.
Cheers.
Ike Irish is going to be the first one.
Red Sox. I mean, yeah, we got. I mean, obviously there's pitchers. There's definitely some more shortstops as well. So this could go to like pick 20. I could see that being possible.
Wow, Jace Levilett's really fallen off the board in terms of a couple months ago.
Yeah, that was a preseason number one. I don't know that there's been a preseason number one fall off as hard as Jace Laviolette. Like,
Yeah.
went from number one to potentially falling out of the first round.
Tyler Bremner could have kind of fit in that category a little bit. I mean, he had an okay season, but he was that guy that was supposed to jump up. Actually, if you're talking about guys that might have been number one overall coming into a year and then dropping a lot, Chase Dollander. I mean, he was the guy that was supposed to be number one going into 2023, fudges with that slider and then ends up falling to 9, which, you know, I think there's probably been other guys where that's you've fallen that much, because if you're number one at the beginning of year, other than like a Tommy John surgery or something, you can really only expect to fall so much, right? And for him, it was just more an adjustment or tweak on something, which we saw him make that adjustment pretty quickly and bounce back. And the Rockies got a nice little steal in 2023, who, again, depending on what Baseball America list you want to look at, I mean, that could be another one of those, you know, number one overall pick, at least entering the year versus entering the draft in the summertime.
I almost wonder if it was a little bit of prospect fatigue, because it was him and Paul Skeens came on and kind of did his thing at LSU. We all know that. And he didn't have a bad year, Chase Dollander, but it wasn't the year prior. So I guess we were really lucky to see him drop down to 9.
But I mean, on that topic though, of first round, or like number one guys falling, and Jace Laviolette, any chance that he's on the board at 44? That would be kind of funny if preseason number one, which I don't think it's crazy to think he'll fall out of the first round. He might go in the next, you know, he could go in the next 10 picks. He could also go in the next 30. So could make it to 44. And that would be another fun storyline for the Colorado Rockies, that you have another one of the best collegiate players of this century, at least, making it to the Rockies for the year after Charlie Condon.
We know the Rockies are usually late to trends. And when you had the Blue Jays and, 2019. So it's now six years ago. But they had all of those former sons of big leaguers, from Vlad Guerrero Jr. to Bo Bichette, Craig Biggio's son, Kevin Biggio. There was a lot of other. I think Roy Halladay's son was even in the organization for a minute. I think maybe even Mark Grudzielanik's son. There's probably a lot that I'm missing. We know Bobby Witt Jr. His dad had a really good big league career. Could we see the Rockies now looking to target sons of former big leaguers after Ethan Holiday? Number one overall pick, or the best prospect going into this draft, just period. But the best remaining sons of former big leaguers right now would be Cam Leiter, who is the nephew of Al Leiter and Mark Leiter, the third Leiter brother that I didn't even know existed. Kurt Leiter, I did not know, and it's from my neck of the woods in New Jersey. They're from the town right over, along with Jerry Dipoto, Todd Frazier, all those luminaries. But righty pitcher Cam Leiter, Caden Kent, son of Jeff Kent, is out there coming out of Texas A&M. Brady Council, high schooler, son of Craig Council. Max McGuire, not the son of Reese McGuire, the son of Mark McGuire. So you can be associated with him. He's okay. Austin Pierzynski. Anybody want to take a guess who he's the son of?
I mean, does AJ Pierzynski already have an 18-year-old kid?
He would.
That's crazy.
Who's the kid in the Brewers organization? Someone's son in like high A. I'll look it up.
Okay.
Don't know.
But I mean, I think Patrick, you might have just laid out some of the day 2 picks right there. This is Project Bloodline for the Colorado Rockies draft room.
That's a wrestling reference, and you don't even get it.
I don't know.
Manny Ramirez Jr. Maybe.
Is he in this draft too?
Jake Casey. That's a little bit harder. Who is he the son of?
Sean Casey.
Sean, also from New Jersey.
So
Carson Sabathia
from left field.
That's an easy one. So yeah, there's some bloodlines, absolutely. And then Reggie Willits, but unfortunately, he is off the board.
Yeah, we had a fun little joke about Eli Willits going number 1 overall. That because we heard the E sound come out of Rob Manfred's mouth. He went E, and it's like Ethan Holiday. It's another player, shortstop from Oklahoma, MLB bloodlines, starts with an E. How many years could you have a 1-2 discussion kind of like that? It's pretty crazy. And
yeah, that would be fun for us, you guys, to be linked together and have a fun, competition, because I think that's a healthy narrative and a healthy storyline. More so, not that what I'm about to say is an unhealthy storyline, but hey, are you going to be like your brother? Are you going to be like your dad? Instead, it's all right. I got this other dude. He was selected first. I wasn't. I ended up going 4th. All right, hey, let's you versus me, like a friendly competition for two guys that you got to think know each other, fairly well, being on the high school circuit there in Oklahoma. So I think that's nice for Ethan to have yet another person kind of in his support system, maybe, in a fun antagonistic way, but a safe way of, like, again, a friendly foe, if you will, so to speak. So I think that's another element that I think is going to help Ethan in his progress through the minors to get himself to Denver.
Yeah, let's put those expectations on him for now, for his own benefit of, hey, you're competing with Eli Willits, not Matt Holiday. His brother has at least not set – he set a high standard, but he has not set an unattainable standard. Obviously, where if Ethan is what Matt was, you would be over the moon and then some. But if, Jackson, at least he can have some fun kind of back and forth with Jackson for now. So, but yeah, we can focus on Eli Willits versus Ethan Holiday.
This means we get the yearly Instagram post of Jackson Holiday versus Ethan Holiday that MLB will put out inevitably.
We won't see them. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing them exchanging lineup cards unless the Rockies do start their season in Tampa Bay again, and then they fly out a day early for a spring training game like they did this year randomly to play the Minnesota Twins before the 3-game set against Tampa. We're not going to see them. That one's in the Cactus League, one's in the Grapefruit League. So it'll be limited to when Ethan does finally get to the majors. And speaking of friendly competition, and it's not really even a competition at all, but it's one of those fun storylines to think about for the future. If you're looking at it from all kinds of angles and you're looking for something to talk about in the offseason, does Ethan Holiday eventually move Ezekiel Tovar off of shortstop? Now, probably not, because you do have a Gold Glove shortstop in Ezekiel Tovar already, who's only 23 years old. So he still has, a lot of his best years ahead of him. But as somebody who has, put on a lot of muscle, seeing him at the ballpark a couple weeks ago, he's put on a lot of really good muscle weight. We'll see in the second half, how much that impacts his range. I don't think it will. I think he knows what he's doing, but he is getting a lot bigger. I will say that, a lot more muscular. And so I think he'll be fine manning that position, but that will be a very loosely, quote unquote, friendly competition to see, all right, how good is Ethan Holiday going to be going forward? And could he, eventually, maybe it's 3 years from now, you do see either Tovar move on to second base, third base, or maybe by that point, depending on where the Rockies are at in their rebuild, is Tovar become some kind of a trade chip? We've got a long way to go until that happens. It's not a realistic or reasonable conversation to have. It's just a fun conversation to kind of float out there and give us a little something to chew on. It's fodder,
Yeah, I think with Tovar, I think the extension kind of shows that we're in on Tovar being the shortstop of the future.
Mm-hmm.
We all talk about ground ball pitchers. That's kind of the way to win at Coors. I think having Tovar behind ground ball pitchers is so valuable. When he's healthy, he's one of the best defenders in the game. That glove will play regardless. And his bat, it's very inconsistent, but if I'm looking at an elite shortstop, his bat is more than fine over a 162 sample size. So with Ethan Holiday, I think it almost has to be third base. And that's not a knock on Holiday. He's 6'4", so I think he fits it more of the mold. And with Tovar, you still have room to grow. Tovar still has a lot of muscle to put on, so that you might get some more power there. But I don't think you can move shortstop. Maybe Isaac will have some more to say on this, but I don't think you can move Tovar off of shortstop. But I also think you can live with Ethan Holiday at third base because his bat's going to play regardless.
Yeah, and Lewis and we debated a while back about Ezekiel Tovar, and I believe that his bat is gonna plateau. I don't see a way with his current approach and his current stature as a player. I don't think that he's gonna improve a solid amount as an offensive player. He's still gonna be a guy who could hit 280, get on base at a 320 rate, hit 15, 20 home runs. I just don't think that you're going to expand on that. And you could talk about how valuable he is defensively. You could talk about how young he is doing this, but his approach just is not what you want from a future player who could be that guy for you. Whereas Ethan Holiday, he has so many tools, his hit tool or ability to hit the ball. I'm really excited about that. And if there's an opportunity where Ezekiel Tovar is where he's at right now in the next 2 or 3 years, and Ethan Holiday is just defensively sound at shortstop, I could see a possibility where the Rockies do shop Ezekiel Tovar, just because I don't think his ceiling is close to, well, it's hard to say. I'm just yapping right now.
I get what you're saying. I think his ceiling compared to a year and a half ago is a little less than we would have thought. You would think that when you're 20, what was he, 21 when he made his debut in 2022, you would have really thought we would have seen a lot more by 2025. And we've seen growth and we've seen him turn into a Gold Glove player, but at the dish, it is still kind of brutal. We see a lot of really rough strikeouts and a lot of inconsistency. I remember what we were kind of debating on, if you had a World Series team, could Tovar start? And my whole thing was in the 9 hole or 7, 8, 9 hole, definitely Tovar with an elite glove could definitely start there. But I think you make a good point. We look at Trevor Story's career where it's injuries could really derail a career, especially if you play defense. You really rely on your athleticism. Lower body injuries will kill that. We're almost seeing it. I always bring up Kevin Kiermaier. When you rely on defense, I think age is going to hit you a lot harder. And I think the Rockies, we really got ahead of that with Trevor Story. Granted, we didn't trade Story, so it doesn't really matter. But I would love to hear your idea on this, Patrick, on if we do trade Tovar, do you think it's because we'd put Ethan at shortstop, or do we think it's someone else?
Sort of to your point, the great cricket player, I don't think he played cricket, but the great musician, John Lennon, said, life is what happens when you're busy making plans. So Rockies can make all the plans they want. Every team can make every plan they want. Every player can make every plan they want. We just don't know what's going to happen in the next few years. One of the first things you said, Lewis, was, the fact that the Rockies gave Ezekiel Tovar an extension shows that they are 100% committed to him, as the shortstop of the future, et cetera, et cetera. You would have thought the same would be true when you draft Drew Romo out of high school at the 35th overall pick in 2020. And then the next year, what do? You draft 2 college catchers in Hunter Goodman and Braxton Fulford. And both of those guys are right now on your big league roster. And Drew Romo is in AAA. So anything can happen. You can't have enough talent. You can't have enough depth. You can't have enough great shortstops and great options. So to use a phrase that the Rockies use, I think sometimes in the wrong way, these things will sort themselves out. So we've got such a long way to go until we do figure out what's what. And, as much of a team-friendly contract as Ezekiel Tovar does have, as he gets older, and if he is more of a glove-first guy and not providing much offensively, now all of a sudden, what value is he to another team making $13.5 million or whatever it might be? Again, $13.5 million in 3 years from now isn't what $13.5 million is right now. So again, all things, being relative, a lot just needs to happen, right? We've got no way of knowing. I don't think drafting Ethan Holiday is now going to change the conversations between Bill Schmidt or other general managers in any way. That has no bearing on this year's trade deadline. How they felt yesterday and how they feel tomorrow is identical in terms of whether or not they would even trade in Ezekiel Tovar, who is not even back off the IL just yet. So there's no rush to trade a guy like him. And I'm not sure that there's any contenders right now that look at him and say, this is the major final piece that we need to get ourselves over the hump, especially because of the struggles and mostly the injury struggles he's had this year. So I don't think he is like that last piece for a team out there at the trade deadline. This offseason, again, that conversation might change where a team goes, well, we need 2 or 3 pieces and we think we can get all 3 of them this offseason. And we're going to offer a boatload for someone like an Ezekiel Tovar. Yes, maybe, but as far as the selection of Ethan Holiday 4th overall in this year's draft, that doesn't really change anything in terms of Ezekiel Tovar. I think that could change, their approach at the trade deadline this year and say, all right, we've got some headlines on our side and we already know how bad things are. Let's just go out and let's feel a little bit better about, emptying the ship and getting rid of a lot of these veteran players and bringing in prospects because, hey, we got Ethan Holiday. That's who we're going to be talking about in, September and October anyway, when the letters go out to the season ticket holders and, hey, how exciting is it with Ethan Holiday? Yeah, we do need to make some changes. Whether they make 2 trades or they make 4 or 5 trades is kind of moot. It's somewhat irrelevant. So I think the Ethan Holiday aspect of him being on this team or in this organization, I think impacts the trade deadline a lot more. It's a lot more relevant to the July 31st trade deadline than it is, hey, what are we going to do with Ezekiel Tovar? You don't need to do anything with Ezekiel Tovar just yet.
We do have, I don't know, Tyler, if you see this, our first position player that isn't.
Is it Gavin, though?
It's not a Gavin. It is an Ethan, though. So we get another Ethan in the draft. Ethan Conrad.
Connection.
And what's funny? He goes to the Cubs at pick 17. He has the record for most triples in a game in the NCAA, 4 in one game. So you're adding that next to PCA, which could be really fun.
A double Corey Sullivan? That's crazy. By the way, you did miss Kyson Witherspoon getting drafted, so
that is an NL West. That's probably over slot, right? You would reckon?
Is Marek Houston out of Wake Forest going to the Twins with the 16 pick? Is he the highest ever drafted Marek? Do we know? Is that? There's a gold mine here. There's a gold mine.
I'll get back to you on that.
He is.
He had a let's see.
I want to make sure.
There's in Baseball Reference. There is a Marek Chlup from the Czech Republic who played at NC State.
Oh, yeah,
that is the most recent Marek that we've had otherwise.
Tyler, that's Lewis's niche. I don't think he appreciates you. squeezing in his territory.
You're in my yard.
So I would wager that is the only Merrick ever drafted, actually. Waiting for Lewis to confirm.
Yeah, I'll get on the spreadsheets later, but I do want to talk about Kason Cunningham because last year I think the Diamondbacks had one of my favorite drafts, and we're kind of seeing it mainly with Slade Caldwell, but we're seeing it really come to really successful. Like they're probably currently outside of maybe like the Mets. We're seeing a lot of fruits of what they drafted. Tyler, Kason Cunningham, what should we expect? Is he going to be a Rockies killer?
Yeah, I mean, I don't tweet on my own account too often, but I think my most recent tweet. I'll hop on Blake Street Banter from time to time. You know, when I got to get something out there, it's like I'll go to the BSB account. But one of my most recent tweets was hyping up Kason Cunningham because it was a video at the combine of him basically running at a 70 grade time. And he's also regarded as one of the best prep hitters in the class with some power too. So I think that's one of the steals of the draft. I think he should have been, comfortably in the top 15, but maybe even a little bit higher than that. So it's a good pick for Arizona. They have a type. They like the scrappy hit over power types of players. And you might just get a Corbin Carroll out of it when they inevitably start making a little bit harder contact.
Which Corbin Carroll
I'm not going to bring up that comp, but I don't think his power could possibly project as to what Corbin Carroll's power has gotten into. So maybe he ends up being somewhere between a Billy Hamilton, who had a nice career, but I think failed to live up to the impact that his speed seemed like it was going to be. So if he can be halfway between Billy Hamilton and Corbin Carroll, I mean, that's a big win. Yeah,
but I mean, you mentioned Lewis, Slade, Caldwell. I think that's another very similar prospect type. I think that it is sort of the Corbin Carroll mold. Like Corbin Carroll is the 90th to 100th percentile outcome of that player, but they like to dip into that bucket. I think there was a connection. And you'll love this, Lewis. Slater DeBrun was a guy that has been connected to the D-backs a lot, and maybe that's their second round pick, and they just continue to harvest these players that are all of the same mold. Because I think Slater DeBrun is probably second to Kason Cunningham in that above average hit tool, athletic guy. Him and Kason Cunningham are probably the two best guys when it comes to that.
I will say, Tyler, I don't know if you see it on your screen, Ike Irish goes to the Orioles. A good call by you pointing out in the beginning that they have $19 million, the highest to spread around. Ike Irish is almost guaranteed to be over slot here. You really liked Ike Irish. Just want to point it out. I feel like kind of nailed that one down.
I mean, ultimately, he was a guy that had some interest in the top 5. There was some legit smoke with the Mariners taking Ike Irish. Who knows what they would have done if Cade Anderson didn't fall into their lap. So Ike Irish, it's such a good name too. That is a 70 grade name. I won't go out and say it's an 80 grade name, but I guess they announced him as a right fielder. Some of the appeal there was sort of like the Hunter Goodman-esque profile where it's maybe he catches. So they announced him as a right fielder. So maybe Cole Carrick was announced as a catcher. So maybe you can be announced as a in the field type of player and end up a catcher still.
Of course, when your first name is Ike, that is short for Isaac. And where was Ike Isaac born? Home of Mr. Aaron McBride, Grand Rapids, Michigan. How about that?
Sounds like he's a BSB player through and through.
Like Isaac? I mean, I guess he would officially be a non-Rockies BSBer.
We gotta get Bill Schmidt to be active in the trade market here.
Yeah, let's swing a deal with Baltimore in the offseason.
Want Jake Bird? No.
So you want the Rockies to acquire another catcher? Just to be clear.
I'm all for it. Because that's what we're getting is another corner.
But let's do Hunter Goodman 2.0. Guy that no one thinks is going to play catcher plays catcher. But yeah, we unfortunately have. We had Ethan Conrad. Our pitcher shortstop streak is getting obliterated now. That's 2 of the last 3 picks. So it was fun while it lasted.
So
I gotta ask you a question. Oh,
no, go ahead, Lewis.
Patrick. So we talk about a lot of third base talk, and I don't know if you know anything more than anybody else. The Ryan McMahon contract. I know every year it almost seems like we're going to trade Ryan McMahon at the deadline. I've always had this idea that his contract is almost untradeable because it's still 3 years left. Hefty amount of dollar on it. Have you heard anything about the package? Will we get anything in return if we trade it, or is it more like a trade for a 30th overall prospect guy then just kind of get rid of the contract?
Yeah, I don't think there would be a ton that the Rockies would get back. I don't think his contract's untradeable. If depending on the metrics that you look at, what he's able to provide defensively, I think adds a lot to the fact that maybe he is a league average offensive third baseman who has a lot more, run in his game. He runs the bases well. He does have some positional flexibility where he can play some second base. You look at what DJ LeMahieu was able to do once he went over to the Yankees, and all of a sudden you unlocked a better player that I think after last season, a lot of people gave up hopes that, okay, Ryan McMahon, is he going to be a 30 home run guy? We know now that he is not on another roster. Maybe that does happen. So I think anyone having a conversation with Bill Schmidt about Ryan McMahon is going to, you're right, say $16 million over the next 2 years. He's on the wrong side of 30. We've seen him break down at the end of 2024. We've seen him, have his struggles. Maybe there's a little too much swing and miss there than we'd like. But at the end of the day, would you want a guy like him when, you're having some issues over at third base, like a club like the Yankees, Cubs even, you could probably lump into that group. I think teams would very much be interested in acquiring a player like him. And, like you said, you might not get back a ton. And so for the Rockies, what's more important? Do you fork over, let's say, $4 million each of the next 2 years in 2026 and 2027 to get a better prospect? Or would you rather hold on to that money and get a worse prospect? And I think for right now, the way that the Rockies have been operating financially, I think they would more likely than not accept, that, say, it's a player from in a system rated 20 through 30, like you said. So for the most part, I would agree with your analysis on, what these conversations might be like right now for Ryan McMahon. But, you include, another player in a deal like that. And, I keep coming back to looking back on that 2021 trade deadline and how the Rockies were stagnant and they didn't move Trevor Story. And you look at the deal that the Cubs made where they gave up a shortstop in Javi Baez and a starting pitcher in Trevor Williams, and they got back Pete Crow Armstrong. Could the Rockies have done something like that with a little bit of creativity? Absolutely. So, Ryan McMahon and Jake Bird, now maybe you are bringing back if not a top 100 prospect, a fringy one. We all know the Dodgers are capable of getting a fringy top 100 guy. They did it last year with Zahir Hope and Jackson Ferris. They did it again this offseason with Gavin Lux and getting Mike Sirota, who's just add number 100 to MLB Pipeline's list. So the Rockies could get creative and do something like that and move McMahon and another player in the same package.
Yeah,
I know you had a question for Tyler.
Good take on it. Would love to see that Bird McMahon combo, but a Rockies 2-4 trade we saw one 2 years ago, so it's possible. That would be a lot of fun though.
Yeah, they did one where it was two players going, CJ Cron, Randall Grichuk.
Yeah.
And then it was, all right, Atlanta, we will trade you 2 relief pitchers. We will trade you Brad Hand and Pierce Johnson, but 1 per day. We can't be doing these 2 players in one trade.
Too much paperwork. Yeah.
Who are we? Any of the other 29 teams in baseball? Come on. You're crazy now.
We also traded Mike Moustakas to the Angels before all that, too. So.
All right, now you're just rubbing it in, Lewis. Yeah. Come on. Clearly, Rockies hater. At Lewis won't shut up.
Yeah, don't kick them while they're down, please. Come
on now. All right, Tyler. We're going to give you 90 seconds to think out loud. What time is day 1 of the draft going to end? Because the draft started at 4:00 Mountain Standard Time.
Yeah.
We're almost 2 hours in. We've got only 20 picks, and we're going to the end of the 3rd round. So we're getting 100 picks here.
Yeah.
When is this thing a wrap?
Fortunately, we'll get some pace.
Okay.
I think end of the let me look at the draft order really quick. But I think certainly round 2 picks up. So my not I don't want to say hope because it's fun to watch all the picks come through, but sort of hope so that I can wake up tomorrow energized to do this again. I would think 9:30 Mountain Time. We're probably getting about close at the end, but maybe pushing 10. So I'll split the baby there at 9:45.
Mountain Time.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is much better than the way they had it before, though, where day 3 was that super weird round, 11 through 20 that nobody cared for, but like I had to make graphics for.
You don't like hearing the guy in the dark room like on a radio quality microphone saying with the 190,000th pick, the Texas Rangers select Gavin, the next Gavin. Like that's the best part of the draft is hearing the guy on the radio mic calling the picks.
Did they change it? Did they change it up this year?
Well, we might still see that guy, but it'll be lumped in with some important picks earlier in the day. So
Nice.
Yeah. So the draft used to be just done over the telephone. It was just a conference call, and you would find out after. And I think some guys maybe had the phone number. You couldn't have like 500 guys calling in just to listen in to the draft, but it was literally just done like that. Like, hey, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take the so and so out of this high school. And you're like, I don't know who this guy is. We'll call him. We'll let him know we just drafted him. And then that's how you found out. You didn't go on social media and learn it that way. It was old school. It was just really different. There might have even been a phase where they did it via fax because they didn't have party lines at the time. I don't know.
You're just sitting in your living room and you hear the fax machine going off and you check it. There's your fax machine is.
Right.
I don't either, but I knew they used it.
I might have just mischaracterized how a fax machine works. I don't know.
No, fax machine was like basically a hard copy of an email where you would all right, send over this document. I want to know what your resume is. And it would be a special phone number that you'd like have to scan into another fax machine before you could do it on like a printer. Like if you're ever work in an office space, they got, the gigantic printers and you just feed it through there and then you could send a fax that way. But it would literally just be like, okay, here's my resume. You'd scan it through the fax and then that would then get, you get that phone call and it would make all kinds of noise. And if you send it at 2 a.m. in the morning, you're waking the person up who's leaving their fax machine at all hours of the night. And then you'd have to wait to maybe get confirmation that they actually got the paper. So it was the dark ages of communication.
Be a fun way to get tonight. You got drafted.
There's no Jeff Passan ruining it. There's no leaks.
Fortunately, Passan stopped after pick 10. I haven't looked at my phone much in the last 2 hours, but I noticed that he did cut off right after pick 10. Someone probably told him to shut up, and he did.
Yeah, MLB does have like an embargo on things when it was like, okay, Hunter Goodman is the all-star, but like we're gonna announce it during the show on ESPN, so like kind of mums the word, and Rockies TV is able to go and photograph Hunter Goodman talking about it, all those other things, but we can't talk about it just yet. You got to wait to like break that news, which really isn't. I don't know. Does that serve any purpose, right? To make that announcement any sooner than when it actually is? I don't think so.
It's kind of cool for them to have control over it, but ultimately, it's like it's a moment in time of like that. That's over and done. You get a good post out of it on social media, but yeah, it's kind of funny.
I have a really random question for everybody on this pod. Who is the new number 1 Rockies prospect? Ethan Holiday or Charlie Condon?
Great question.
You're muted, Isaac.
We can throw votes. Yeah, here, Isaac, run it first.
I was gonna make a joke about how he came up with that. I'm gonna go with Charlie Condon still. I am probably a lot bigger on Charlie Condon than most people in the Rockies world after his lack of power that we're seeing in minor league baseball, I'm still really intrigued by his ability to barrel up a baseball, and we're still seeing it this year in Spokane, now in Hartford. And I mean, there's just more like certainty right now. Like Condon's gonna be up in a year or two, probably less than that. And Ethan Holiday, we still don't know if he's gonna sign, which he will. There's not a world where he doesn't, but I don't know. I don't see a current place in 2025 where Charlie Condon is a worse prospect than Ethan Holiday, right?
And I generally agree with you. It was a little bit like discouraging to see how quickly some prospect circles turned on Charlie Condon. Like it went from, I think MLB had him like top 15 or top 20 prospect right after the draft, and an injury riddled debut dropped him like to the 60s. I felt like there was a very quick, active forget, like they forgot basically who Charlie Condon is because of that. And yeah, I think Isaac, you're right in pointing out he had a really good start to the season. Not amazing, but a very good start to the season. Set him up to make his debut early next season. I doubt end of this season. And so that certainty definitely holds strong. And knowing that Ethan Holiday there's notable risks. Like among the prep shortstops, really just the prep bats, the swing and miss numbers are elevated compared to all the other prep bats in this class. So I mean, there is a slight level of concern about translation into pro ball. Charlie Condon, he's done it a bit at the pro level, so I agree with you.
Some players are undeniable, and I think a guy like Charlie Condon, after last year's draft, would have been in that group of, hey, if this guy is undeniable, it won't really matter what team is developing him, what that team's track record is in the past, and how much luck they've had developing, great hitters. And then he struggles, he gets the injury, and we see, another example of, the Rockies struggling to develop their players, not just Condon, but looking around the system in general. And you say, okay, well, right now, Charlie Condon is not undeniable. On the flip, you look at someone like a Hunter Goodman, and, when you talk about great Rockies draft picks, or, how well they've been able to draft and develop players, Hunter Goodman was just undeniable in the minors. Are you giving the Rockies the credit for Hunter Goodman's sustained success in the minors to get himself to the majors as quickly as he did? Or is he an exception to the rule because he was the one who was undeniable? I think sometimes you have a player that deserves the credit for their growth and their trajectory to reach the majors. And other times you have to say, you know what, it was the organization that helped develop and help unlock certain things or help them stay on a certain path. And a lot of times it's usually both of those things, in concert with one another. And so you say, all right, we'll give Condon the benefit of the doubt. He could be undeniable. And because he hasn't been, still doesn't mean he might not be a future multi-time all-star. But there are now those questions that have seeped in, and he's playing well at AA. So that does put him closer to the majors, which is worth more than a guy just coming out of high school. But Rocky's system is filled with guys that are 1 to 2 steps away from the majors that just don't have a huge ceiling. So being close to the majors only gets you so many points. I do actually think that Ethan Holiday will be ranked higher in the Rockies system going forward than Charlie Condon for next year. I think they both might be really close. Sometimes these prospect pundits get cute and they put guys back to back. So, maybe you see, Ethan Holiday at 25 and Condon at 26. It might be even farther than that. But I actually think, Ethan Holiday, because he hasn't failed at all, right? Again, you go 0 for 9 at Fresno or even the Arizona Complex League. Like, it doesn't really matter. But there is some track record, I think, of Condon failing at the end of last year that now all of a sudden you go, all right, maybe this guy isn't going to be undeniable. Whereas until we see Ethan Holiday be a human being and make an out 7 out of 10 times, which he's going to, because he is, last check, still a human being, there isn't that maybe thought in our minds that, you know what, he might just be undeniable and he might just have a perfect run in the minors to the majors. And so until that happens, I think he is still almost perfect in that way and pristine for a lot of the prospect pundits. So that's my reason why I think, despite the success that Condon's having, and despite the fact that we might not see Holiday at all in the minors, I think it's going to be Ethan over Condon.
Yeah, so there was actually a Baseball America article about this exact thing, not with the Rockies, but with everybody in the draft class. Last year, they had 10 guys from that draft class ranked in the top 100 that they inserted. This year, they're predicting 14 guys. I'm not going to list them all, but Ethan Holiday is number 1 for them, obviously. And they have him somewhere. They said they could argue he could be above Emmanuel Rodriguez, who was ranked 31 for them. So we're looking at 20s and 30s for Baseball America, according to them. And they have Condon, I think, in the 50s. So Baseball America seems to think Ethan Holiday is currently a better prospect than Charlie Condon. They also really like Ethan Holiday, so that's good.
Yeah. I think from that you kind of think of how those national circles operate. It makes a lot of sense that I do agree that Ethan will be ranked higher, and I think that's more to the purpose of the question is who will be ranked there. I think Isaac and I may be on a personal level having a different opinion, but I definitely agree that you guys will be right on the list in the way that they come out.
I also think it's easier for
Baseball America too. Good info.
Yeah, it's also easier for these prospect guys to write about new players. They probably want to shuffle things up a little bit after the draft and stuff like that. I mean, we all do. So I'm sure there's some prospect fatigue, and then along with we have seen Condon fail a little bit. Power hasn't been there. So if I were to bet who I think would have a better career, I actually still would think Condon. I think Condon will be a better hitter throughout his time in the MLB.
Yeah, I think there's also those questions of what position is Condon going to play. Is right now he does seem to be more of a first baseman than anything, but I've talked about this in the past on the Rockies Insider podcast, this idea that Hunter Goodman's bat got him to the majors, not his glove. So it took him a while for his glove to settle in to his, say, natural position. And that could happen with Condon too. He could end up being a third baseman, but he's not right now. And he's not getting reps at third base at all right now, or even in the corner outfield quite as much, a lot more so than third base at least. But even still, okay, now all of a sudden he's a first baseman versus a shortstop third baseman in Ethan Holiday. And, reiterating what I said before, there are those doubts and there are those holes in his game. And a lot of that has to do with the non-displaced fracture in the wrist. So that's sapping his power. So now, okay, got it. He is a human being. Ethan Holiday, that ceiling is still that ceiling. And his floor is still incredibly low because he's never played professional baseball yet. So that has to be taken in consideration. But if somebody's really loud in that room and really high and they like the projectability of an Ethan Holiday, they're like, he's going to be a lot closer to that ceiling. And all of a sudden, Condon, in just a year, his ceiling is a little bit lower. That's okay. It still could be a multi-time all-star ceiling, but it is lower now than what Ethan Holiday is at, who didn't go to school for 3 years, like like Charlie Condon did. So that height is higher than even the guy who's the Golden Spikes Award winner.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true. And very good point. You haven't seen failure yet, and it's pure excitement, really. And none of the major prospect sources have anyone at one. Actually, Kylie McDaniel had Cade Anderson at 1, but otherwise, Baseball America, Perfect Game, Baseball Prep Report, MLB all had Ethan Holiday as the number 1 prospect. So it goes to show that they might see some flaws, but they're not overly considerate of them or putting a whole lot of weight into those flaws. So they're going to like Ethan Holiday, and we might see him top 15 in some of these top 100 lists. Baseball America, I think, I could see them being reasonably skeptical on some of those aforementioned flaws with the hit tool. I could see MLB.com putting him in their top 15.
I think you will see him top 15 a month after next season starts, when there's always that big wave of graduations that happens.
True.
After the first couple of weeks. I think we'll see him really take that to the next step. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I almost wonder with Ethan Holiday, you said Kate Anderson, I think it was ESPN that had him number 1.
Yeah.
That was almost, you said it earlier, because the floor was so high with him. With Ethan Holiday, there's so much, the ceiling you could just dream on forever. And like Patrick said, we haven't seen this guy fail yet, right? So we can just keep dreaming on it until he inevitably shows that he's human.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm sort of curious in looking at all the players who've drafted. It does feel like it's a little bit heavier on high schoolers than in the past, and I'm wondering if, I don't know if this becomes a permanent change in the draft, or maybe it just could be an anomaly this year, because there were a lot of good, prep players and not as many great college players, which again, those guys are that much closer to the majors. That's one of the reasons why there wasn't any standouts. Tyler Bremner did not fulfill that destiny a lot of people had hoped for. Same thing with Jace Lavalette. A few other guys I think on that list as well. But I'm wondering if teams are looking to give big signing bonuses to these high school players to discourage them from going to college, and then the juniors, well, they're going to have to sign anyway, so we're just going to push them down the board just a little bit, and they're just going to have to accept, being the 35th overall pick versus maybe 22, what they were hoping for because of all of these high school players. And it just, I don't know if this is just coincidental or anything, because the death of the short season minor leagues, that really did away from drafting a lot of high school players, right? Or at least the guys that were getting selected rounds 21 through 40, because those were all guys that most of them probably should have gone to college and not, foregone that. And they signed, they went to short season A-ball, and now with there only being those 4 true levels, you got to get guys that are that much closer to the majors. Let the colleges do that developing, where you typically would have done it in low A and short season ball. That saves you a lot of money. That was also part of this decision. So I'm wondering if now, hey, we've got these high school players that are at least at the top, the cream of the crop. We're going to go ahead and take them really early, give them that money so that they are more willing to sign, get through the system, or get into the system and not go to college. And then those college guys, we're still going to be able to get them. It'll be interesting. Maybe this is a trend or a sign of things to come. Maybe it even happened last year for all I know.
This seems to be one of the more lopsided classes in terms of high school versus college. I know we did our one draft pod, Lewis and I had seen Baseball America do this concept of grading each demographic in the class 20 to 80, and kind of did the same thing. And to me, this is like a 40, maybe 45 grade college class, and it's at least a 50 grade, maybe 55 grade high school class. And definitely the depth in that high school class exists to allow this sort of round to happen. But you make a good point, though, in pushing so many good college players down the board as well. I think now the best players on the board are from college. So there's been a little bit of an overcompensation so far. And the guy we talked about at the beginning of the show, Jordan Yost, because he plays for Lewis's old rival high school, he goes in the first round, and he was not a guy necessarily projected to go in the first round. So there's gonna be some good value left on the board here early in the second round that could really play into the hands of the Rockies. I mean, we got 20 picks to get there, but as it stands, very, very good college players sitting at the top of the board. Brendan Summerhill, Wehi Aloy, Jace Laviolette, who we mentioned, and Gage Wood, I'm surprised, is still available after throwing a no-hitter in the College World Series. He still sits on the board. So a few studs from the college level still on the board, and you would think in a different year those guys might be off the board. But so many of these high scorers are, pushing them down a bit.
Well, Gage would hit a batter, so I think that makes sense why he's fallen, right?
Yeah, it wasn't perfect. I thought we were going to – and there goes another top high scorer, very Padres pick, taking a 6'8" left-handed pitcher. That seems very Padres. I thought Gage Wood was going to have a Cade Horton type of rise, where Cade Horton just dominated in the College World Series and later in the college season jumps into the top. I think he went 6th. The Rockies probably would have taken him instead of Gabe Hughes, but he wasn't available. So I thought Gage Wood would make that top 10 push. It'd be interesting if he ends up in the range of the Rockies. Again, he's got to sit on the board for now 19 more picks. seems a little unlikely, but I think that's a name that a lot of people are going to be familiar with.
In 19 more picks, and when you look at who's left on the undrafted list, most of them are college players. Like if you're looking at the next 20, there's only about 4. If you're looking at MLB Pipeline, at least 4 like the next 20. I mean, Riley Quick is a nice option too from Alabama. He was a guy I think coming into spring that maybe if you squint and say, depending on how he plays through the College World Series, could he be one of those guys that ends up rising up enough to number 4? Obviously that didn't happen, but they got Brody Breck last year, and maybe Riley Quick is another one of those guys. And maybe I'm just one of those guys to pick the name out there and say, hey, firstborn Riley Quick at 44 or 47. Does it happen? I don't know.
Did you listen to the beginning of our show? We said that a very similar train of thought on Riley Quick was put out there. That's very.
I did listen to some, but I didn't know that was firstborn.
Mention him along with Brody Brecht. That great minds think alike.
He's the firstborn player of the 2025 draft. Every draft has one.
And we wouldn't have known that. That is a Patrick specific fact to pull up.
Yeah, he'd be a nice one. Again, just get a lot of quantity, and we'll see. We'll see. We talked about it, gosh, an hour ago at this point. But with Ethan Holiday, how much is he going to get overslot, if any? Was that a major talking point? How much money he gets signed? I would think it wouldn't be. I would think, with Matt Holiday being his dad and growing up in a household that wasn't hard up for cash in general, like, hey, use that money. Give me what the slot is. Use that money to make the system, make my teammates going forward that much better. Right. So I don't think money was really that much of the conversation for Ethan Holiday. Again, some of it could have been, hey, what's the coaching situation like over there? Cardinals, could he have slipped to 5 there, but the Rockies nab him at 4 and maybe, yeah, we could have some openings. We're definitely in flux right now in our coaching staff. Is that more important to the Holiday family than the actual signing bonus? So we'll see. We'll see if the Rockies have to give a haircut to their next 2 picks to maybe make up $1 million to give to Ethan Holiday. I don't think that's going to be the case, but we'll see.
I almost wonder if it's like, granted, I don't know what the money's going to look like until a couple days from now. If it's, hey, like I can go to the Cardinals, who are a solid run org. If you're going to want to take me, Rockies, you're going to have to give me a little extra because you guys have 60 losses right now. And you guys historically at developing players isn't great. Now, I know Aaron likes to talk about this. I think Ethan Holiday will develop himself. I think Ethan Holiday will go to third parties himself. He has his father there to help him along his side. So we're more at ease than any other high schooler, basically. But I almost do wonder if there was a Rockies tax, if any.
If it was anybody else, yes. But I think
sure, Holiday does have the name.
Might be the one exception.
He's got good memories.
I think that was it. I mean, I've said this before on the Rockies Insider Pod, and speaking with somebody at the ballpark familiar with the situation, that virtually any other high school player selected 4th overall by the Rockies, other than Ethan Holiday, that player would have to think long and hard, and maybe it's not even that long, and maybe it's not even that hard. I'm just going to go to college. I don't know that I want to sign on the dotted line and take a really large signing bonus because my overall future might be better going to college, getting myself back in the draft next year, depending on where you're going, or waiting 3 years. And just for the overall, just the length of my career, it might be better off foregoing that first year. So
I have a question for you, Tyler. You're the draft guy here. We have a comment with AJ Russell, and that kind of leads me into this. We're seeing a lot of high schoolers get taken, which means the juniors of the world that don't have a lot of bargaining power, we could see a really high quality junior at pick 45. Do you think this really helps the Rockies? We've seen high schoolers left and right currently, and I feel like the college pool is still looking pretty solid.
Yeah, we're thinking about a couple of those names that are probably going to get snagged here. Some of those top guys that are still on the board, and AJ Russell not necessarily going to be one of those top guys on the board, but he's someone who just didn't have the health this year to play himself up further. But also funny, a BSB connection. Eli is friends with AJ Russell. I think they went to the same high school and stuff. So we were saying that'd be very fun if he ended up being a Rocky and that we were able to make that connection with him. But he's a very good player and could kind of fit that underslot model a little bit because in the injuries played a factor this year. He didn't get to shoot himself up board, so it's hard to imagine that he goes any higher than the 70s. So I mean, maybe here at 44, he's an option. But the health is definitely keeping him a little suppressed on the draft boards. But speaking of those college guys, Gage Wood, who we spent a couple minutes talking about, snagged by the Phillies, as if the Phillies needed more help in the pitching department. They haven't even gotten Andrew Painter to the big leagues, and they get Gage Wood now, who definitely has the upside to be a very solid major league pitcher. So,
how many All-Stars are in that pitching rotation, Tyler?
I mean, should at least be 2. That's pretty crazy how they got shorted pretty hard.
Gentlemen, I need to get running. But I will say this. I do want to leave with a hot take. I'll say this. There will not be an ambidextrous pitcher drafted in the 2025 MLB Draft.
I mean, between that and saying the Rockies are not going to lose in the next 4 days, you're kind of ridiculous right now, Patrick. Yeah. I don't know where you're coming up with this. These are two certainties that you're writing off. I can't believe it.
I have sources, and this is what these sources are telling me.
Putting a lot on the line here. I hope you realize that.
An ambidextrous pitcher will not be drafted, but an amphibious pitcher will. Now these are hot takes.
From some university of that is aquatic. I don't know if we have an aquatic university, but
Pacific University.
I guess there it is. There it is. University
Atlantis
of Pacific.
A&M, I think.
They
were good.
More of an Atlantis Tech guy, but
financially they're a bit underwater. But and on that note, thank you, gents. Have fun up until.
It was a good one.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Patrick. Always.
Thank you, Patrick. Down to 2. I think I suggest Ethan Holiday. Which
he's hopping on a personal phone call with Ethan.
When you get the chance, you kind of have to take it, right?
I mean, wait, when is that media thing actually happening? Did you catch the
30 minutes?
Okay, they got him on there quick.
Yeah, let's see.
Wait.
Oh, 15 minutes. 12 minutes.
Wait, for real?
Yeah.
Because it says they're going to have Mark Gustafson on and Danny. Wait, really? Oh no, that says after the final overall pick of the day. Although that's not Ethan. Wait. Then you probably do have the right time in front of you.
He was sent on text.
Okay.
Yeah.
There goes Jace Laviolette.
Yeah.
The two college guys that we were kind of looking at as possible slides down the board are gone. That's a good Cleveland pick. They like to take big left-handed hitters. They only take left-handed hitters, actually. You can look through their recent history. They basically only take left-handed hitters.
And I was going to say Cruz Schoolcraft seems like a guy that's traded at the next year's deadline for whoever is available, the big guy.
That is the Padres model is it's almost like placing a bet and like the types that you can cash out early. They place the bet, the value, the ticket rises, and they sell.
Immediately cash out.
They're like, I'm cashing.
It's almost like they're trading draft picks is what they do.
Oh, I mean, I it'd be cool if you could trade more draft picks, but I would not support it as long as AJ Preller exists.
Well, you see the way the NBA is where if you look at future draft picks, there's 500 word explanations on who gets the right to the picks, and 10 teams are in on one pick, and it's a whole mess.
It is kind of that I don't understand how the NBA works like that, where they'll announce a team making the pick that is not really making the pick. It would make more sense with baseball, though, that if they're going to filter these trades, like actually filter them. In the NBA, none of those trades don't go through. So it's kind of funny. It'd be cool if they made it so you could trade like up to a certain pool value that you could trade like up to 500,000 or up to $1 million in picks. Then that's like a throw-in kind of on a trade is, oh, here's our 5th round pick also, which
you can trade international pool.
Yeah, and that's where it's kind of like, I don't know why they can't trade a draft pick, because effectively you're trading the slot money. You're not really trading the pick as much. I mean, you are, but it's more about the money that you'd acquire. So they probably just don't want teams like getting too much. Like
my friend's a Bulls fan, and they have a draft pick from the Blazers that it's like they don't get the draft pick until it's out of the lottery, and it's the Trailblazers pick. So we like that pick could be like 10 years from now.
Yeah, that'll be at least a couple more. I mean they I'm sure they will add some kind of draft pick. I think that's been reported a little bit as a thing. Is eventually there might be some very minor draft pick trading. It'd be a fun dynamic. I mean, then people would probably pay a little bit more attention if you're a team that gets to like sell and you acquire a 2nd round pick or something like that.
I almost wonder if
there goes a guy we talked about on the pod, Josh Hammond, one of the kind of. I think that's a very good player. A couple of those guys, I gotta check on some of the recent stuff you guys have gone that are very good.
I was gonna ask you for like, what team do you think is winning the draft? Any strategy that you're looking at so far that's interesting? Because we're kind of seeing it play out right now.
Yeah, I mean it's tough because so many teams took. I like a lot of the prep shortstops. I might lean Arizona. I think that's a Case in Cunningham. I think is a great value.
What about the A's?
I do like what the A's, the value they got is pretty substantial. And I was a huge Billy Carlson fan, so the White Sox getting him at 10 is also great value. I might lean also Pittsburgh. Like we talked about that a lot. Seth Hernandez. There are certain guys that just seem to fit an organization. I don't know that there's one guy you look at and that's the case more than Seth Hernandez. So,
and like that's an extremely risky prospect. I mean, high school pitchers are, but if you're throwing him in Pittsburgh, almost like the Mariners, like that's a really. If I'm a guy, I'm really comfortable going there because if there's a team that can get the best out of pitchers, Pittsburgh. Granted, we see everything wrong with Pittsburgh. What isn't wrong is their pitching development. They can do that so well. So that's a good pick for them because the upside, I mean, they have so many arms that they can just kind of push through and they just need to get some bats in there.
No, I mean, we said they could have a ridiculous top 3 in a few years with Skeens, Chandler. And I mean, also get Jared Jones. He's been mentioned multiple times, like can run through that. They've got guys.
Mitch Keller is a great picker, so I mean, they have tons of guys.
Yeah, Mitch Keller too. And then Arizona takes Patrick Forbes. So we're getting a little bit of that run on the guys that we talked about as 2nd round targets a couple weeks ago. Forbes was, I think he's one of the best college pitchers in the class, like maybe 3rd or 4th outside of like that really top group. He's basically right there behind the lefties. Like, I don't think there's a huge difference between Kyson Witherspoon and Patrick Forbes. Like Witherspoon, I think a little less risky, but Patrick Forbes has the upside to be tremendous. So Arizona, they might be my new favorite draft now because I think they've gotten 2 prospects that, Forbes to me, that's about his range, but they definitely got to steal with Case and Cunningham.
Look at their draft last year.
Yeah, I like their draft lot. They've done a good job on that front. I mean, they need to see some more of that translate though. It's kind of like the Pirates where I'm like, I think their process is great. And it hasn't fully, like a lot of their success last year or 2 years ago came from guys that they didn't draft. It was kind of a puzzle, or really just like a makeshift project that they did and it worked out. But
yeah, so I'm going to run you through the draft picks last year for the top 3. They have Slade Caldwell, who's doing great in high A, was killing A-ball, killed Fresno when they played us. Then Ryan Walchman from Sarasota, but went to Kentucky, is already in Double A. He's hitting the ball really well. And then they have J.D. Dix, I think was a high school guy. Yeah, high school shortstop selected. They also took a high school catcher with their 4th pick. So I know it's a divisional rival, but I really like what they're doing. Like, as just a baseball fan, I can kind of see they're doing great things over there. It sucks that it's in division, but I can appreciate what they're doing. They took 8 high school picks last year, and it seems like it's going to work out for them.
Yeah, that's a sign of some forward thinking and really just confidence in your development team. Something that a certain organization does not clearly showcase. And hey, now we got 2 Orioles picks back to back, and a guy that you were a pretty big fan of at the time we recorded, Caden Bodine, goes to the Orioles. So we get to kind of see this draft strategy play out, and this is something I was excited to see. We were all excited to see is how the Orioles were going to maximize. I mean, they have another pick coming up in like 6 more after this, so they get to fit really. I mean, 4 picks in the top 37, and 3 of them within 6 spots of each other. They get to just have a lot of fun here.
Yeah, so Caden Bodine might be the greatest framer we've seen in college baseball. He had framing highlights. I remember I was talking to you about this on Twitter. Like, people were cutting up his framing things. Granted, American athletics, I think that's where Coastal plays, or maybe the Sun Belt. I'm sure their umps aren't the greatest, and we're seeing robo umps kind of become a thing. But I still love the framing with Caden Bodine. I know the hit tool is there, if I'm not wrong. So, and catchers are catchers, so always valuable. You have Adley there, but I do like that as like a really good second option.
Yeah, and I mean, Adley's shown some cracks this year where he might not be that 10-year catcher for your team. So getting depth like that, I mean, also being able to put Adley at DH to give him a little bit of rest.
Yeah. Historically, the Orioles are a selling franchise when it comes to players. They usually sell.
Yeah. And this is a year I'm sure that has everyone a little bit frustrated. And I think he needs to sign an extension. I'm not, totally up to date on that. I don't know if he needs to sign an extension at some point pretty soon. So that might be that could be a trade type of thing in the offseason or something. I don't think they'll want to, but Caden Bodine definitely gives them some flexibility. They also have Samuel Basayo.
That dude breaks. But arguably, play.
Yeah, that's the thing. He might. I mean, he could probably split some time back there. I don't know that will be his home, but I mean, he might be the best offensive prospect, like pure offensive prospect in baseball. Like he's crazy.
I like Montez a lot for just offense, Lazaro Montez, but Basayo, you can't go wrong with him. And they take a guy who I know a lot of people really liked, Wahiwa Alloy. Sure, I'm butchering that. I'm sure he's Hawaiian too, which is cool.
Yeah, he's good. See, my thing is, I don't think there's a big gap between him and Iva Arquette. I think they're very, very similar prospects overall, and Aloy might even have a little bit more upside. I wouldn't hang my hat on that take, but I think that those two are very similar prospects. So I think that's really good value for Baltimore. They clearly said we're going to try to load ourselves up on guys who are almost ready. In the first round they get Ike Irish, and then they take 2 really big time college players here to kick off this comp round. So
are you worried there's no pitching here, and that's been the one thing that they've really lacked?
Baltimore, I mean, it is odd, but I think ultimately there's always a bigger need for hitting, like in terms of spots on the roster. And I think Baltimore have value in their pitching crop, but they've gotten such poor luck with injuries. That might be, you counter with that saying, well, they should just stock up then. But I think they're pretty confident in what they have and their ability to develop pitchers. So I think they realize there's more value to be had in hitters. You can flip those guys if they turn out really well. I mean, I don't know if they made the best decision trading Kyle Stowers for Trevor Rogers. Kyle Stowers hit 3 home runs today, but
look at that.
Oh well, hey, both I should have realized both of them were Hawaiian born. Iva Arquette, Wahiwa Aloy. So they're very similar, totally similar. Beyond. being the same player.
Sacramento State for Aloy when I was reading his profile, which is really fun.
Yeah, kind of a fun aside is I used to intern with an agency and had a project of scouting people out on the West Coast, and I stumbled on Aloy and texted the agent that I was working with, and I'm like, "Have you heard of this guy?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "He's going to transfer to an SEC school," and I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, the more you know."
Was he that much better than everybody else at Sac State?
He was really good. It was one of those where I was like, "There's definitely some." He wasn't a perfect player at that point. He's still not for sure, but I think people love the frame, kind of the quickness that he had. He's not like super fast, but he's a quick, powerful shortstop. So that's gonna play. And kind of a fun little trivia. Third Corona high school player drafted, now in the top 32.
In the first round, technically. So.
Yeah, I would consider this still the first round. I think there's one more Corona high schooler who's going to be drafted at some point, or like could be drafted, like would be drafted if it wasn't, this draft where some high schoolers are going to say, just don't draft me. But that's and
did they win?
It is the best team in the nation.
Did they win the state championship?
We do need to find out.
If not, all-time bottom job by.
I mean, I guess it's always tough because there's so many like divisions.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like they did though.
They're number 17 in the nation. I don't even know.
That's just so crazy to have two of the five best prep guys, or like two of the 6 or 7 maybe, and then Brady Ebel is probably like top 20 prep guys. Like they had 3 top 20 players on their team, and I don't know how they're not number 1.
It says a lot about baseball there, where it's like you need to have a full roster. And this is kind of where I kind of transition. These second round picks are so important. In the NFL, especially in the NBA, you can have one really good player that can really change a franchise. Ethan Holiday won't just change the Rockies franchise if he's really good. We need multiple guys to string together. We look back at past draft classes. Dolan looks decent, right? Especially as a pitcher. We like Condon. We need more than one of these guys. Second round picks are huge, and depth in the draft class is huge. Unlike any other sport, you just need a full roster in baseball to win it all. That's why we look at like the Dodgers and we kind of just assume they're gonna go really deep because their 26th man is probably better than our 5th man.
I mean, yeah, it's crazy to say that. And in my head, I'm like, no way, but probably not far. I think maybe you move those numbers slightly, and that's very true. But that kind of helps to connect back we were talking about before the draft even started in projecting what teams were going to do early and what they ended up actually doing. Think about what LA did. They want to spread that draft class as much as possible because they're similar to the Rockies. They've struggled to fill out the back of their roster for a long time. I mean, think about how many playoff wins they have with Mike Trout, maybe the most talented player of all time. They have 0 playoff wins with him. And that's because they don't fill out the back of their roster well. So LA trying to do that. The Rockies not going to be able to do that as well this year. I don't think that needs to like limit what happens tonight. Like we're still going to get 3 more draft picks tonight. And they should all still be pretty high pedigree players with a chance to impact an MLB team. So I'm not saying anything to panic. Like what we're talking about right now is spreading your wealth and building out a roster, not to panic things right now, but there's a lot of value to be had and really stretching out your draft classes.
By the way, it doesn't look like they won the state championship. St. John Bosco beat them in the semis.
Oh, so. Okay. I mean, that's respect. I think St. John Bosco might have a prospect this year as well.
That's like an IMG school. You always hear St. John Bosco.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it might just be from something else. Like,
I know they're a huge football school, St. John Bosco.
Yeah, that's probably what's actually got me thinking about them. I'm sure they've had some baseball prospects, but yeah, I don't know how. Yeah, Corona not winning, that's pretty crazy though.
They're like one of like IMG, St. John Bosco, St. Thomas Aquinas. They're like these high schools, but it's more like super rich and fancy, and you need like scholarships to get in, and the scholarships are given to really good players.
What's
And
that one school that that IMG faced? That was like it was
Bishop
like that.
Sycamore?
Yeah, Bishop Sycamore. It's kind of like that.
I know this because they're right up the road from me, IMG. So,
Oh, okay, yeah.
I know, like they have like such a nice campus, and like they actually have like athletic facilities, almost like a pro team. So, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I can't imagine going to a school like that where it's basically an athletic training program where you do classes, but I'm sure the way that they structure classes, it's like the bare minimum to be accredited as like a school.
You know why you're there. Yeah.
Well, this is interesting. This guy Michael Oliveto.
Oh yeah,
I've heard of him. He's from this. Like a lot of my family lives in Hauppauge, New York, which it's like not. I mean, it's not far from or like Smithtown, New York. It's not far from like actual city of New York, but yeah, it's pretty funny to see a kid coming out of there. That's actually Mike Sirota, who we talked about him earlier on the pod. I think he's from around there too. So that's a little bit of a. I mean. New Yorkers love their baseball, so.
This is committed to Yale, so this could be like a Moneyball situation, where it's like they're talking to the family and can he do both? No. Ranked 219th on Pipeline's.
Wait, was he actually that? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I definitely had seen him pre-draft, but I wouldn't have. I mean, I definitely wouldn't have expected him to be taken in the top 40.
I think this is Detroit's first pick.
And I think they've made a few. I think that might have been their third, actually. At least their second. Definitely their second. At least.
Definitely their second. Yeah, you're right.
Oh yeah, they took Jordan Yost. That's right. So they've had a creative. I think they're gearing up for something big a little bit later on. So I think their pool is pretty normal. Their pool is 11 million. So I don't feel like they've used. I feel like those picks combined, you're maybe hitting 4. So they've got like 7 million. At least like 6 million probably to spend the rest of the draft.
I mean, I think Yost was at best breaking even on or at worst.
Yeah, on a $3.7 million slot, and then that pick held 2.8. I do not think that he's getting $2.8 million. Oliveto.
I think he's getting less than $1 million. That's what I would assume.
It's honestly possible to be in that range. Yeah, I think. I mean, the high school guys I think want to sign like this year. Talked about it. They want to sign.
I think was it the Mariners last year who took a guy, or it was the Brewers who took a guy in the third round for $25,000 or something?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it happens somewhat frequently that there's guys that are taken for truly like a funny amount of money. There goes another catcher, Luke Stevenson, to the Mariners. It's fun hitting this point in the draft. My 9:45 or for you 11:45 estimate's probably going to be a little bit off. I'm thinking. Probably like 15, 20 minutes sooner than that because these picks are starting to fly now. Luke Stevenson, yeah, that's a good. I mean, there's so many of these college guys still even on the board now that I'm kind of excited about the Rockies possibly getting one. Of course, the MLB Draft tracker is like being all wild. Okay, so yeah, Brendan Summerhill, who I think is a fantastic player. 5 tools, not fantastic at anything, but he's very good at everything. Devin Taylor was a preseason top 10 prospect. Max Beaulieu is another pretty quality outfielder. Cam Cannarella is an interesting one for the Rockies because he could be kind of like a left-handed Brenton Doyle type of player. And then obviously Riley Quick, who we talked about at large, and got a lot hanging on that. We projected that as the pick. So,
okay, so I think I know you guys were looking for the highest underslot, most underslot. I don't know by raw number, but by percent, I can almost guarantee it's Tyler Gray, drafted in the 18th round for $2,500 was his signing bonus.
I mean, it's so funny that that's like the team truly saying we want to save money. Like, because you're not saving your bonus pool. You're saving physical
just cash. Yeah.
Yeah. Which I could kind of get it that it's like the 19th, 18th round, whatever. Like, you're not invested into whoever you're taking, but you can still take a shot. That's almost like you got a call from a buddy. And he was like, hey, my kid, the GM's like getting a call from his friend. He's like, my kid's in the draft. You should take him. And he's like, all right, we can give him $2,500.
There's also, I guess, the Braves had one that was $200K, and he got 7 or 20K, and it was $200K was the slot. So,
I mean, yeah, getting some money is better than none, and knowing where you're going. But yeah, otherwise those guys probably go undrafted. And you shouldn't have said Riley Quick's name a second ago because he's gone to Minnesota. But fortunately, yeah, I still like some of these pitching prospects available. Maybe the Rockies do what they did last year, and they kind of double dip early into the hitting side of things. Usually they're going to go pitching heavy. We know that. But do they double dip into hitting to start this draft? Like Brendan Summerhill, Devin Taylor, Max Bleu, Cam Cannarella. I mean, those to me are some of the best prospects on the board. You got a couple picks to go. I'm sure one of them at least gets taken, but those are impact players, impact prospects. So, but there's definitely good pitching as well. Still got Cade Obermueller. we can repost the mock draft with Cade Obermueller.
You're undefeated so far. You're 1-0.
Still 1-0. The pick hasn't been made official. And yeah, we can stop the count too, It's not too late to stop. But if Cade Obermueller gets picked, we're gonna count that.
You were on the fence all day about it, so we'll tweet something out.
Yeah, we pivoted to that at like 2 hours before the draft, 3 hours before the draft. So technically, yeah, it's still Cade Obermueller. I was pressured into saying Riley Quick.
Yeah.
Against my will. I didn't send that text.
Autocorrect is crazy. Our post on Twitter is 455 likes of Ethan Holiday, so it's pretty cool.
See, I forgot that last year. I haven't been on Twitter at all, but
we cooked during the draft.
Yeah,
especially the later rounds. We're the only people that tweet about it.
Yeah, Ethan Holiday will certainly get the attention, but beyond this pick, no one else is tweeting it. There goes Slater, Lil Slay.
Lil Slay?
Should we play some Lil Slay for the stream?
We'll get in trouble there, but
yeah. But actually, I guess that's the Orioles' plan kind of coming to fruition. I'm sure they at least saved money, didn't have to overspend on any of those college guys, and you get to potentially spend a little more on Lil Slay. So I think he probably had some interest in the first round, in the late 20s. So
what are some names we're looking at now, Tyler? Just jot me down some names so I can tweet it out.
Of targets?
Yeah.
I think Cade Obermueller and Anthony Ianson are probably pretty likely, but we do have those hitters that I've rattled off: Brendan Summerhill, Devin Taylor. Devin Taylor is an interesting. He could be a big time power bat.
Devin Taylor. Let's get one more. Is there a high school guy we can get maybe? Oh, no.
It's definitely possible. Let's throw out. I don't want to say a pitcher. I feel like going prep pitcher would be a little above their grade of risk tolerance.
JB Middleton?
Yeah, he's a good prospect. I could see it. I think I've mocked him to us at some point this year, so I could see it. I wish he was more physical, a little bit bigger. Makes me a little worried about him being an MLB starter beyond the fifth spot.
Which a fifth starter would be our number 2. So I'll keep saying.
Yeah, I guess it's tough to when we're having the draft speak. We'll code switch between Rockies standard and league standard, and you'll never know which we're talking about. So, yeah, I need to see this pick. Fortunately, it's only. I don't think we've had to wait at this. They're moving this thing along pretty well.
Yeah.
That's an upgrade from years past where they're a little bit stuck in the mud, where some like the first round takes. I mean, I guess they started so early. It was a 3-hour first round pretty much, or 2.5.
We are 3.5 hours into the live stream, right?
Yeah. So yeah. Oh my gosh. I think we will definitely after this pick we'll have to give our reaction and then take our time so that we actually make it to pick 77. I remember last year just being so exhausted, like at the end of it, like, and we have more. We're gonna be on the stream longer than we were last year, so.
Yeah, and well, last year we had like the Charlie Blackmon interview, which was fun.
Oh, true. That was crazy. I don't know how. Like, I forget if it ended up turning out super well, like in terms of the like process of it getting fit in there. But like Noah did such an awesome job with that.
Still hate Noah to this day because of that.
It's like save some for the rest of us, buddy.
Come on, Noah. That's my boy. But yeah, I mean, tomorrow's gonna be fun too. We have some guests, I think, coming on. We have, I think, some DNVR guys, maybe the Rockies Now guys. Aaron will be on tomorrow, so.
Yeah, it's good having Aaron. Good having Aaron to throw out. Like he'll throw out bait where he's like, Ivor Arquette is who I want, and it's like, you just want me to react to that, don't you? That's like the only reason you're saying it. He's good at
we react. So.
Sometimes he's being legit, and sometimes it's good bait. Either way, it makes for a good time. So, this is the first year, and I think the last 3 drafts that Aaron is not on day one. So we miss you, buddy. If you're listening, send a text that says the Rockies are going to take Anthony Ianson.
He has got like priorities, like kids or something like that. So
yeah, he might have like 4 kids or something. I don't know. We're lucky that we get to do this like this.
Dude, Riley Quick is massive. I know he played O-line, but 6'6", 255.
He was a top 250 recruit in high school, like for football.
Football? Wow.
So he was probably like a top 40, top 50 offensive lineman.
Did you see what I put in the Slack, the chat, the guy that went back to play college football?
Oh, yeah. Wait, which one was it? Like which guy is it?
I forgot his name. I can look up their South.
Because there's also Monte Harrison, who he was the centerpiece of the Christian Yelich trade, and he now plays football like Southern Alabama, I think.
Southern Alabama's where
it's Arkansas, actually.
Bubba Thompson.
Mitch Voigt.
Bubba Thompson was a first round pick by the Rangers. Played last year for the Reds and is now a freshman at South Alabama playing QB.
Okay, so that's I guess why I thought of this. Yeah, South Alabama. Yeah, him. Yeah, he was born to play football. That dude was like, I think he stole like 50 bags in the big leagues. Like
27, but it's gonna be speed.
Okay.
Yeah. Or
he was basically a Billy. No, yeah, Bubba Thompson.
No.
Yeah, 27. Let's see in the minors. I think he had one of those like ridiculous minor league steal outputs.
Oh yeah, you can really bluff the numbers in the minor league.
Yeah, he had 49 in 2022. But then Monte Harrison at Arkansas. I feel like that's kind of legit to go play for Arkansas.
Yeah. How old is he right now?
Guess what? He actually has a positive career WAR. He's playing football.
Playing college football. Is he at Arkansas, like the Arkansas, or? Yeah,
like the Arkansas. I don't know if he's still. Honestly, I don't. He definitely played there.
I do remember it was like they traded Yelich for football.
Yeah. And now, he's on their roster. Sophomore at 30 years old. Hey, he was first
legit sophomore
academic honor roll. He was on academic. That's crazy. Yeah, he'll hit 30, and it's like that's when players in the NFL hit a wall. Generally,
1995. I mean, From what it looks like, he kind of looks good. Like 11
I bet
games.
he's smooth out there.
Yeah, I mean, he already gotten in some games. SEC is different, so especially compared to South Alabama.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, it was Brad Cumbus, the Rockies drafted, who was also a football player at Mississippi State, and I think he retired after like a year in pro baseball. I wonder what he is up to.
I'm gonna make a graphic real quick for this quote I just dropped on us.
Brad Cumbus graphic.
No, a quote that Ethan Holiday said.
Yeah, no, that's I need to watch like the interview that they had on Brad Cumbus graphic.
Little throwback. Is he still on this org?
No, he like retired pretty early on, which I like when guys like cut their losses. Like they, I mean, I don't like it, but I respect it. Like some guys will really just stretch it out as long as possible, which I wouldn't want to walk away from baseball. But there was that one guy they drafted 2 years ago. I think he from community college, and I'm blanking on his name, but he was like a 19th round pick. I think he retired like a month into his career last year. I think it's because he was like trying to be a provider for his family, and minor league baseball is not the best way to do that. Oh yeah, now we get 2 Dodgers picks. We get to
Can't wait for
we
this
get to throw stuff out there when the Dodgers are picking. I'm gonna bet 2 Prep players. I feel like they're probably pissed having seen how round 1 went. That all of these high school players drafted in the first round. I mean, I bet they know exactly who they're taking. They've probably known that for a long time, but. Let me try to make a prediction on this Dodgers. These Dodgers.
What pick are we on? I'm not looking at it.
The Yankees are about to make pick 39, and then Dodgers 40 and 41. Do the Dodgers take Quentin Young? He's a California kid. I think he's nephew of Delman Young. Insane tools. I would not want to see him go to the Dodgers because I bet they could actually make him good. Oh, Jack Bauer will be a Dodger. Heard it here first. Jack Bauer will be a Dodger. And he'll inevitably throw 105 in a game against the Rockies in 2029.
And tear or something, and then.
Yeah, it won't be sustainable, but he will throw 105 in a major league game. And I don't know who would be hitting for the Rockies, but yeah, Jack Bauer, the guy, he threw 103 in an official high school game.
If I'm the Dodgers, I'm kind of looking at this draft as like house money, right? Like, let's have fun. Let's play the games we want to play at the casino. Let's not worry about making money here. Let's get together.
Ultimately, they get to play it kind of like the Padres do, where it's like you're doing this so that you can try to like boost the player stock and trade them, or boost their stock and keep them and trade other guys. Dax Kirby to the Yankees. All right, I don't know. Also, the Dodgers are not that predictable. They just end up circling guys that fit their model perfectly.
The Ethan Holiday quote's kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, did you post it?
Yeah, right. No. Well, he just says, "I want to win." It's like you don't because you came here.
Hey, he's gonna turn things around.
It's a very politician answer.
I mean, yeah, it is. I was watching NBA Summer League with my brother the other night, and like I think it was the Suns coach hopped on the broadcast, and they're like asking him like pretty legit questions, like, "What do you see in this roster that's going to help you like turn things around?" And he's like, we got a really great community here in Phoenix. It's like you got asked about your roster, and you brought up the community of Phoenix like that. Yeah, I feel like some people are. I give credit to that. That's what you should say. Frankly, to not like tip anything. Not that you really can in an interview, but all right. Let's for both picks. I'll go Jack Bauer, one of them.
Well, and real quick, with your dad and brother being in the MLB and an MLB veteran, I'm sure you're taught to be the PR perfect person.
I mean, he's gotten to see his brother learn how to do it, and obviously, I've been around with his dad, and I'm sure his dad's like, don't say what you don't need to say. I like those people though too that kind of go out of their way to like make a relationship with not only the media but effectively the fans. Like when you share stuff out in the media, you're really like, I mean, it's not like a real relationship, but I mean, fans are never going to meet players that much. So like in some ways it is. So I like the ones that go out of their way. Yeah, definitely. That's the best way to put it. But
Mitch Voigt, any relation to?
I mean, he's a two-way player, which makes me think he's a big dude. No, it does not look like there's any relation.
So.
I don't know too much about him either way. I knew he was a two-way player, but I don't know if he's great at either. I think his numbers were great, but
didn't the Mets take someone last year, like a two-way player last year?
They have a guy named Nolan McLean.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
I don't think he hits anymore, but at one point he was, and he had like huge power. But now I think he's just a pitching prospect. He hasn't hit in 2025. Last year he had a 712 OPS, but this year he has a 217 ERA. So, dude can pitch.
So when the Rockies do pick, I'm gonna just need you to filibuster while I make the graphic.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, if it's a college guy, I will be able to just like unload on data. We'll do like a live full scouting report, which honestly is fun. I feel like usually when we have these streams going, we're like it's a very open dialogue, which is fun. But I will be doing a segment of data dump basically.
Yeah, because if we look at like Ethan Holiday, everybody knows Ethan Holiday, right? Like everybody's heard the scouting report. But once we get to pick 45, we're gonna have probably got a good chance I haven't heard of this guy, or at least I've heard of the guy, but I don't really know what he's good at or what type of player he is. So it is gonna be fun to hear you if we do draft a college guy. I just go all in.
Yeah, and that's when it's a little more exciting to look into that kind of stuff. And like with Ethan Holiday, it's like we're really making a lot of assumptions as to like how good or how not good he's gonna be. Like that's what it is. And what Dodgers take Zach Root. I mean, has some like he's not Kershaw, but like definitely has some of that like lefty funk to him. And
how about Brendan Summerhill still on the board? Kind of an all-around solid college guy.
Yeah, I like him a lot. Like he's not. I don't think he'll be great in any one way, but he can hit a little bit. Has a little bit. He can hit for a little power. I think he's a center fielder. So. Yeah, let's see Dodgers. They've got. If they don't take Jack Bauer, I'll be happy because I think he could become like the best pitcher of all time in the Dodgers organization. But
Quentin Young, I would really love to see Quentin Young. I don't think we're gonna have the money to get Quentin Young, but I thought he'd be higher rated than this. I would work rates him really highly.
I guess he's one of those guys that just hitting wise, there's like we thought there's like a little bit of risk with Ethan Holiday. It's like Quentin Young has a lot to overcome to become a good player. Like the tools are ridiculous though.
Yeah, 6'6" shortstop. I'm pretty sure he's a really good athlete as well. So you're looking at,
I think worst case he'd play like some center field. I think too. So
is he Delman Young's son?
Nephew.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I guess we didn't know. That's not like a son that we talked to Patrick. Nailed all the bloodline names in this draft, but Quentin Young, not a son, but is a relative. I think there's been a lot of those like nephew. It's Justin Crawford, or is he actually Carl Crawford's son? I feel like he's like a nephew. But okay, that does sound right.
I think because he went to IMG, which is, I think he lives over here, Justin Crawford.
I don't know. He is Carl. Yeah, he is Carl's.
I know whose son goes to high school around. There's a famous Yankees player whose son goes to high school around here. I forgot, but
I don't. Yeah. Yeah. There goes Charles Davillon. He was one of the mock picks. Dodgers got him. That is a very Dodgers pick. They took 2 Arkansas players back-to-back picks. They got to be pretty hyped about that.
Gary Sheffield's son. That's who it is.
Oh, okay. Not the one that's on Twitter all the time that people hate.
It might be.
I haven't seen that. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen that dude on Twitter though recently. Forget what his name is, but everyone just like gave him so much crap. All right, I will be right back. Not a break. I'll be right back.
A filibuster. So yeah, it's been a fun night. Thank you guys all for joining us. We're almost at the 4-hour mark, which is just incredible. It feels like it's flown by. Let's see. It's been a fun. My thing is currently broken. It's been a fun couple of picks here. Ethan Holiday was the Rocky selection. Shock of the draft though goes to the Angels, which Tyler Bremner. I know. And then we have Dinger's Burner here who wants Nolan Schubert. And then we have Isaac back, which is clutch. So
What up?
I was gonna say he just left, so I had to kind of just fill the void with.
Oh gosh, was it bad?
No, it was 10 seconds, and then you joined.
Oh,
But,
was it actually? Okay.
How was the interview with Ethan Holiday?
It was pretty sick. Matt was also on the call, so it felt like us FaceTiming 2 famous people. But yeah, no,
Wait.
I got.
That's insane, actually.
What?
I said that's insane. Like that. Matt
Right.
was like,
It was epic. Maybe they might have gotten a glimpse of my face because I had my camera on the Zoom. So they pretty much know.
You're like, yo, is
who
that the
I
kid
am.
from Iowa that has great strikeout stuff?
Yeah, right.
dude.
Yeah, that happened. Word for word.
Like, wait, you know the entire DSL Colorado roster? That's you?
Yeah.
You're the guy who discovered Alessandro De La Cruz.
AKA Barry Bonds.
To be fair, a lot of people still haven't discovered him yet.
Dude, he'd be a first 100 pick in the MLB draft.
I think so. I mean, he's playing. I mean, the DSL is weird to evaluate, but basically it's better than high school, I would think.
Yeah, they're
'Cause Yeah, no, go ahead.
I've thought about it a lot because I feel like the quality, guys are probably sitting 87 miles per hour in the DSL, and you're gonna see guys throwing. I don't know. I feel like the minimum is a lot better at the DSL than it is high school, depending on the state you're in, of course.
In some ways, it's almost like the showcase. It's not as good as showcase events and showcase circuits, but actual high school, it definitely is a lot better than that. So,
Right.
if you're, I mean, we see guys all the time that put up similar numbers to what De La Cruz is doing, and then they end up really good prospects a year later. So,
Yeah. De La Cruz, he's in the ACL this season, struggling a little bit with strikeouts, but I mean, it was to be expected. But the guy still hits baseballs over 110 miles per hour. He's 19 years old. I don't know.
might be decent or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
So
Maybe.
wait, I would like to point this out, Tyler. I just figured this out. The Rays traded for this pick a couple months ago. They traded away Jeffrey Springs for this pick.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
So the Brian Baker thing still makes no sense.
They basically traded for Brian Baker. They traded Jeffrey Springs for Brian Baker, more or less.
And
I mean, they traded the more favorable of the picks, but that's crazy. They could have had 2 picks in that range. I'm surprised that they didn't want to hold on to both. But yeah, they took Brendan Summerhill, who could have been a Rockies target. I don't know if I would have been super excited about a college outfielder without a carrying tool, really. I mean, he's a good player, and I would have been happy with it. Not an exciting pick. And maybe sometimes those are the better picks, or the ones that aren't exciting. They're just okay, this guy's solid.
And then the Orioles got their 30 and 31 for Corbin Burns and Anthony Santander. So it is kind of cool to see how these guys. And then Christian Walker gave 29 to the Arizona Diamondbacks. And then I will say real quick, I think the most interesting pick in this draft will be 47, the Angels. I want to see what they do.
Yeah, you're right.
47.
I mean, it's weird because a lot of maybe it's Jack Bauer. I'm going to say Jack Bauer like 10 times per hour now. He seems like the prep guy right now that would require the biggest signing bonus. Landon Harmon's kind of a big-ish guy as well, but I mean, I bet really what the Angels end up doing though is taking like 4 guys throughout the rest of this draft over slot, and spreading like the $2 million plus that they're getting from Tyler Bremner and just spreading that all over the place. Like round 2 here, round 5 later, round 11, and whatnot. But
Josh Naylor was traded for the 70th overall pick in this draft too. So
wait, he was traded for it? Really?
Yeah, traded for
that does sound right. That's crazy. It's cool that I mean, the league should implement like a little bit more draft. Like we were talking about that. It's fun to have that stuff change hands.
Thoughts on Nolan Schubert, Tyler?
I mean, he's got huge power, but I worry he's not going to be able to hit at the pro level. I think his let me get some stuff in front of my face. Yeah, his contact rate in college was about 70%. So that's going to translate into like 65, maybe even lower in the pros, and not many guys succeed like that in the pros. But it is huge power, and he does have a good enough approach and does put the ball in the air. So like, I just wouldn't want it here. I wouldn't want it here. I think that's maybe with one of the picks in the 70s later tonight could justify that a little bit more, but yeah.
And then pick 43 goes to the Marlins. Cam Canarella, a guy that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
I think last week landed in our lap. Goes a little bit before us.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple still high-end college guys on the board. Devin Taylor, Max Beaulieu from Texas. Both those guys, I think, would be impact type of prospects to add. But I ultimately do think, the Rockies last year took a lot of hitters early. Condon, Thomas, Messina, Blake Wright. You would think they're going to kind of counterbalance it with more pitching this year. Like, they're always going to take more pitchers than hitters, but you take Ethan Holiday at the top of the draft. I feel like you're going to balance it out with some pitching. So, Cade Obermueller. Do
we know if anybody's leaking picks early?
I mean, maybe there's probably like ways to I'm sure someone's like tweeting at like some of the like little reporters are tweeting at some of them like a little in advance, but I doubt much in advance.
Oh, you know what? There is somebody doing it. Same guy that did it last year. Okay. Maybe.
Lewis Taggart.
Hey, the pick here is going to be 45. Is going to be Cade Obermueller.
That'll be interesting if we do get. I'm glad Isaac's back in case it is Cade Obermueller.
Oh yeah, 2 Iowa boys back-to-back years. Brody Brecht. Do you think that the Rockies are attracted to those kinds of guys who are like more developed in a sense of like analytically sound? Like all of their pitches are pretty much shaped in a way to be set for professional baseball, and like the Rockies don't really they don't have like much of an analytics department, one of the worst in Major League Baseball. Do you think that they are more attracted to those Iowa guys, Tyler?
I think probably. I mean, you think about they've taken some guys from Tennessee pitching wise, Sean Sullivan from Wake Forest. Like those are some of the better pitching development schools. And I might go on a limb and say that Iowa, given the talent that ends up at Iowa, like it's not bad, but it's not like SEC or like high end ACC talent. But they turn out a lot of really good pitchers. And a lot of that's because they bring in elite talent like Cade Obermueller. You watch his arm when he pitches, and it's so fast, like so quick. And so I think with Iowa, there's some of that overlap of they just get really raw, pure athletes that are end up being desirable pitchers, but they also help to develop those pitches. So I think the Rockies probably want to make things easier on themselves and get players who have been given some good instruction. So there's got to be something to that. But I mean, they're not the team that's going to pick someone out and be like, oh, we can completely reshape this arsenal and make it great. Like, I'm sure the Rays are like, oh yeah, that guy's not going to throw any of those pitches in the pros. Like,
All right.
We're going to take his 4-seam and turn it into a 2-seam. We're going to take his changeup and like turn it into a splitter. Like, all the grips are going to change, all this, all that. Like, the Rockies, I don't think will do that necessarily.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. When Lewis and we talked to Bryson, was it Bryson Hammer, where he talked about changing his arm angle?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was just something that, I forgot what it was. Like, he might have like picked it up in the offseason. The Rockies like didn't influence it whatsoever, and I don't know where I was going with that either, Tyler.
Well, I mean, no, but that's kind of the opposite in some ways of what you're talking about. But like, it's just a fun data point to look at of like how certain players will develop in the pros, and a guy who just completely switches his arm angle, like, that's kind of crazy. The team would allow him to do that, but it seems like it's paying off a little bit.
Right. Tyler, how do you say your last name?
Pador.
Pador.
Yeah.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
not maybe not what most people would expect. Most people, I get Patter or Pat. Like, yeah, Patter is most common.
Okay. Do you know how to say my last name?
No, Stevens.
Yeah.
Oh, I got it. No way.
I thought it was funny, man.
Funny man 11.
Oh, dude, that's so funny. Isaac, funny man.
When I turned 18, I really considered changing my usernames and stuff. I'm not gonna do it now, but if I'm
cheating,
if I'm like 30 someday and I like still have a presence on social medias, it is not gonna be Coach Bunnyman 11. Gosh.
Hey, I mean, I won't name names, but there's some. I guess some people, if you don't have your face attached to it, it's one thing. Like, then you can be whatever you want. Like, you could be. Yeah, well, I won't name names of our community, but
they know.
I bet Lewis knows exactly who I have in mind right now.
I know. There's a couple of them out there that have some crazy names.
Yeah, like if you have your face attached to it, then yeah, you might have more hesitation about being Coach Funny Man into your 30s.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
How about rocks don't rake?
Yeah, I had to. I mean, that was like a pretty neutral one. But
that was good. No, I like that one. Yeah.
I eventually was like, all right, I'm not gonna have like a funny username anymore. Yeah, it started as Rocks Rake, and then there was one game that just pissed me off so much that I changed my Twitter handle from Rocks Rake to Rocks Don't Rake, and then it stuck like that for like 2 years.
You showed them up, Tyler. Wow.
And then they really just stopped hitting. Period.
You need to change it back.
Do you think Bud Black had a team meeting about it?
He's like, guys, Rocks Rake.
We're changing the names.
We've been betrayed.
Is there a break in the after round one? Because nothing's happening.
Yeah,
I think probably like a little bit, like 5 to 10 minutes, which is annoying because like we just want to see the pick so that we can take a short break. I thought at first we were picked 44. I think I've said that a bunch today. Is that we were picked 44? Because I was thinking of 74. Yeah,
74, 76.
44 too.
So yeah, 45. We have to wait for the stupid White Sox, who we're going to finish with a better record than the 2024 White Sox.
I think so.
Yeah,
too. It'll be close.
It will be like down to the last week. I hope. I mean, honestly, I hope. Like, otherwise,
we have to win. If you look at our schedule, we have to win this month. This is the easiest schedule we have, the month-wise, by far, compared to other months. And I'm pretty sure the end of the season is pretty rough. And last year, the White Sox won like 5 of their last like 8 games or something, and still were the worst team of all time.
Yeah, 41 wins is crazy. I mean, but I want to see the Rockies because I know that their record with Warren Schaefer's actually been like okay, like not good. But I think Warren Schaefer record probably would extend to like a 55 win season, and Bud Black was like 40 win season or less. It was a lot less than 40 wins.
The White Sox picked Jaden Fosk out of Nazareth Academy, Illinois.
That was a guy we had him on the draft show, or like named him on there. It was like that'd be a good second round target. So White Sox poaching.
They know the Ty paddle rocks don't rake. They got the noties on.
Yeah. Wait, did they take it off of? Oh, they took it off of ESPN, bro. Where is the draft?
I will say I know who it is.
Is it Devin Taylor?
Nah, I low-key called this. I was low-key right on this.
Dude, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get the broadcast up. So
is it Cade?
No. Yeah, I don't think you were here when I called it.
Okay.
It is in our guys we're looking at though. So.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have this broadcast. Are you serious?
Oh
yeah, yeah. We had him in a mock draft. We got to retweet that one and be like, we told you guys.
Come on, guys.
Yes, yeah. I don't know if everyone like some people probably did lose the broadcast because it's not on ESPN now. JB Middleton, Southern Mississippi. Chase Dolander was a Southern Mississippi product. In reality, they just
Georgia Southern.
Oh, is he really? I thought he. Oh, yeah. You're right. You're right. I think their logos are kind of similar, or their color scheme at least.
I think they're in the same conference too, so that might be why.
Yeah, JB Middleton, like he's good. I mean, there's a reason that we had him in a mock draft earlier in the season. Like he's a little bit on the smaller side, which we talked about. Cade Overmuller, same thing on the smaller side. JB Middleton can rip though. He's up to 97. He averages 94 on his four-seam fastball. It's a little bit of a lower slot type of pitch. 21.6 whiff rate, 662 OPS. So I mean, the fastball is really what I think you're going after is the Rockies. Like you get good velocity, you get a lower slot, which they like. You get some decent extension, 6.3 feet of extension. So it's a good fastball. I mean, I think that is the selling point. Throws a slider a lot though too, and it's super effective, up to 92. 455 OPS against his slider, and then also throws a changeup, which I want you guys to guess the OPS against his changeup.
473.
600.
What's it's about the difference between the two. 215 OPS against his changeup and a 52% whiff rate. So he's got three very workable pitches. JB Middleton. Also, his strike percentage is 66.5. That is pretty high for pitchers. Like most guys hover between like 59 and maybe 62, 63. So JB Middleton's nabbing a few extra strikes. Had a really low walk rate this year, 2.1 per 9, 25 in 105 innings. So,
do you know what his slider shape is like? Because if it's up to like 92, if that's what you said, it's like a true cutter, or?
I guess it tracks as a cutter sometimes. I mean, it averages 87.6, but it can definitely top 90. And it was the highest it was flagged was 92.
Okay.
But it plays. I mean, it has a decent amount of depth to it. It is more cutterish though. Yeah, that's a good pick. It makes sense that they wanted to get a pitcher to balance out the draft class a little bit. But I mean, yeah, that's an underrated arm. Like smaller school, smaller frame. But I mean, yeah, he's got 3 above average pitches, and I think both secondaries might end up plus. Like both could be 60 grade pitches. So it's a good one for Colorado.
What do you think makes his fastball so effective?
No, yeah, it's kind of interesting because he doesn't have any like really standout traits with it, and I guess in some ways like his fastball is kind of more average. It's probably the most like average pitch of his main three. It's like it's below average run, it's below average IVB, but I guess slightly lower release height and averaging 94 that can kind of play. So
Like his extension too is gonna only help with that, right?
Yeah, so I mean, those are some of the things. It's not like above average extension, I guess, at least, but it's like close to average. Like I think 6.3 is becoming around average. So
okay,
yeah, I'll have to watch a little bit more of it. And yeah, I'm sure I'll have more in the breakdown recap tomorrow. But definitely, I like the way he's able. I mean, he has a smaller frame, so it's not like he's like contorting his body, but he definitely does a good job like staying lower, like getting him exploding down the hill a bit. So
okay,
I like this. I feel like we've seen this mold of Rockies rounds 2 to 3 take pitchers that maybe don't show the greatest upside ever, but can become like a solid rotation guy that we can plug in. And I have a lot of confidence with the slider will play at Coors, which obviously that will be what everybody will talk about. But and I think at worst, what I'm reading on him, it looks like the relieving risk, which I don't really like calling it risk. At worst, we're going to get a good reliever out of this.
And yeah, I mean, he looks like a reliever on the hill, and you see like a smaller frame guy with. I mean, he doesn't have a ton of effort in his mechanics, but he does have some traits that make you think like, oh, that might be a reliever. So either way, though, yeah, it is a good pitcher, and he logged over 100 innings this year, which that kind of tells you like, okay, the guy can.
I would say Baseball America has him fastball, slider, changeup all at 55.
Okay.
And control.
I feel like one of those secondaries. I'll have to look into them more, but they both were really, really effective. So.
Overall, they have him as 50 prospect, which you'll love to see.
But yeah, we need to find the mock draft. I'll have to try to track it down. A JB Middleton mock. I think we had at least one, like one of our first ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, with that, I'll probably take a bit of a break. We got, I would guess, about 2 more hours from here on. So stay energized. Yeah, I'll be back probably like 9:40ish Eastern. So.
Okay, that's okay. All right. Me and Isaac will hold it down.
Yeah, get the filibuster rolling.
Any things stand out in the interview, Isaac, that you liked?
In the interview, I was really impressed with like how well spoken he was. Like he seemed media trained, and like I don't know, you don't really expect that out of 18-year-olds.
That's funny. Me and Tyler was like, we kind of said like, his dad played, and of course his brother plays. Like, I think that's one thing that he might just have above everybody else is like being taught that from such a young age.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it. At one point, somebody asked him like, what former Rockies players have like influenced him in his life, and like at first Ethan was like, oh well, I don't know, and then like Matt kept like whispering names to him. So like he said like Ryan Spilborghs, Nolan Arenado, Troy Tulowitzki, and I thought that was funny that like Matt was telling him what to say
homework.
there.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, shows how real these people are, right?
Yeah, and hopefully, I think we've done a really good job drafting from smaller schools. A little bit of a change of conversation here. So JB Middleton, those smaller school guys end up always being like really fun to talk to. Like Bryson Hammer is like one of my favorite guys we've ever had the chance to talk to.
Yeah.
And I hope JB Middleton is the same. Baseball America seems to really like the floor of JB Middleton. I'm about to post the graphic up his tools here.
Okay.
And so love that.
I'm interested. Like I wonder what has changed from like now from like 20 years ago, when you see these guys from these smaller schools like Southern Mississippi, where they don't have information such as like individual pitch movement or like anything we need to do to like categorize what a good pitcher actually is, other than just like their traditional stats such as like ERA or WHIP. So like I wonder like before I don't know, like 2010 or something, where the highest drafted Southern Mississippi player was in the MLB draft. Like things like that is really interesting. It's always fun seeing names from these smaller schools, like you did say.
Hold on, let me. Oh no, Jay Middleton can't be tagged in photos. Okay.
That's okay. Dude, it's awesome seeing how quickly the second round is going by now.
Is it really? Oh, whoa, we're flying.
2, 3, 4.
Devin Taylor. Wow, Tyler's gonna love the age draft class so far with those two. And then the Angels go under slot again. Like I don't know what they're doing. Maybe Bremner. I'm assuming Bremner wasn't as much as an underslot as we might be hyping it up as. I think the MLB ready thing is there. If you're Bremner, you're gonna love that. You're gonna get the MLB paycheck very quickly on top of the signing bonus. But we're starting to reach the range of I don't know these guys. So.
Right. I mean, they got Chase Shores out of LSU. They have a solid baseball program, like Tyler was saying earlier. SEC is good. Competition, what January results they have, always good to see. So, like, maybe Chase Shores is – the Angels know more than we do in that retrospect. And they see these two guys where they don't need to spend as much money as they would from somebody that they would be expected to select there, and probably get players and could very possibly get players who are better than what is to be predicted. I don't know. The Angels
it's been a long night for us. Like it's been. I know we still have 2 more picks left here. Hopefully it goes by.
It's flying though. It
is flying. Hopefully, I think it'll be done by 10:30. I do want to go to the gym tonight, so hopefully,
Right. See, I was good, but then like by the time the 2-hour mark happened, I was just not in it to win it. So when Aaron brought up me doing the conference with with Ethan and Matt Holiday, I was like, whew,
you had to.
Got myself a little getaway. And it was neat because I saw Patrick Lyons in there, and I was just like, oh, just saw
You're
you.
back. Yeah. You spotted by Patrick left.
That's right.
You said it was going quick, man. I haven't seen a pick since you said that.
I'm terrible. I say bad things.
Let's see. So yeah, this is Jaylee Middleton was a guy who I was talking to Tyler, a college guy. We kind of figured after going a high school route, first overall pick, we're going to go back to the college route, and we did. JB Middleton.
Yeah.
This is going to be an interesting draft class because we see a lot more high school guys than we normally see, and that means I think it's already a thin college class, but I do think that is negated by how little or how much we've seen of high schoolers taken. So it's pushing a lot of those guys down. AJ Russell gets taken. That was a guy Tyler really wanted for us, a Tennessee guy.
So, Lewis, do you think that JB Middleton and other drafts would have been drafted higher just because of the lack of high school presence in the draft?
I don't know. Probably I think other draft classes would have stronger college crop. So I think it'd equal out.
Okay.
I'm looking at he's the highest Southern Miss guy.
I did have another question for you. Is there anything that you specifically like about JB Middleton that like Tyler or I have not said yet?
Yeah, something I said earlier was just I like the floor. The more I'm reading about him, Baseball America seems to be doing they seem to really like a solid bat misser that generated 54% miss rate in 2025. Not going to throw a lot of strikes, but in 2025, he seemed to really hone in that control, which is kind of the one thing that stopped him from getting drafted last year in terms of being looked at as a drafted prospect. So we're looking at a guy that improved a lot last year. Smaller conference guy, so there's always that little risk with that. But I think with pitching, you can almost negate that risk. Because if you're looking at a guy that like hits a lot of home runs in a small conference, it's one thing. If you're looking at a guy that has good stuff, that's going to translate more than bat on ball. So the fastball sits about 93, 95. I think we'll see that tick up to like 97 when he really needs it to. So yeah, we're going to see the really good fastball slider against righties. And so I think it's going to be how does he attack lefties? Can he it's going to be tough, but I have a lot of confidence in this being just a solid player. Maybe not anything that changes the franchise or sets the world alight, but I do like it's when you have a fastball slider combination that seems to be as good as JB Middleton, I think it'll translate very well.
Right. And I mean, to me, everything about this guy just screams starting pitcher. Like you said something earlier about like there's or something reported that there is a concern of him being on like a bullpen piece or something like that. But I really don't think so. When you have like the
well, I said that. I'll let you finish. Go. My bad.
Okay. You're okay. Don't worry. That was weird. Sorry. When you have 3 solid pitches, when you could stay around the mid-90s on your fastball, and you're throwing each pitch for strikes, and your secondaries are getting whiffs, I don't see why at the lower levels you wouldn't do well as a starter, right? What were you saying? I'm curious now.
So I look at reliever risk almost as somewhat of an upside thing, where it's like if you're drafting a guy and like you said, like yeah, we're gonna throw him in as a starter, and I almost look at Brody Brecht last year as well. Like we're gonna try him as a starter, and if Brody Brecht works as a starter, he's gonna be a phenomenal pitcher. But also, if Brody Brecht doesn't work as a starter, unlike a lot of guys, he's going to be a phenomenal reliever. And I see JB Middleton as almost the same thing. I think if JB Middleton doesn't work as a starter, I can almost see him being a guy that can throw a lot of innings out of the bullpen with the fastball slider combination. We see that work at Coors. And, if he can be like a long leverage guy, a long relieving type of guy, that's fine. I think we kind of underrate that ability in pitchers to go to the bullpen and be really good. And I think that 93 to 95 will tick up to 97 if he goes into the bullpen.
Yeah. You know what? Now that like you say that, I don't know. I've never like really thought about it that way. Like, of course, like the ideas floated in my mind, but like the assurance that somebody can be still a redeeming person if their original role doesn't work out, right? Yeah.
It's like a backup plan. Yeah, it's like a backup plan. Granted, you don't want to draft a reliever in the second round, but there's also, I think with him going the college route, it's a lot safer than drafting, say, a high school pitcher, which I know there's a lot of high school pitchers left that a lot of people like, because those can sometimes not make it out of A-ball. So yeah.
Okay, I have a fun question.
I like the shirt, by the way.
Thank you. Oh yeah, through.
The Twins just drafted Quentin Young, and I was about to bring up. He's going to be maybe not maybe the end of next year. He'll be in Cedar Rapids.
Maybe.
So there you go.
You know what? If he is, I'll find a way to get a selfie with him, and I'll send it to you. Better yet, I'm gonna take a video of us. We're gonna say, "Hey, Lewis," and then he's gonna have a little message. I'll have a little message for you. And what am I saying? But I have a fun question, Lewis. Really, really fun question. So it's the MLB draft, right? The Rockies just selected JB Middleton, second round. Third round. Oh, wait, let me restart it. MLB draft this year. Bradley Blaylock, but currently. So like a AAA MLB kind of guy. Where are you drafting him? Like, he's going to be in the MLB like soon. So like,
yeah,
that attracts you. You're not going to wait for development.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd draft him. I'd probably draft him around this range. Probably
second round.
JD Middleton. Yeah, because I know we had the whole thing last week with Bradley Blaylock, and I kind of seem like a hater, but he's still a young guy, and he's only going to get better. This year is questionable, but you always bring up, that curveball fastball combination. It's almost like JB Middleton, kind of like that same tool. I think Blaylock could probably develop into pretty solid pitcher and a good innings eater for a lot of teams. So, but this year he hasn't really put it together. But how old is he? 25?
Probably. He just threw 5 2/3 of 1-run baseball
Today?
Or it was the other day, a couple of days ago. And I was gonna text you. I was gonna be like, Lewis, I was so right. Isaac 1, Lewis 0, but I didn't say that.
Actually, today he had 5. Oh no, it was yesterday. You're right. Good for him. Yeah. So it's funny. I actually haven't been watching, but every single time we let up runs, I'm like, please be Blaylock.
Just assume it's Bradley. Okay.
So I can text it to Isaac. But I hope he proves me wrong. He's you've always covered Blaylock of being like, the way he can attack you vertically is very powerful. And if he can just hone in that, like, if he can hone in the rest of his pitching arsenal and really become more than just the fastball curveball, he could be really dangerous. And so, yeah, I would take him around here. Born 2000, so, 25. So, yeah. He'd be really old to be drafted, but he'd also be MLB ready.
Right. Only 9 more picks of the second round.
This round is flying by. But I think there's the comp round, too. The C, there's a couple. And then there's,
Do you see who just liked our tweet?
Clint Hurdle. Yeah, he liked a couple of them.
Yeah, I know.
He liked one the other day that was like us talking about how good the hitting was in like a series, and I was like, that's kind of funny that he's liking it. Like,
right.
He's like telling him how to hit the ball.
Thank you for making my tweet into a graphic, Lewis. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, dude, I love making graphics. I can turn anything into a graphic. So,
can you take a picture of me and make me a graphic? I need a new Instagram profile picture.
Dude, yours is, what do you mean? Is it like you playing like a guitar or something?
No, it's not.
That's your Twitter.
Oh yeah.
Violin.
I need to change that. Hello.
Dude, that's a fire photo.
Isn't it actually though?
Yeah, it's dope. Yeah.
I want like a cute picture of me though. Something where somebody looks at it and they think it's cute, right?
You the senior when you're with your parents was cute. That was awesome. That's awesome.
You thought so?
Yeah.
Man, should I make that my Twitter, my XP?
You should. It gives you like a little bit. You can be like, yeah, play baseball. And also, it looks like the Nationals uniform. So.
That's right. Yeah, I threw 7 in third innings my senior year.
Boom. Let's see how the board is shaping out. I just want to look at the remaining guys that are undrafted. Anthony Iacon is, I think, the biggest name, LSU guy. Never bad to take LSU pitchers. We saw Justin Lauer and Fidel Ulloa. Sure we're saying that wrong. Jack Bauer's a guy who, from a high school pitcher, kind of reminds me of Gregory Alford last year from Colorado Springs, if you guys don't remember. He throws like 103. This guy. So would be really fun to have him in the system, but a high school guy nonetheless. Cade Obermuller is still there, a guy that Tyler really likes us, mocked us to in the second round multiple times. Can we get him at pick 75? Cameron Appenzeller, I know a high school guy that a lot of people love. I know Landon Harmon's a really good high schooler too as well. So there's still a lot of good high school pitchers on the board. Let's see down here. We have Henry Ford, who created the first car of all time. So,
what?
Yeah, don't know if you knew that about Henry Ford, but Michael Lombardi. There's some fun names on here. And James Elwinger from Dallas Baptist. Talked about Bryson Hammer, who also went to Dallas Baptist, so that's pretty fun. Gavin Turley, another Gavin, so that's big. I don't know if you know the Gavin talk.
You brought him up.
Daniel Dickinson from LSU. Whenever you see an LSU guy on the board, I always kind of focus on them because LSU has done a really good job at making players good in the MLB. Max Williams, someone known as the tight end. Let's see. Trying to just go through. Cam Leiter's here. Jared Jones, another LSU guy. Same names as another Jared Jones out there, so that's cool. Jared Spencer's a really good pitcher from Texas. I like the floor there. I don't know if you can tell I only know so many of these guys at this point. But yeah, now we're getting into day 2, which looks a little rough. Gabe Davis, wide receiver. All right.
Isn't Gabe Davis really tall?
I don't know. I can check. Hold on. Uh, 6'9".
I was right. Woo. And
As a 6'5" guy myself, that is quite tall.
The Orioles themselves just drafted somebody who's 6'8". Joseph
Dwyer.
That's how you say his name?
Well, I said it with enough confidence to where you believed it, right?
I believed that like a B word. Sorry. That was really weird.
You're on one today, Isaac. It's not even like an after after midnight pod that we sometimes do. So,
dude, I had a couple pieces of pizza.
There you go.
Before I left for the conference, I kept.
That's how you left early.
Yeah. And I did it unbeknownst too, right?
Oh yeah, Irish exit.
Yeah.
No, Irish. Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
It's when you like leave a place without telling anybody. You just leave.
Oh yeah, I Irish exited, and everybody was like, "Oh no, where's Isaac?" Right?
No, my heart dropped. I was like, "Whoa," like. No,
bro, no.
What? No.
So
I thought
the theory.
Got drafted.
You know the theory behind like music albums?
I don't want to know music theory. Is that what it is?
No, it's not like music theory, but like
I heard I should never learn music theory.
You put like 2 bangers on one album, and then you just fill the rest with fillers, just like minimum effort songs, right?
Yeah.
Like, what's your favorite album of all time?
Crack a Rear View by Hootie and the Blowfish. You know what? Actually, my favorite album of all time is going to be Paid in Exposure by Nate Wants to Battle.
That's awesome.
Yeah. How about you? What's your favorite album?
I have 3 favorite albums.
Dude, you can have 3 favorites.
Yes, you can.
I don't know what the word favorite means.
Well, like, you can live life by absolutes, right, Lewis?
Yeah.
Like, you could say, this is my favorite shirt. I'm going to wear this shirt every single day, and I'm not going to wash it just because it's my favorite shirt. That's how Lewis Taggart lives. But if you're Isaac Stevens, you have 10 shirts, and you choose to wear those 10 shirts automatically.
Right.
Yeah,
hey,
I am right.
I need to change I like the mentality you're having right now.
I'm going to change my shirt right now, says Lewis.
Didn't
we once make a joke about that?
We probably did. I know the push-up joke didn't on the bad.
Dude, we had like 5 likes.
There's your burner accounts.
We needed 10. 3 of them were my burner accounts. At least 2.
2.
No,
at
least
me.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So talking about album theory, you were saying something about album theory, and I rudely interjected with favorites and stuff like
that. Malachi Witherspoon was just drafted.
Any relation to Reese? You think?
60. No, but his twin brother Kyson was drafted in the first round.
Wow.
So twins drafted in the first and second round. But as I was saying, my 3 favorite albums are the White Album by the Beatles, The Stranger by Billy Joel, and
Johnny Cash.
No. What is it? Grace by Jeff Buckley. 3 masterpieces. 3.
You have an interesting music taste, and I respect it. I need to diversify my music taste. I like the Beatles. I need to start listening to them more.
Dude, if you like the Beatles and you don't listen to them, you're only gonna like them more. They are wonderful.
I'm saying. And by the way, if this
Kate
is the conversation at pick 63, I can't imagine what tomorrow will be like.
Dude, that's why I'm on the podcast, to filibuster.
Yeah, the filibuster. We're doing great so far. We got Twins being drafted. We got the Beatles being hyped up.
Kate Obermuller just selected by the stupid Phillies.
They drafted a really good pitcher in the first round as well.
Yeah.
Gage Wood, a guy who we were really hoping would fall to us at pick 45, came nowhere near pick 45. Drafted at pick 26 from Arkansas. But yeah, we're looking at the board now. The board is open, though. It's not like I'm sure the Rockies have a whole group of guys they would like here. It's not really like when you're at pick 4, there's like one guy you really like, and now that we're at pick 75, I think it's a little different.
Nice.
Pick 74, I was wrong.
Yeah, we're clearing it out. Dean
I don't know.
just selected by the Guardians. What?
Okay, what round is pick 74? Is that still round 2?
74.
It
No,
says it's a
that's
comp pick.
That's like the comp.
Whatever, I'm just gonna write comp B.
Okay.
It just looks ugly writing round comp B.
Yeah. I get it, hermano.
Also doesn't really fit.
Oh shoot.
I'm gonna do round 2.
It's
Yeah,
CB round.
No, it's CB round B.
CB.
No, it's round 2 though. I don't care. It's round 2. My rules, my graphic. I'm gonna make it the way I want to make it.
Lewis gets what Lewis wants.
Exactly.
That's why Lewis always shows up with a new hat every day.
South Park.
Lewis doesn't even pay for his hats.
No.
What is it? South Park.
South Park. Can't go wrong.
You know that the creators of South Park
Good
are
Jim
big time Rockies fans.
Colorado, yeah.
Yeah. Him and Cristiano Ronaldo.
Rockies fans?
That's right. Look up Cristiano Ronaldo Rockies and you will see pictures of him wearing Rockies hats. How sick is that? And I mean that really raises the question of
we're worldwide, brother. Let's go.
What makes a quality soccer or football player is based off of what hats they really do wear. If you look up Messi Rockies, you're not going to see anything. You're not going to see one thing.
Yeah, dude.
But when we talk
Maybe
about
that's why
Ronaldo,
my team is stuck in the 3rd division because we don't have players that wear Rockies hats.
That's right, dude. And you
I
know
look
I'm a
at
big
Messi and Rockies, nothing happens.
That's right. Dude, I make you think about things differently.
Dude, I'm seeing the world a bit differently. I have multiple favorites now, right? I'm gonna start listening to the Beatles.
Okay.
Now it's like Messi sucks because he doesn't wear Rockies hats.
Cam Leiter, nephew of Al Leiter and the other
Cousin?
Leiter, cousin, I don't know, but was just drafted by the Dodgers, 65th overall.
Yes. FSU guys,
pick
somewhat
right
local for me. We are in CB. Oh, we are the very last pick of this round. So we are in the round that we are in.
That's right. Aaron Walton already picked. This is flying. And Tyler's not even here.
Dude, he's not. He's going to miss the pick.
Can you call his phone?
No, man. If he misses it, he misses it. That's on him.
That's why we're here, Lewis.
We grind. They don't know about the grind, brother.
You grind. I'm here. I'm joking. Whew. What time are we going tomorrow, Lewis?
Whenever it starts, right? I kind of got to get a good start on it. I think we're going to around 10, so we could be looking at a long day. That's what I'll say.
Okay. Do you know what time it starts tomorrow?
I think 11:30
Eastern.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
I do like how there's not a third day though. That's amazing. Yeah, 11:30 a.m. rounds 4 through 20. Now, do we have to watch the rest of this draft after pick 77? Because you can't trade picks. There's no point of us watching this, right?
Don't the Rockies have 4 draft picks today?
Yeah, but we have 2 of them. 2 already got selected, and then we have 74 and 77.
Oh, was it 74 and 77?
Yeah, so it's gonna be a rough couple of minutes for me. I'm gonna have to grind very quickly.
And you said there's not a day 3 anymore?
No, they just do the rest on day 2, which is amazing because day 3 was always so boring. Like it took up hours of my day and it was just nothing.
Oh, so there won't be any picks tomorrow?
No, there will be tomorrow. There'll be all the picks tomorrow.
All the picks tomorrow, sorry. You confused me when you said they're taking a rest day.
No, I said they used to take like the whole day. Day 3 was just the worst day ever because it was rounds 11 through 20, rounds nobody cared about but me. So I was kind of like alone doing it. It was brutal. Not even Tyler cares about those rounds. He's a sicko.
Yes, he does. He cares about them. My goodness. The Brewers just picked somebody unranked by MLB Pipeline. Frank Karen.
Where was that at?
High school pitcher, 68th overall.
Oh yeah, Frank. Wow. So fun fact, when you were gone, the Tigers selected someone ranked 219th at pick 34. So that was pretty interesting too. So we have 2 of those.
Oh, dude, it was so close to the guy I sent you earlier.
Want to say his name?
Joe Areola out of Wake Forest.
What do you like about him?
Well, when we talk about a pitcher who has a pedigree of being solid, well, like Tyler said earlier, Wake Forest has a knack for developing guys' arsenals. And especially with like Areolas, they just build these big profiles.
Yeah, I mean, we look at Wake Forest. They had 2 guys drafted back-to-back in the first round, Merrick Houston and Ethan Conrad. So not pitchers, but you see a lot of that development happening. But pitching-wise, Sean Sullivan, right? Chase Burns for a little bit there before he transferred. They are kind of known to be one of the greatest schools. I know they had a couple guys last year that got drafted. So a fun school to draft from is what I'll say.
Yeah. Oh, so.
That was a good shout, though. They took a high schooler, though, that's unranked. I don't think I've ever seen that happen this early. Who is this guy? This is like the Sam Girth pick last year. I don't know if you remember that, but that was crazy.
Of course, dude. I'm a savant.
This guy is committed to Coastal Carolina.
Okay.
What is this? Hold on. The second Northeast guy to get drafted way above where they should. That's really interesting. Because Michael Oliveto was also in the Northeast here. But he was ranked top 20 by Baseball America. Baseball America wasn't blindsided by this at all.
They had him ranked top 20.
They had him ranked. Oh, let me find that.
The Rockies are now just 2 picks away from their 74th overall.
Do you know if anybody's leaking them? Or am I still?
No, you'd have to look that up. But yeah, there's JT Quinn, Will Hines, and Justin Lampkin are off the board. 2 picks away, Tyler.
Yeah, I was getting a little nervous with my timing there. It's like,
Me too.
got the two big ones back to back.
2 big ones, like Joe Areola out of Wake Forest.
Exactly. Except even bigger. Like, what was that kid the Brewers just took who wasn't on MLB's?
Yeah,
Like
Tyrone.
Yeah.
Aaron.
I will say he was Baseball America had him in their top 20 left-handed pitchers for this class. So Baseball
Like
America
for the high school class or for the entire
thing because they have Cade Anderson
okay.
in here. Yeah, he was above Jared Spencer for them. So
that's actually kind of impressive then that that they had that, but then the Brewers were on that so early.
I think it's
and I'm sure that's a nice money saving pick.
More of a huge miss by Pipeline.
Yeah, that's par for the course. I bet there's going to be a couple more guys tonight that they don't have in their list that aren't even like complete underslot guys.
Because that Michael Oliveto guy was also highly ranked high school guy in the Northeast. I wonder if they just suck at the Northeast because that's where this Brewers guy is from too.
But also like 90% of their information is like coming from their own like sources rather than like them going out there and seeing it. Like they're just good at talking to people, and like they know what they're talking about for sure. But
so Tyler, right now, I don't know if you know what the board looks like, but any names that stick out to you for this pick?
I mean, someone we've mentioned his name a lot. Did he get taken? Did Anthony Einson just get taken?
I think he was. I remember him being. I don't think so.
I'm like, why is he not at the? Yeah, I think he's available, and I like
Still
him.
available. Yeah, he's the 3rd ranked for Pipeline.
Oh yeah, okay, there he is. Yeah, Anthony Einson, I think, is fantastic.
The Rockies are on the clock now.
Yeah, their pick isn't popping up for me. So I think we can just say it now. I think we're at the pick where no one will care if we leak it.
I don't want you to leak it.
Okay. All right. Oh no. Okay, but I want to know as quickly as possible.
Murph. They just took Murph.
Fresno State guy. You know anything about that?
Yeah, actually, he's pretty good. Good contact hitter.
Great name.
Murph.
Yeah, I don't know how you end up starting to go by Murph because I think his real name is Tristan.
Oh, he's huge. 6'4", 230.
I love Anthony Einson.
Yeah. I almost wonder if there's a team overslotting him later.
Maybe. But I feel like even then it's one of those like guys can only do that so far, you know. But I guess also, funny that we were talking about Gavin's earlier. Gavin Turley would be kind of a fun, risky pick. But James Ellwinger from Dallas Baptist is someone I know I've mocked him once to the Rockies. Yeah. I like him a lot.
And we have the Dallas Baptist connection with Bryson Hammer, if I'm not wrong. So
he's a DBU.
DBU.
Okay.
Dallas Baptist.
All right, this is a fun one.
You saw it?
Okay.
None of the names that were said just now, right?
No, I mean, you never know.
Yeah, no spoiler. I appreciate that. Zero spoiler. I should see it in like 2 seconds. I love seeing it.
I don't even.
Interesting.
I mean, okay, yeah, Matt. Then they must have kind of worked out a deal with him because he was someone projected to go in the top 50. So that's
Pipeline's number 34 guy. So
that's awesome, actually. I just didn't even say his name because I figured he was going to maybe be going back to college or something. I know he got injured this year, so that kind of hurt his stock a little bit. So I mean, he only has 156 plate appearances for the year, but good power, decent contact hitter. I mean, he's a little bit aggressive, but I think it's about kind of the athleticism there a good bit. But
so you say you're like, oh, he's almost going to go back to school. I think of last year with Jared Thomas from Texas, where it's like, he could go back to school and be a really good player. Are we kind of looking at that type of player?
I think it's a similar archetype overall of like a rounded player where there's maybe some extra development to be had with a bigger frame, some athleticism that he hasn't fully tapped into like at all levels. But yeah, there's definitely some pretty big power here that is exciting.
I just realized we haven't said his name yet, Tyler.
Max Bellew. Yeah, we were just kind of like, oh my gosh, it's Texas dude. Max Bellew from Texas, 3-year player for them. He had a 986 OPS this year, 9 homers, 21 walks in 32 games. So he only played about half the season. But yeah, he's a very well-rounded player. So we're talking about Brendan Summerhill earlier, the Arizona Wildcat. Max Bellew, very similar player, a little bit more explosive, a little less polished, technically. But actually, what's so funny is on his pipeline profile, I just had to click it. It talks about Jared Thomas immediately. The third word in his profile is Jared, and the fourth is Thomas. So
match made in heaven.
So that I'm sure that I think they're in the same class, like high school class and stuff. So,
and we said earlier, we were like, we love to double dip in colleges. We talked about South Carolina, Tennessee. This is same thing with the double dip SEC school too. So you'd love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, you get to face such a high level of competition. Like any of those power conference schools, you're pretty happy with. But yeah, looking at his numbers combining 2024 into it also, the power is pretty legit. Like it's definitely above average power, and he makes enough contact. So I do get some Jared Thomas vibes here, at least at the plate. I'll have to look into him a little bit more in the field. Okay, 90th percentile exit velocity at 107. So that's pretty good for college kids.
Yeah, you're selling me on that.
Max is 113. I mean, that's metal, so everything kind of comes down a little bit from there. But.
Rockies are up again.
Oh yeah, they're on the clock already.
Time flies when you're having fun, right?
Yeah, the most fun Max Bellew.
By the way, the Angels, I don't know if you saw that, went under slot again, it looks like. So I don't know what they're doing. Ooh, I like this pick.
I guess, and yeah, this is the last pick of the night, so we'll drop it in as it comes. And for those people who are still tuned in, yeah, this is the last one for the night.
Make sure you say his name, Tyler.
Yeah, this time we will say the name on time. Pick 77. The Rockies take Ethan Hedges, a high schooler. That's not what we were expecting.
Not a high schooler.
No.
Oh, he's not. The way they pulled up his, I did not know of Ethan Hedges from USC. Okay, so on the broadcast they threw up that like MLB player development pipeline picture where he has an MLB logo on his hat, and I think that's always
I got you.
The high schoolers. So Ethan Hedges from USC, he was the 159th ranked player on MLB Pipeline's list.
This is where I think we save money.
Yeah, this does seem. I think he's a junior, so he's not necessarily that guy that you get to like Blake Wright, but you probably do. Oh, he was a two-way player of the year finalist this year. But offensively, like they, not announcing him as a two-way guy. Offensively, power's not huge. 103.6, 90th percentile exit velocity. I would grade that at like 45. But the contact rates are good. 13.6% zone whiff rate. So that's about average. I think between that and a pretty average chase rate, average overall hit ability. So you get like a 50-45 offensive player, and Pipeline had a 60 on his arm. So I mean, he pitched also, like I said. So
threw 93 miles per hour as a reliever.
It's a little Aaron Shunk like.
Yeah, I like that. I can really toss it across the diamond.
Yeah, he had a 2.4 ERA this year. I mean, peripheral numbers weren't great, but
right. Pipeline said something about him being a reliever as like a fallback. So it's kind of fun.
Yeah, I would bet that is at least like $100K, probably more like $300,000 or $400,000 saving pick though. That pick came with a slot of 1 million, just over $1 million. So I think he signs for like $750K roughly. You know, if Pipeline's ranking means anything, he was projected to go in the 5th round for about 400, 500,000. So that
And if we're going off of Pipeline's rankings, Max Bellieu was a great pick. So both sides of the coin there.
Yeah,
Third base.
that one I'm excited about. And I'm sure they had to full slot Bellieu, if not even kind of give him the Jordan Beck treatment.
Third baseman.
Are we surprised to see 3 position players on day 1?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, not entirely. Like, it seems like they realize they've kind of neglected the offensive side of the ball in the organization. I think that's a topic that some people aren't necessarily ready to have. Like, you see so many people say, like, oh, we need pitching. I mean, they just cannot hit as an organization. Like, it doesn't matter MLB level below that. Like, you know, the guys that are at the bottom of their order in pretty much every lineup cannot, you know, they're not getting the job done. So it's an organization that just is not going to be able to produce a 9-man lineup of average or better hitters.
I think you said it once, Tyler. It's a lot easier to stumble into good pitching than it is good hitting, at least for like the long term. You said something like that. It's a lot easier to, or you said pitchers are more volatile, so it's a lot easier to get a good season out of someone. Unlike hitting, where it's like the sample size on hitting is so massive. Like, it's tough to do it over 162. It's almost impossible to fake it.
I mean, kind of think of Seth Halverson is good, but think about what you had out of him last year. Like, he looked like one of the best relief pitchers in baseball in a short time. Hitting wise, it is so dependent on your true talent. Like, you're not going to be able to. I think it's also a lot less like scout oriented. Like, you can't scout your way into hitting, 300. You could scout your way as a 280 hitter into hitting 300, but pitching wise, it's like you could scout your way into some outs.
So he was ranked Max Bellieu. Let's go back on him. By Pipeline number 27 on their board. Or number 33, my bad, which still we'll take that.
I'm curious what his perfect game rating was coming out of high school. Seems like it was probably pretty up there.
Max Bellieu, he's 20.
No, not really. 29th in Texas, so 300 overall.
I like the Max Bellieu pick. I think Ethan Holiday's the pick of the draft, but I like almost like a Jared Thomas here.
Yeah,
Jared Thomas saved us money. So.
But yeah, between Middleton and Bellieu, I think those are like the guys you want with your second and third picks, like the ones that truly can become big leaguers. Ethan Hedges, I'm a little bit like, we'll have to see the money there. I mean, he performed this year. He definitely came to play. So I think that's where Ethan Hedges could be an average hitter. And I mean, you're always happy with guys who are getting on base at like an average rate. But definitely not the same upside type of pick.
Yeah, they have his arm as a 60 grade. Baseball America does. So this is a guy like Aaron Chunk. I think you said it already, kind of like the perfect comp for him. Like, can the power get there? Baseball America seems to think the power is his best tool, at least in the box. 55 grade on the power. So
wait, did they really throw a 55 on the power?
Yeah, I'm doing the graph right now.
That seems like it seems. Oh, they threw a 50 on and a 45 on the hit. I feel like those at least should be reversed, but I don't think his power is. I think the 40 is a good.
I'm looking at 50 on Baseball America. 50, 55, 50, 50, 60.
I see 45, 50, 50, 50, 60.
For who, Max or?
Oh yeah, I was looking at Ethan Hedges. My bad. Yeah. No, for Bellieu, that makes sense.
Let me get this graphic out.
Yeah, the Hedges grades. Yeah, those look kind of interesting, and I don't necessarily agree with their grades. on Hedges.
What do you disagree with? I want to
Just that I think he is a 40 power. Like MLB has him at 40 for power. I think that is where he is, not a 50. I mean, that's a pretty big difference too, 40 to 50.
Yeah.
But he does seem like a good hitter. So I think that's in a lot of ways like the Blake Wright pick, actually, Ethan Hedges. Blake Wright had a little more power, but also was a senior sign. So
yeah, it didn't have much of a negotiation there. So.
And yeah, means I think all that production means just like a little bit less when you're in your fourth year versus your third.
Trying to finish this one graphic and then I'll be done for the night. Or I might do the other one. Tyler's muted.
Yep. It's kind of this. I was saying this early start time is nice because if you're a fan of a team that picks early, the draft is not finishing at 9:30. Like with another 30, I guess it's feeling like 20 picks left. I guess this is going to finish at like 10:45 Eastern.
Yeah, I was telling Isaac I can go to the gym after this and shoot my day.
Yeah, get ready for the grind tomorrow, which will probably honestly be about just like 2.5 hours tomorrow, I think, for the rounds that we should stick around for.
Yeah, once you get to round like 10, 11, it gets brutal out here. But I mean, I'll be here for all of it, though. I'll be making graphics. So.
I think I would say actually a good idea for tomorrow is like I think round 15 to 20, maybe just put them on one graphic.
No, I'm gonna do them all because they the family likes that.
Okay, that's a good point. Yeah,
especially later in the rounds.
Yeah,
everyone their love.
How do you spell Max Bailey? U B-E-L-Y-E-U.
B-E-L-B-E-L-Y-E-U. Bellew.
Bellew.
Yeah, that is a wrap on day one of the 2025 MLB Draft for the Colorado Rockies. What are your guys' just overall? Put Ethan Holiday aside a little bit. What are your guys' takes on the night as a whole?
I feel like the Rockies played it pretty safe. I think the Middleton and Bellew selections are pretty nice. Yeah, I'm not like astounded by anything individually for the three of the latter guys we selected, but I think they're really solid and safe picks to be potential MLB guys in the next couple of years. So I'd give it just a solid 7 out of 10 if I were to give it a grade day one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty sound and just in simple way to go about it is like they definitely didn't swing for anything too crazy on like almost a day two, because right now it would be day two in the actual like the old draft, but these like second tier picks, they did not shoot for the stars, and I think that's just fine. Like you would rather just like get a solid, exactly what you said, solid big leaguers. I mean, that's a pretty high bar even, but I think you get 3 guys with a chance to become at least big leaguers. And in the case of Middleton and Bellew, I think you have guys that could be solid big leaguers. And we mentioned Jared Thomas as a comp for Bellew. Seems pretty sound. Maybe Thomas is a little bit more hit versus power versus Bellew being the opposite, but similar quality of players. And I saw that Skylar asked about Middleton again, and just kind of a recap on him, because I think we should be excited about him overall. He's a smaller frame and came from a smaller school, but the fastball is mid-90s. Isaac, you asked pretty aptly like what makes his fastball like effective, and I think that's a pitch that it'll be good enough because it sits 94 to 96, but it's not going to be an above-average fastball. unless his command remains really, really strong. But the slider and the changeup for Middleton are both really good pitches. The changeup can touch 90 into the 90s. I think the slider can too. So you're getting these two power secondaries that miss bats, hard to contact. So JB Middleton has that upside of a number 3 starter, really in any rotation. That if you think about for the Rockies, that could be even higher than number 3. So Middleton, probably my favorite pick of the day outside of Ethan Holiday.
I will say this. If you look at the teams that didn't draft Holiday, we're kind of looking at them and being like, oh, they're going to go under slot. I think those teams, if you look at what they're going to end up getting with that under slot money, very underwhelming in terms of what is left. Like those teams that went under slot in the beginning, there's not much in the pool that I think they can get now. I think they really messed up not getting an Ethan Holiday. At least, I mean, the Angels definitely, but they're the Angels, so we kind of figured they'd go something different. But I think a lot of teams that went under slot in the beginning, I think we're kind of seeing the way the draft unfolded. There's not a lot of high schoolers left or guys that they can really spread that money out around.
I mean, I guess it ultimately comes down like they'll end up taking like 4 or 5 guys. Like the Angels will probably take 3 more high schoolers throughout this draft that they sign. Oh, and Anthony Ianson just went to the Red Sox. That's a great 3rd-round pick. I'm kind of bummed we miss out on him. I think he and Middleton are pretty close ultimately. But I bet he did. I bet Ianson did kind of leverage a little bit, like going back to school. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Red Sox had to pay him a little bit over slot to go. But yeah, I think back to what you were saying now. I think the Angels, they'll spread the money out. I don't think it's going to work out that well. It's nice to get like a second really good player in this class, and I don't know that they're going to be doing that. Maybe Jack Bauer at round 11. I mean, he's still on the board, and that was one of the top guys for really anyone, like the top prep guys for really any outlet.
I almost wonder if you're a guy that's about to get drafted by the Angels, you can't use low-key to take a pay cut because you're going to be taking MLB paychecks in 3 months, right? The Angels use that to their advantage. I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking out loud here a little too much, but I would assume, like, hey, man, you come with us for $500,000 less, you're going to be making MLB game checks in 3 months.
It's like a funny – it's honestly – there's got to be some, like, seriousness to it, though. Of like, oh, nice, I got drafted by the Angels. I'll be making, like, $6,000 per week in no time or however much it is. I don't know how much they're – I think they get paid a lot weekly versus in the minors you probably get a 10.
You're living off that.
Get at the big leagues.
Yeah. Another pitcher from Southern Miss was just drafted by the Blue Jays, which I think is really interesting. So Southern Miss, little sleeping giant, maybe.
Yeah, they are. That's why I thought Chase Dollander was Southern Miss.
Tyler,
but he was different than Southern.
How long have you been closely following the draft, the MLB draft?
Me,
Tyler.
Or
yeah,
I mean, honestly, not super. Like, I've always like followed it enough to like know the draft, like the top of the draft classes. I think probably like at this level where I try to like keep up with as many picks as possible. Like, this is maybe my 5th year doing it like this deep, but
okay.
Probably a few more bit beyond that of like actually paying attention to who gets picked on like day 3 and stuff. Not to like know them super well, but yeah.
Even then, were you seeing these guys, like these lower, these smaller school guys being drafted in like the earlier rounds? Is this like a later thing? I don't know.
I feel like it's come around a little bit because now otherwise like teams wouldn't get scouts to those schools, but now they can get data and information on them without even having scouts present there. So it
Right.
definitely helps a lot. Like you have a kid at like some random school who's topping at 98. Like you might not have a scout there, but you see that pop up in like the data portal, and you're like, wait, we should look at this kid. So I think it's become a newer thing. I know the real like data evolution in the draft is like within the last like 7 to 10 years, and probably on the shorter end of that of like teams having access to like good data. But most colleges don't have most colleges don't have TrackMan. Like when you think about the bigger picture of colleges, and a few years ago, most Division I schools didn't even have it. So like I think even more and more now, teams are able to get such a good look at players without even going to see them play, and that opens the door for. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a random funny team, but yeah, that's a good observation.
I mean, some minor league stadiums don't even have that stuff, or at least available to the public. At least
it's probably that because I think they must be like the teams are probably like we need that to make our judgments and everything like that.
Right.
Because I don't know if you guys remember Chase Dollinger's first ever start wasn't on video. We don't have video of it, so for Spokane.
But like, isn't that like an issue that like the team has to like the Spokane Indians has to cover? Like if the Indians wanted to have like TrackMan or whatever, like the Rockies would provide that. They wouldn't provide like video assistance, right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, that's more like that's a good point.
Because the Rockies are like, we just want our information. The Indians should be like, we want our broadcast to like make a little bit of money. You know, I'm sure that the high A Spokane broadcast isn't bringing the franchise that much money, but it's something, and it helps them market with clips and everything.
Yeah.
But I think with that,
5 hour mark.
Yeah, 5 hour mark exactly. I think I'm like my head feels empty. I'm just allowing baseball statistics to pass in. I'll say them and then they're gone again. So if you guys want to stick around and Lewis, Lewis is the all-time grinder. I mean, last year you and I were both in on this like the entire time.
I made a graphic
from round 1 to 20.
Between day 1 and 2, I made a graphic with like best players left, and we didn't get a single one of them.
Yeah, I definitely don't do it tomorrow.
Oh no, there's no chance. I've learned.
I was hoping we would be able to snag one of them today. I mean, you mentioned Middleton right before they picked him, so that would have been the one to possibly get. Yeah, I got to try to get ahead on this recap too. I got to make it as good as last year.
Oh wait, did I? Yeah, I did my last graphic, so. Woo! I got leg day today too, so that's brutal.
Perfect.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna head off the stream.
Yeah, it was a fun one. Thank you, Tyler. You're gonna be here tomorrow too, right?
Yeah, I will. I'll be here probably through like round 11 or something like that. We'll play it by ear, but I'll definitely want to stick around for most of it.
Love it. All right, let me do this last graphic. All right, I think we're all good.
Second pick tomorrow.
Bright and early. I know for you guys it's bright and early, but for me I get some time.
9:30 is not too bad. Yeah, I'll make it. I won't be sleeping at that time. I know that. That's all that matters.
9:30 Mountain Time.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy, but I don't know when it's gonna finish. I would imagine the whole day will probably be about 5 hours or something.
Dude, okay, sick.
Maybe 6. I got to get through 15, 16 rounds. So
that's an all-day thing, yeah.
We'll see. But
yeah,
good hanging out with you guys.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think we just got to end it tonight. Let's just have a good night, guys. And
I'll
see you guys in 12 hours. So
basically on the money, yeah.
Go Rocks. My league affiliate.